A lot of incredible things have occurred with the main character in recent years, but he decided to start his story from one unsuccessful case. This time, he was seized by one beautiful girl, from whom it was very difficult to tear off her gaze. The guy, whose river flowed from the nose from behind the girl, said through force that he was not so easy to split him. She asked the name of our hero, and he, calming down, replied that his name was Jiang Chen. The beauty laughed with the fact that it was some kind of girlfriend. The protagonist explained that all questions should be to his mother, because she called him a hieroglyph in the morning due to the fact that he was born at this time. The girl was very angry that her hostage sharply changed the topic, so she hit the table and ordered not to chat too much. The guy tensed when the girls were too close to him and noticed that she herself asked about his name. He believed that the girl was simply Zliuk and said that he was the only son over the last 9 generations, so one cannot destroy his pedigree. In the end, the beauty calmed down and with a smile on her face asked to answer one question. She warned that if Jiang Chen dares to lie to her, she would not stand on ceremony with him and hit the most unprotected place. The girl noticed that she had never seen our hero in Manhwa, so she tried to find out where he was from, and he calmly replied that he had come from the north. Then she showed a tin can of cola and asked Jiang Chen from where he got her. The beauty did not stand on ceremony and, opening the drink, began to drink it. But the main character did not see anything like that, because it was just a regular drink. She knew very well what kind of drink it was, and emphasized that she asked exactly where the guy could get him from. Jiang Chen embarrassedly replied that he could not explain where he found this small jar. The girl once again hit the chair between the guy's legs and ordered our hero to stop playing her. The young man was seriously scared and begged Miss to kill him than to threaten in such a terrible way. In fact, she was not at all afraid to kill the protagonist and introduced a weapon to her in her head if he was still so brave. The main character was unhappy that the girl thus thanks the person who had just saved her life. After that, the beauty still calmed down and, hiding the weapon, admitted that she went too far. Jiang Chen assured that he was a good guy and had no evil intentions, and the girl asked if he was from the Northern Alliance. The protagonist said that he is from a slightly more prosperous place and collects information for one person, and offered the girl an additional payment in the form of a Kala can or 3 food banks. It turned out that the guy saved her from starvation, and he was sure that if he would say something else today, then they could suffer together. The girl was not at all aware that our hero was looking here, but warned that all the supermarkets, their warehouses, and even refrigerators were defeated, so it is impossible to find even a crumb of bread. Jiang Chen invited her to work together, because he only came to this place and from the same moment he went awry, because of which the conductor would not have prevented him. Then the girl asked what a reward for this would be, and our hero asked to look into his pocket. As it turned out, the guy brought with him a carrot, which he offered his potential partner as a gift. The girl instantly began to eat her, because she had not eaten anything fresh for a long time, and the main character noted that he still had a lot of vegetables. Jiang Chen felt hope and asked if Miss was ready to work together, asking her name, because they still have not met. In the end, she introduced herself as Sun Jiao promised. She made a hole in the head of the protagonist if some strange service is included in the cooperation. The guy assured and asked to believe him because all he wants is just an experienced guide. Then, Sun Jiao asked what exactly the main character wanted and suggested that he was engaged in slaves. Our hero explained that his partner did not understand everything because he does not need slaves, but only technologies are needed. As an example, he gave such technologies as a laser gun, which the girl just held her hands, and the device on her hand, because its region cannot produce these things on its own. Sun Jiao noted that these technologies are quite simple, and in the city of Ludin, many are able to collect them. So I was sure that our hero still did not tell the truth. The guy began to realize that he was not able to lie, because of which he began to panic even more. Jiang Chen explained that their technologies are ahead of the production of food and management products, but in key developments are significantly inferior to local ones. In this case, Sun Jiao decided not to waste time and discuss her award for help. The protagonist did not expect that everything would turn into this way, and could not even assume what currency was used in this world. He decided to ask what the assistant wants in return, and she replied that she was not against batteries like sea, food, and crystals, but personally she prefers food. Sun Jiao approached our hero and asked if he had a canned food with curry. Jiang Chen replied that the girl had already eaten everything, but she did not believe and thought that the guy was trying to deceive her again. In the end, the girl realized that she had no other choice, and again threateningly waved her foot to teach the main character. The guy was again worried again and begged his partner to still spare him. The main character promised that the salary of his assistant would be 10 cans of food per month, and emphasized that he would take care of her food. In the end, the girl agreed that it was more like the truth, and Jiang Chen calmly sighed and called her an evil woman. Jiang Chen noticed that they are now working together, so he asked the girl to finally untie him. She immediately obeyed and untied her new partner, and he reached out because he was tired of sitting in this position. Jiang Chen was very happy because he was tied so long that his hands were numb. Now, Sun Jiao believed that the security of the protagonist was inseparable from her own. The main character went to the window to assess the situation and noticed that until he dies at the hands of his partner, he would be happy in principle. The girl asked if they would now leave here, and Jiang Chen did not see the reason for this. He explained that at the moment it would be a place of their meeting, although the situation around did not seem calm. As it turned out, this inconspicuous place was the safest in this area at the moment. It was in the city of Manhwa, on the street where the zombies of other creatures roamed, was 2,190. In fact, the main character only graduated from college in 2017 and should not be in this place. It turned out that Jiang Chen traveled through time and thus ended up in the post-apocalyptic world. Everything was like real series, but instead of returning to the past, our hero went to a completely different place. It was a planet that exists in a parallel universe and does not apply to the native world Jiang Chen. Never. Even in the most secret dreams, the guy would have thought that he could have such an ability. Now events are transferred a few months ago in June 2017, when it all started, and Jiang Chen just spoke with his mother. For several years after graduation, the guy could not find a job, so all this time he took money from his mother, who was unhappy with this because this was not the first time. She invited her son to look at her other cousin, who had already succeeded, and Jiang Chen sarcastically noticed that all her relatives were damn good. The mother was sure that in big cities it was not so easy to survive, and offered her son to return home to help at the pig farm. But our hero was not interested in this. In the end, the woman could not stand it and exploded due to anger, because the money for the training of Jiang Chen was taken from the fact that they bred pigs. She believed that the young man should even thank the pigs, but he decided to disconnect from this next unpleasant call. The main character laughed with the fact that no one would believe that his mother had never practiced a lion roar before. Opening a can of beer, the guy thought about the fact that at least someone would help him solve all these problems. A year has passed since the moment he graduated from the university, but so far he has not been able to find a decent work. So now he was helped only by Harbin Beer. Jiang Chen continued to sit on the roof and saw that a falling star flew right in front of him in the sky, which, according to many, could fulfill any desire. The guy with all his heart wanted to find a wonderful job and promised to treat her very seriously and work hard. He also wanted to become a manager, get an increase, be appointed general director, marry Miss Perfection and achieve all the peaks. Beer began to act on the protagonist, so he laughed loudly when he voiced all his desires. Suddenly, the young man stopped because he noticed that the falling star was changing the direction, which was a very rare occurrence. But in the end, it turned out that she flew right at him. Our hero was desperately trying to resist, but this phenomenon found him directly by surprise. When this strange object at all speed still ran into the building, it thundered in a rather strong explosion. Jiang Chen was ridiculous to talk about it out loud, but in fact a real falling star fell on him. It was after this incredibly strange occasion that the protagonist discovered an incredible ability. After that, a strange mark appeared on his hand, which allowed him to travel in time and space. Then the young man discovered that with the absorption of about 100 kilowatts of energy, the space on its tattoo, around the wrist, was filled. Thus, this fulfills the requirements for travel, which allows Jiang Chen to move between different worlds. The tattoo made it possible not only to travel, she also gave the entrance to a parallel space that the young man could visit at any time. The bracelet also contains a spatial storage, but it was a space plate space with an area of about 1 square kilometer. Jiang Chen understood that a swing wings of a butterfly in the tropical forests of the Amazon could cause a tornado in Texas. Therefore, the future is a completely dubious and relative value. The first, not particularly successful journey of our hero led him to an abandoned house. The guy immediately looked around and noticed that this house certainly did not visit the whole eternity. He continued to explore the room and decided to see if there were some clues about where he was in the newspapers that were on the floor. The young man saw the news there since 2015 and read that the Third World War began, which ended already in 2017-4, when the research ships to the star Kepler B. Our hero realized that this was still Manhwa, but he was different from the city in which Jiang Chen himself lived. so he was surprised that so many events had occurred in so much a short time. Jiang Chen decided so far to forget about these facts and see what world he still got into. In the window, he suddenly saw some very terrible mutant or monster, because of which he immediately wanted to fall from here as soon as possible into his native world. After returning, the protagonist noticed that the tattoo on his hand disappeared after the first use. He crouched on the bed and thought that he needed to recharge, so he took the extension cord. In the end, everything did not happen at all as the young man expected, because he was simply shocked. The guy immediately thought that probably in that world, there was something valuable, so he needed to return there. But at the same time, he could run into any troubles. A few minutes later, the main character simply concluded that he needs to prepare for this journey. He went to the store and scored canned food, stews, and quick cook noodles, which, according to his calculations, should be enough for 3 days. When Jiang Chen traveled between the worlds for the second time, he was already able to land exactly after his teleport. He immediately noticed that it was very quiet around, so he concluded that the zombies did not appear during the day. Our hero had a bad foreboding because he knew nothing about this world. But he gathered all his strength and went in search of a safe place. It seems that the guy did not have to spend a lot of time on this business because some building almost immediately attracted his attention. He stumbled upon a multi-story building, which was fenced with a high fence and looked pretty safe. Jiang Chen came closer and realized that the door was locked, and shouted to understand whether someone was inside. Looking out the window, the young man realized that there was no one there, so he decided to go inside in another way. Our hero looked around and realized that it looked as if there was no one here for a long time, concluding that it should be safe in this place. Suddenly, someone grabbed him by the leg and asked for help in a very weak voice. Jiang Chen was very scared because he thought that he had met a real ghost and accidentally hit this man with his foot. Only then did he lower his gaze and saw that it was still a real person, and not some kind of essence. It turned out that it was Sun Jiao, who, although it was without strength, but already promised to beat the protagonist for such an act. The young man immediately noticed that she was very beautiful, so he promised to save her. He quickly grabbed the girl in his arms, and she, in a half-fainting state, was desperately trying to ask him a little water. The main characters immediately threw Sun Jiao, because of which she hit her head on the floor, and rushed to look for 2 bottles of water, which he took with him. He carefully supported the girl by the head and gave her to drink water so that she would not die from dehydration. Jiang Chen asked if it became easier for her, but Sun Jiao was still dying of hunger. The main character again threw the girl on the floor to quickly get canned food from his backpack, because of which she got even more angry. He was surprised due to the fact that the girl, although she was in this state, continued to be so angry. Having acquired Sun Jiao, the young man quickly opened canned food to quench the hunger as soon as possible to the poor girl. In the end, our hero asked her to be silent and just eat to finally restore his strength. Next, after the girl was getting stronger, events occurred that were already described earlier, but Jiang Chen could not even think that his partner would be so vile. Fortunately, she has at least the rudiments of her conscience, so she began to help the main character and picked up the door to their base. At the same time, our hero understood that he could get to some cannibal or slave trader, so as a danger could come from anywhere. When Sun Jiao finished with her work, she decided to ask how her partner was about to deliver here supplies. The main character calmly replied that his people had his own methods, and asked the girl not to worry about it. He noticed that the house hung paintings that could cost millions, but the artists must have not yet been born in his world, so it is not possible to help out money for them. At this moment, the young man just noticed that high-tech equipment lay here on the floor. Jiang Chen decided to ask his partner, who still worked on the doors, what kind of devices they were. The girl explained that after the nuclear explosion, most of these things failed, but the young man can still find several details and sell them to the survivors. The main character thought about the fact that if these things were invented before the explosion, then someone knows how to create them, and with the help of food he will be able to attract geniuses ready to work for him. In the end, he understood that in this world their abilities mean nothing, because their low-quality technology will reduce their slums, while those who own the best will flourish. In fact, Sun Jiao did not understand why they had all these fortifications, because while they behave quietly, these brainless freaks do not even come across to go here. And moreover, there are no strong mutants in this area. The guy explained that this is not even a protection against a zombie from uninvited guests, so that they would not cut their throat during sleep. He also added that they will stay a little more in this city, and then it will become their starting point on a long journey. Sun Jiao agreed with this, but in her thoughts she could not understand who would think of climbing this house, because it was obvious that he was already a search. The main character sat down at the table and asked if his partner had a map of the area. Then the girl asked what Jiang Chani had the identifier so that she could send the card directly to his device. But the guy could not understand what was being discussed. Then she demonstrated a bracelet on her hand and was surprised that the protagonist did not have this device. Jiang Chen did not understand such a reaction and replied that he could just buy this bracelet. The girl emphasized that it was difficult to imagine that someone could explore the city without him, a comma, and asked if her comrade was worried about the excess of radiation in the body. Our hero noted that the bracelet was quite convenient and asked where Sun Jiao took him, and she calmly replied that she had removed one poor fellow from the corpse. The next second, the bracelet brought a projection on which I showed all the characteristics of the protagonist. Sun Jiao chuckled with the fact that the young man did not reach even 20, so now she was not sure whether he was definitely a man. Jiang Chen laughed and suggested that the girl independently make sure that he was a real man. The girl was now not going to such an attitude towards herself, so she had already prepared her weapons to teach our hero. In the end, the guy realized that his partner was too dangerous, so it is better not to touch her once again. At this time, the main character felt that his mother's words still do not get out of his head. Sun Jiao immediately noticed that the young man's mood had changed and laughed with the fact that he was so sharply silent. She decided to forget about it, because it makes no sense to insult her coupon for food, as she called the main character. Also, the girl thought that he was a good guy and ominously laughed with the fact that such guys were just a joke here, in the wasteland. Jiang Chen did not understand why she laughed so ominously, and Sun Jiao could not understand what the problem was, because she considered herself more attractive when she laughs. The main character believed that this world is full of treasures, because here even the simplest invention can surpass all the developments of the modern world. But at the same time, just taking all these high-tech things and selling them is not too practical. In the end, the young man concluded that he needs to find the gold of this world. Sun Jiao was surprised and thought that she had heard him incorrectly because she did not understand why her partner needed gold. Our hero explained that in this world, where only chaos is rejected, gold must have no value at all. But in his case, this is the only thing that is so highly appreciated. The girl still did not understand what the thought was, and Jiang Chen replied that she did not have to know all the details, because of which she was offended. Suddenly, the partner saw that the main character had bread in the hands and immediately eagerly attacked food. I understand that he needed something else. The young man emphasized that he already said that he would take care of food for his subordinate. He explained that this is breakfast, and his partner will have 3 meals a day, so he gave her still canned food. For some reason, Sun Jiao was a little sad when she saw the food in the hands of our hero. It turned out that she saw here, in the wasteland, for the sake of eating, garbage was ready to kill each other. The girl met Cannibal, who tried to keep even her, like some kind of pig. And the protagonist was the first person who was really worried about her and protected her. Meanwhile, the guy did not see any problems in this and explained that the girl may have problems if she does not have breakfast well. Jiang Chen was sure that if you eat in the morning, he would give more strength, and understood that this was a post-apocalyptic world. Therefore, he was strange to react to such things. Sun Jiao embarrassedly thanked for food and promised to try to get the gold, which is in bank vaults. Only it would be quite difficult to bring it. She explained that all cars did not work due to the fact that electromagnetic waves and formed as a result of the explosion destroyed most of the electronics in the city. Our hero asked her to calm down, because she just needed to focus on the search and find out the situation and the exact location of the gold. The girl perfectly understood her task, but also warned that the zombies would become more mobile after sunset. She quickly began to collect her bag, where she put a flashlight, weapon, food, a protective suit, and other things that she will need on this sortie. After that, Sun Jiao deftly threw her bag on her shoulder and said goodbye to the main character. The guy was not going to let her go so quickly and asked if he could look at her characteristics. Sun Jiao was surprised when she heard this, but did not see problems, so she quickly demonstrated her characteristics, which were much better than that of our hero. After that, she still went on her task. And the young man, I could not believe that she was just a man. Jiang Chen understood that he could not lose a second, so he hurried to return to his native world. He immediately found himself in his cozy crib and rejoiced that now he felt safe. The guy glanced at his bracelet and noticed that he was time to recharge. He immediately looked at the outlet but understood that he would always enjoy this way. At the same time, the main character perfectly understood that if his partner returned and does not find him, it would be a considerable problem, so he decided to lend a little energy of the house itself. The guy did not doubt anymore and grabbed the bare wires and immediately felt complete satisfaction. The next second, The whole house was left without light, and the inhabitants began to be indignant that the company again turned off the electricity. The guy understood that the situation was too dangerous, so he decided to escape from the place of his crime as quickly as possible. He laid down on his bed and thought that it was necessary to hire someone so that he would modify the entire network. But the reason for this decision would be unrealistic to explain, because he would take attention in this way. He looked at his bracelet again and thought that it would be better for the one who would do all this on his own. At this moment, a notification came to the bracelet that until the radiation level exceeds the permissible value of 50 units, the user's health will not threaten anything. Then the main character thought that in this case, tincture on iota could help him. After a decrease in the level of radiation, the guy decided to eat because he no longer had energy. Jiang Chen went to the kitchen and began to prepare a small dinner for himself. As a result, the guy got very mouth-watering dishes, so he rejoiced that he did not in vain learn on a cook. He thought that he did not even know how many kilo or ton of gold can be exchanged for food in that world. But at the same time, he understood that with the help of one can of canned food, he could attract all women in this city. The young man was glad that he was not born in that grief and can now live in a normal world. On the other hand, he understood that in the end, the third world would still destroy this world. For this reason, our hero understood that in the future, a useless student like him would simply instantly disappear in some gateway. Jiang Chen was immediately upset, but patted his cheeks to get together and focus on the present. He always had beer and food with him, so the combat mood did not disappear anywhere. The guy already wanted to go to another world, but then thought that he needed to take a little more food. A few seconds later, he landed at a chair in their base and immediately looked at the hand, where there was a bracelet. The main character noted that he did not even spend half the charge, although his weight did not change, so we can conclude that the capacity of the charge itself increased. In principle, so far it did not matter to him, because he needed to make sure of something. Jiang Chen went to another room and saw a distribution shield there, but did not know what he needed to do with this. The young man was just enough to lower the lever so that the whole room would work and the robots also start. The main character was delighted that all technologies were still in working condition. He sat down with a calm soul on a chair and thought that living here was not so bad. Suddenly, Jiang Chen heard a knock that came from the street. He quickly took binoculars and saw that it was his partner who successfully completed his task. The girl waited a little under the gate, but still decided to jump on their own. At this moment, the main character had already gone outside and pressed the button to open the gate, and Sun Jiao could normally go. In the end, she, not expecting such a turn of events, could not resist and simply fell to the ground. And Jiang Chen was surprised to watch all this. Sun Jiao was very angry and hit our hero, and he desperately tried to explain that this was just an accident. After that, she said that this was real suicide because the bank was full of zombies, which was why she took as many as 2 batteries to get rid of enemies. The banking storage was protected by several layers of steel, so she could not open it, but took out ingots from the VIP rooms. The main character could not understand how his partner dragged this bag of health because he was too heavy. At that moment, he remembered about payment and took out a bank of cola from his pocket to thank Sun Jiao. She quickly opened the bank, and the young man was sure that the girl would definitely like it. The partner was surprised that the drink was still cold, and our hero explained that the refrigerator was still working. She did not care about this because in any case, the guy is not going to explain where he found all these supplies. Sun Jiao was sure that they would need a pro if they still want to blow up the door and get the gold. She also offered to find explosives, but the main character could not even imagine where he would find such a thing. The girl explained that explosives can be found in many settlements of the survivors. For example, she led Liu Din, but for some reason said this with some seriousness in her voice. The guy asked if it was far from here, and the girl replied that this was not so, but the problem was that it was a very interesting place, but slightly expensive. She said that there are residents who have their own houses, and slaves who sold their freedom. So those who visit the city must pay 1 unit of energy in crystals, or in their equivalent to pass. It turned out that the girl already had such a crystal with her, so she showed it to our hero. This piece of crystal, which is not so easy to get, contains 37 units of energy. You can check this using your computer. Jiang Chen asked what he could get per unit of energy. Then the girl said that she could get 1/10 of canned meat, or half of another canned food. She continued to list all the products that you can buy, and in the meantime, the young man noticed that this crystal could charge his tattoo. In the end, the girl said that this energy is used as a currency on many bases of the survivors. After listening to all this information, Jiang Chen wanted to exchange his canned food for these 37 units of energy. Sun Jiao, without hesitation, loudly replied that she agreed to such a deal. But she also warned that such a thoughtless giving food could bring the main character to the minus, because others can use it. In addition, the girl added that most canned food made of mutated fish, some hair-poor sand, and maybe even Phil human. The main character was shocked, so he was silent, because of which his partner thought that he simply did not believe. In the end, the girl decided to finish this conversation because all this embarrassed her. Meanwhile, Zhang Chen calmly replied that he absolutely believed the girl. After the information he had heard, the main character understood that this world was not as simple as he thought, and was rather cruel for such a weakness as he himself. Now he thought that it may be better to stop on this bag of gold ingots and no longer risk it. The guy was very afraid that canned food could make him if he would hesitate, and also thought about the dangers of radiation. Sun Jiao thought something was wrong, because our hero answered somehow strangely to her entire story. He lied and replied that he was thinking about how to establish trade based on the voiced prices. The guy also said that the world in which he lives is also cruel, like this one. So he believed his partner. Sun Jiao explained that she should always protect her boss. So if someone deceives him, it will also be her miscalculations. Zhang Chen joyfully assented his partner because he realized that she was actually worried about him. He decided that it doesn't matter, because now you cannot worry about it. And from now on, he will only lie in order to avoid problems. Meanwhile, the girl went to the refrigerator and was pleasantly surprised when she saw that he was completely filled. The main character recalled that he had already said that the refrigerator has been working so far. He proposed to stop eating alone conservatives and eat something fresher today in honor of his first subordinate. Zhang Chen understood that a girl could have many questions, but suggested discussing it after dinner. He took out a few eggs from the refrigerator and said that today they have dinner with the tomato screens. It turns out that before Sun Jiao lived in incredible poverty, where every day was a struggle for survival and the food seemed a luxury. Despite this, the girl still had loving parents and a wonderful older sister. Contrary to the nuclear winter, which reigned outside the shelter and raging there for many years, the environment inside was like in paradise. Only then did she find out that there are looters who specially unite groups to attack poor and unprotected settlements. They pressed people who left their shelters, selecting the most necessary for survival and ruin local residents. It was after such an accident that Sun Jiao has changed a lot. After such changes, she realized that she could survive only if she could become a real professional in survival in the wasteland. At that moment, the main character noticed that his partner somehow strained and asked her to relax a bit. The girl was surprised that she reacted like that, and Zhang Chen noticed that she would cut the board at such a pace. The young man decided to distract her a little and asked when she was preparing for the last time. Our hero said that each ingredient is the result of painstaking work, so you need to be more careful with them. He believed that in this process it was necessary to moisturize his whole soul, so that the dish was truly tasty. I only comply with all these conditions. Sun Jiao will be revived for the labors with a beautiful dish. The girl really enjoyed dinner and noticed that no one had ever tried the tomato scrambled eggs in the wasteland. Zhang Chen knew that she could have many questions. For example, where he got so much food. At that moment, the girl froze for a second and said that she did not even know how to describe her feelings in words. She admitted that she had sensations, as if she had been in some kind of fairy tale, which was quite surprised by the main character. Sun Jiao said that when they lived in the shelter, even before the war, they had several books that they called fairy tales. It was written there about the fact that everyone lived happily, had a family, friends, and even his love, which definitely sounded like a real fairy tale. After listening to his partner, Zhang Chen once again noticed that this world was damn interesting, and stood up from his seat. The guy decided that he would return home when he was getting tired, so you could drink a little with Sun Jiao. He put several cans of beer on the table, and the girl immediately became interested and tried this drink. The partner immediately did not appreciate the taste, and said that compared to the good old car, this junk is not tasty at all. Zhang Chen agreed with his partners with the words, but also noticed that this helps to let all his emotions out. But in general, the protagonist believed that this was a pretty good junk. Meanwhile, Sun Jiao had already laid down on the table and noticed that 2 trays were not enough to get a taste. In the end, our heroes happily agreed that they would drink until the last. Over time, more and more empty cans appeared on the table, and Jiang Chen and Sun Jiao continued to laugh fervently. As a result, they began to say that those monsters that the girl told were just a bunch of weak butterflies. Zhang Chen believed that the monster, which bears the name of the graduation, is much worse for college students. He said that this real devil not only takes their carefree life and monthly expenses of parents, but also forces to move to a completely unfamiliar city. The main character complained that they wear dreams and hard work on their shoulders, and then Buff came, drunk. Sun Jiao did not understand anything, so she asked the guy to wait a minute and explain what Buff is. Jiang Chen somehow explained that this is like a firm decision that a person never had, and emphasized that this was not so important. He will continue his story that after the university, everyone has to work in companies and earn a living. Otherwise, the boss will come and torture you. The girl immediately hit the protagonist and stated that this would never happen. She stated that with her physical data, you still need to see who would torture whom. Sun Jiao is so drunk that she confused the cup with her identifier and tried to show her characteristics to our hero. She immediately got angry with the guy for daring to take her things and took him in capture. Jiang Chen understood that the situation was too dangerous, so he gathered all his strength and figured out an angry partner through himself. The girl lay on the floor, could not understand what had happened, and the main character was about to realize his vile plans. Jiang Chen, novice over his partner, said that today he would show her who the boss is here. Sun Jiao was not going to succumb to our hero so easily, so she turned it over and quickly turned out to be from above. As a result, our heroes were so drunk that they ended up in the same bed. Jiang Chen was embarrassed because of this awkward situation, promised the girl to be more responsible in the future. Meanwhile, Sun Jiao, with a smile on his face, was interested in whether the main character was going to tell her that she would marry her or that she would protect her forever. She noticed that they wrote so in old books about the past, which told about the love of lovely pigeons. The girl also emphasized that it was not easy to feed her, and admitted that she had many enemies, but the main character did not scare. Then Sun Jiao added that she still has things to do, but the guy still agreed to help her, so he asked him to just trust him. In the end, she gently kissed Jiang Chen and asked what her lover was waiting for. After the night spent together, our heroes went on a campaign, but Jiang Chen already complained that he was tired. The protagonist said that women would never be able to understand male fatigue, but the girl did not pay attention to this, warned that the danger could lurk everywhere. Suddenly, the guy felt that the wind had risen, and looking at the sky, noticed that it seemed to rain. Sun Jiao calmly explained that these were not clouds, but radiation dust. The young man did not appreciate the fact that they are completely susceptible to radiation, having absolutely zero protection. Sun Jiao explained that before the identifier there is iodine in the identifier. The level of radiation will not be used to the threshold limit, but if you are next to the reactor or building of the parliament, it is better to wear a protective costume. The main character still did not calm down and understood that he would not be here if it were not for the rotten idea of Sun Jiao. It turns out that last night the girl suggested Jiang Chenya to find out everything about hostilities, so she decided to teach him to shoot a pistol so that he could protect himself. In turn, the young man himself believed that he was more suitable for being undercover. But Sun Jiao did not at all share his gaze to this. Meanwhile, the girl asked our hero to stop, because now they will go through an infected zone. She believed that the battlefield was the best place to hone their shooting skills, so she prepared weapons for the guy. The girl carefully looked at Jiang Chen and explained that to get acquainted with her pain, it is better to start with firearms. In the hands of our hero was the assault rifle of the PC-200, which was not so accurate, but its power and reliability has no equal in any laser weapon. In the end, Sun Jiao offered to move on, and the young man hoped that all the mutants around them would attack them. She explained that not all creatures are aggressive because, for example, rats that were huge in size, but their fear of people still remains. The same concerned frightening cockroaches, and zombies stop all actions during the day, since mutant cells attached to the back of the head require a stable environment for photosynthesis. Therefore, they should beware of only predators who usually feed on zombies and other mutants, but they were unimportant when it came to people. And finally, the main danger was people. So Sun Jiao warned our hero that if someone aimed at his head, then he should not be shy and immediately shoot. Jiang Chen again thought that this world was too dangerous, so it would not be easy to survive, and the girl stopped abruptly and asked her partner to shut up. In the end, our heroes heard just silence and no more strange sounds. Sun Jiao explained that there was something wrong, because all the mutants nearby disappeared, which could mean that, most likely, there was something even stronger around. The protagonist immediately tensed when he heard such assumptions of his partner, and she said that there is a variety of predators called deathclaws. The guy wanted to ask what deathclaws, but at that moment the explosion thundered behind him. Sun Jiao explained that there was a battle ahead. Therefore, having rushed forward, she asked our hero to follow her. Jiang Chen was not sure that this was the right direction, but the partner was not going to listen to him. With a sigh, The young man thought that, running after this bummy woman, he would sooner or later fall into any troubles. It turned out that there was really some cruel clash nearby. One of the warriors shouted that he needed explosives and cartridges, but his comrades could not help because they tried to fight off their enemy. In the next instant, the soldiers went on the attack to concentrate fire and defeat the huge mutant against whom they fought. Unfortunately, the monster was enough only one blow to its tentacles to withdraw the next enemy from the battle. The guy flew off with all his strength and hit the stone on his way. And meanwhile, Sun Jiao carefully watched the battle. Our heroes saw that this zombie was just like a mountain of meat and could not understand why this thing was here. Jiang Chen was shocked by such a strange creature and asked his partner what it was. Meanwhile, the soldiers continued to fire at their enemy, because otherwise they would not have handed it out for a long time. In the end, one of the missiles was still able to achieve its goal and hit the monster's neck. The zombie was already able to evade the next attack, so the explosion thundered right behind him. Due to the pain and such an unexpected attack, the being mutated by the creature got even more angry, so it roared loudly. The soldiers understood that the success was already close, so they did not stop and let the next shell towards the zombie, which did not manage to react to this. As a result, the rocket flew right into the head of the monster, because of which he quickly began to fall to the ground. This Roshan is a curse for all individual types of weapons, and his bad habit of throwing things was an absolute nightmare for all people. Sun Jiao explained that the 99th type of anti-tank gun was almost the only thing that could destroy this big guy. At this time, Jiang Chen asked what the military would do after the victory over this monster. The partner said that now they collect crystals, and in addition, Roshan can be used as fertilizers, and organics and phospholipids in nutrient solution. The main character was surprised when he heard that the mutant's body was used in a nutrient solution, so he decided that he would never touch something like that. In the end, the girl suggested not messing around anymore and finally go further on their campaign. At the entrance to the 6th Street, they were met by a guard who asked Sun Jiao to present his gene code. In this post-apocalyptic world, DNA was the only way to identify personality. So many bases of survivors, having a legal order, perform an audit of the code for providing access. Having quickly checked the girl's code, the guard easily missed our heroes inside. Our hero thought that this wasteland was absorbed in cruelty, but just became a witness to the signs of civilization, which pleased him pretty. He knew that civilization is the accumulation of knowledge, inventions, and culture that reflects the aspirations of people, so he wanted to better adapt and understand this world. The guy understood that civilization still exists here, only the problem was that this world developed somewhat abnormally. On the 6th Street, one could see a soldier with a rifle and a cigarette in his mouth and a merchant, calculating goods on a holographic tablet, and people with missing limbs were an ordinary sight. If the standard of living on the 6th Street could be summed up in one word, then it can be called incommensurable. Everywhere there were starving men and women who looked like a bag of bones, so they did not even have the strength to call for help. Sun Jiao interrupted the flow of thoughts of our hero and emphasized that the main principle of life on the 6th Street in the conditions of devastation was complete indifference. She explained with a smile on her face that the laws of this place are very simple. The girl said that the murder and theft is punishable by execution. Tax fraud leads to eviction, and deliberate causing harm leads to prison. But Jiang Chen did not listen to her, distracted by the mess. It turned out that someone dared to swing the defenseless woman who was already lying on the ground, dying of hunger. Sun Jiao was not going to intervene and advised our hero to keep his mouth on the castle to avoid unnecessary troubles. The young man was very dissatisfied with what he saw, so his partners asked why this person was still not shot. The girl asked the protagonist to stay away from this person because it is an inspector responsible for cleaning corpses in slums. This strange man was covered in blood, but smiled and waved when he noticed that our heroes carefully looked at him. Sun Jiao went on, promising that the guy would definitely get used to this, but our hero did not let go of the idea that that person is still alive. The girl changed the subject and said that the entrance to the internal market of the 6th Street is 1 unit of crystals, but they will have enough external market to exchange useful things. Despite the fact that the external market is covered with mud, it is still better than thrown pipes. She added that shot thieves and criminals are thrown away next to the landfill, and at night inspectors drag them to the farm to mix with fat from a fertilizer camp. In the end, some of the most famous great thieves will be covered with formalin and nailed to the tree, which showed that this civilization was quite strange. Meanwhile, in the same city, women were sold who had a barcode on the chest. The seller guaranteed his buyer that this time the goods were of the highest quality, and noticed that these girls had absolutely no defects. In the end, the buyer agreed only to 40 crystals, and the man, through force, agreed to such a low price, despite the fact that he was dissatisfied with the improvement of the robots, which was created by trading programs. The robot gave the right amount of energy crystals and recalled that the seller should bring the same high-quality goods next time, and do not forget about the discount. After that, he plunged the purchased girls into the truck and quickly left in an unknown direction. Sun Jiao had already guessed that the girls were bought for a new Ray hotel, but our hero did not understand what was being discussed. The girl was very angry because of what she saw, because she was aware that in this place women were just slaves, which were consumables to satisfy all types of patients. She once heard a guy boasted in the city of Liu Din and talked about how gentle girls at the hotel were. Meanwhile, the protagonist did not even expect to see his partner in such a fury because of this hotel. As for this slave trader, he is probably from the base of the survivors of 101, which use cloning technologies for food mixtures to create low-quality clones. Then she decided to ask our hero what a shelter really is. Sun Jiao explained that this is something completely special, because each base has its own unique strategy to increase survival. She heard that the strategy of the base 070 consisted in managing people and their motivacies to continue to survive by creating a spiritual mentor. The Twilight pre-war creator of this base turned it into hell less than 10 years after blocking, becoming the leader of his tribe. In turn, for the basic 111, the girl picked up the definition of a base without people. So Zhang Chen asked what it meant. The explanation of this name was that the elite DNA was stored, and after unlocking, the culture of embryos was activated, in whose perfect bodies decades of memories were loaded in a short time. God knows what the meaning of these products that leave this tribal house, but perhaps the creators have already foreseen that these goods would be extremely popular in this wasteland. Zhang Chen was shocked by the horror that took place in this world, and thought that this could be the end for humanity. In the end, they came to the trading robot, which worked on the crystal of the second type. His work is to evaluate the prices of goods that correspond to the needs of the camp. The concept of irritability did not exist in its main program, but faced that people bring every day, namely metal waste or rotten bodies. Emotions still appeared even in the robot. He greeted the protagonist and asked to put 5 units of crystal energy in the right place. When the robot met Zhang Chani, he thought it was some kind of honorary guest, and for a second it seemed to him that the processor was not working. Such a feeling arose because the scanning system showed that the element brought by the guy was without radiation, and canned food of perfect quality contained fresh pre-war beef. The robot was confused and asked if our hero had such more products. The young man with a smile replied that he still had many such canned foods, so the employee immediately asked the respected master to go to the VIP room for payment to meet with the trader. At the entrance to the VIP room of our hero, a girl greeted a girl who stated that she would be glad to help him. She bowed low and asked the guest to quickly go inside. The guy obeyed the employee, but going into the room, he heard some strange rustling. The main character I looked around and realized that in fact it was just a tea room. At that moment, Sun Jiao crossed her gaze with this girl and smiled a little. The worker immediately sighed calmly and quickly staggered the door to the VIP room. After some time, our heroes left the VIP rooms, and the employee wished them a good day. In the end, the girl said that she would look forward to the next visit of the protagonist. In turn, Sun Jiao believed that her partner was robbed. Then only 50 crystals were paid for each jar of food, but Zhang Chen himself was not particularly worried about this. The girl emphasized that it was not even food, but an item of luxury. Therefore, if they give canned food to rich people from the inner circle, they will easily pay twice as much. Our hero did not care how much the food bank costs, because 1 unit of the crystal is enough to charge the tattoo for a third. Suddenly, a smirk appeared on Sun Jiao's face and she turned to the young man. She asked if the protagonist knew about what a place called a VIP room was. The guy did not understand what was the problem and replied that this was just a place to exchange valuable goods. But his partner laughed with such an assumption. Zhang Chenya was curious to find out what was the matter, so the girl offered him to come closer so that she could tell about this room. Suscripti. Sun Jiao said that that girl in the room would provide our hero with special services if his partners did not follow with him. She asked the young man not to think that she thus ruined his life, but the main character was not agreeing with her. Zhang Chen in serious said that he prefers to be next to Sun Jiao, which is why the girl was embarrassed. A sudden girl felt that someone was following them. so she asked the protagonist not to look and pretend that nothing was happening now. She sharply and unexpectedly kissed the protagonist, so as not to definitely give out the fact that they noticed surveillance. Sun Jiao said that no one dares to create problems here, and emphasized that she has her own methods for combating such rats. She was sure that they would simply not be noticed if they pretend to be lovers, and asked our hero in no case to look back. Ignoring the surveillance, our heroes calmly went to the clinic. An employee of the clinic explained that type T and C vaccines prevent transformation into zombies, activating the genes and enhancing muscles, reflexes, and bones by 10 to 25 points, and cost only 55 crystals. The protagonist paid for this price. The shortest task for you in the chatter writer text. I just look at Anton Givio. He was quickly led to this procedure. Zhangchen was a little disappointed that everything would be so simple. The girl said that now it remained only to wait a few days. After that, our hero asked what they would do next, and the partner replied that now it was necessary to replenish the stocks of cartridges in the firearms store. Sun Jiao also warned that they would stay here at night, because the night is dark and full of horrors, although it is full of opportunities. After some time, they went to the hotel, where some stranger burst into their room without permission. The main character did not want to wait and offered to quickly get rid of this guy, and then have dinner. Then the girl reloaded the gun and put him to the head of the stranger, who was very scared and hot and ridiculously prove that they were mistaken. She hit this guy with all her might and learned that she did not ask if he had been following them. Sun Jiao again threatened the agent with a gun and asked menacingly who sent him, because she perfectly understood that such people did not act without an order from above. Meanwhile, the main character calmly sat on an armchair and thought that he did not even know that Sun Jiao could seriously be so frightening. Sun on him. To find out what led to such a development of events, you will have to return just half an hour ago. At this time, the guy also sat on an armchair and jammed his stress with canned fruits while Sun Jiao disappeared somewhere, which is why he wanted to teach the girl a lesson the next time. At this moment, the window opened sharply and some kind of bound body flew into the room. The stranger began to shout that he really knew nothing and stated that all this is illegal, so the guards of the 6th Street would not allow Sun Jiao to leave just like that. The next second, the girl herself jumped onto the balcony, who was not going to listen to all this nonsense. She guessed that it was this guy who watched them. Due to the fact that he was dressed as a refugee who certainly could not appear in the prosperous area of the 6th Street, the spy lied about the fact that he just passed by, but the girl did not even ask what he was doing because she tied him with a priest she saw how he spied on them. Then, the stranger began to say that his name was Hu Lei, but this was absolutely not the information that Sun Jiao was needed. The girl decided to speed up the mental processes of the spy and beat him in a defenseless place every 10 seconds. She began the countdown, and the man desperately tried to prove that he knew nothing, so he asked him to let him go. Hu Lei was still trying to make excuses, but Sun Jiao had already counted to 1 and was going to bring her plan in action. Suddenly, Zhang Chen intervened in the situation, who did not want to solve problems with violence. Hu Lei was very happy and thanked the big brother for such mercy. But everything was not so simple because the guy was going to invite a mutant dog here if the spy continues to pretend. Zhang Chen explained that, contrary to violence, he prefers to answer the transactions because, in the end, he was a businessman by nature. He rummaged in his pocket and lived a spy to cooperate for the energy crystal. The guy advised Hu Lei not to lie because it was obvious that his boss would never be so generous. When the man saw such a generous reward, he immediately got sick and began to talk about some kind of mercenaries. The main character did not understand at all what was at stake, so he turned to his partner to ask if she had heard about it before. The girl said that the slave trade and violence against the survivors are the main activities of this organization, which is located in an experimental school in the city of Sunjiang. In the end, the spy admitted that it all started when our heroes went to the pawn shop. Nearby, there were just the bandits who saw that Zhang Chen had high-quality and expensive canned food. The boss explained to his ward that the protagonist was a real walking bunch of crystals, so he got up from his place because they had some job right now. They walked next to the doors of the VIP room and went to the rear door of the trading unit. The subordinate guessed that his boss had already managed to find another fat lamb. The bandit explained that their goal is quite thick, but they will have to wait and see if it was really a valuable lamb. He smoked a cigarette, and a few minutes later our hero came out from the door, behind which they followed. The bandit noted that Jiang Chen was served by the celebrity of the knot, so he was probably some kind of rich boy who decided to experience his life. They believed that Sun Jiao was a real problem on the way to their goal, so it was necessary to wait a little more so as not to run into trouble. Then the boss asked that he was still informing the informant to his subordinate. In the end, he ordered his ally to further follow their goal without using any communication devices, but he was going to continue observation. At the same time, the boss understood that they could not do anything with their goal within the 6th Street. As soon as they are convinced of all aspects, they were going to ask Hule to follow this couple. At that moment, the bandit looked out from the wall and saw how our heroes simply kissed. He continued his surveillance and saw that they went to the vaccination clinic when the sun was already sitting beyond the horizon. The bandit did not lag behind them a single step and proceeded further to the exhibition of weapons. He saw that their goal was buying ammunition, so he concluded that they definitely need to be more careful with them. At that moment, a comrade returned to him, who just brought their spy. Then the boss put his hand on Hule's shoulder and pointed to those 2 people in the arms store, asking not to take their eyes off them and inform them when they leave the city. The leader of the gang promised 5 units of crystals for this task, so the man agreed without unnecessary questions. Then the bandit asked his boss if he confirmed that it was a jams, which could be attacked without problems. The boss noted that the couple first bought vaccinations, then cartridges and explosives, but also concluded that they have their own production routes. He believed that these 2 most likely were just fools, that they experienced their luck on this wasteland and somehow got into their own hands in a beautiful batch of goods. In the end, the bandit understood that someone else could notice them. So in any case, he wanted to get both of our heroes. On this, Hule finished his story and swore that he said everything he knew, so he demanded a reward for the information. In fact, a man could not believe that he would turn out as many as 100 units of energy, because it was a rather big amount. He began to think that 1 unit of crystal can be exchanged for 10 nutrient solutions, but decided not to even think just about food. Hule considered that even in the most extravagant place in this wasteland, he could live a whole month for this amount. He rejoiced that he could get good money while this guy needed, and did not notice that our hero had already sent a gun at him. In the end, the man nevertheless opened his eyes and felt that a cold muzzle of a pistol was leaning against his forehead. Zhangchen made a difficult decision and still shot at a spy but began to shake, because he had never killed people before. The guy desperately tried to calm down and breathe as deep as possible, but he could hardly. Sun Jiao noted that blood spots were a rather serious problem that needed to be rid of, but still sat down next to the young man to reassure him. She looked at the young man who was very panicked, and agreed to help him hide all the evidence. Then the main character I finally could calm down a little and promise to get used to life in this cruel world. Sun Jiao could not stay away when her lover panicked so she climbed onto his knees. She asked if the young man would remain in this world, and our hero was surprised that she already knew everything. The girl hugged Jiang Chelin tightly and begged not to leave her alone in this world. Our hero hugged Sun Jiao in response and asked her not to worry because he was never going to leave her. It was that evening that the guy decided everything. Although initially, his plan was to get a bunch of gold from this place and return to his world in order to live like a millionaire. But now, it seems that he cannot completely separate from this world because of Sun Jiao, to which he had already managed to attach. In the end, Jiang Chen decided to find a way to take the girl his world, because there was a hellish place for people. Meanwhile, the girl said that she absolutely believes the main character and suggested starting to remove traces of their murder. She winked at the young man and was going to go to the shower first to change clothes and wash off her traces of blood. The protagonist changed clothes and at that moment noticed that nevertheless the genetic injection worked because he received an ideal body. The girl asked Jiang Chen to stop flying in the clouds and finally get down to business. He already wanted to have dinner, but Sun Jiao stopped him, because before that they need to deal with that unfortunate guy. After some time, the body of Hule, in the head of which now gaping a hole from the shot, was packed in a black bag. The hotel employees carefully carried out the body, and the robot began to diligently remove traces of blood. The administrator apologized to the guests for the shortcomings of the hotel and invited them to the restaurant, offering a free dinner on behalf of the administration. Sun Jiao thanked for such an opportunity, but said that she was busy, so the administrator could be free. In fact, the girl was simply not interested in some steaks from mutant cows when she had Jiang Chen, who knew how to cook deliciously from normal food. Meanwhile, our hero has already found a device that he had to help prepare dinner. He took a pack of organic rice from his world and poured the right amount of cereal into the dishes. The guy noticed that Sun Jiao was watching him all this time and guessed that she was wondering where the rice bag came from. In fact, the girl did not see the point in this because she knew that the main character would still not tell anything. She was very hungry, so she asked Jiang Chelin to pour 3 portions of the prepared dish. Very soon, the young man served several portions of incredibly appetizing dishes on the table. The girl was very glad when she saw so much food and asked our hero that he had prepared. The guy said that there was chicken curry, mapo tofu, and bamboo shoots with chopped pork, but did not admit that some products were mothballed. The protagonist did not even have time to say anything when Sun Jiao had already run all over the food on the table, commenting on how tasty everything was. He remembered that so much rice was enough for him for 3 days, but now they together ate it only at a time. It was only that the guy did not even feel satiety, so he began to guess that the genetic injection is really powerful. After that, he carefully looked at his partner and now understood that the reason for her huge appetite was not only that she was gourmet, and Sun Jiao did not like that the young man was so staring at her. Our hero admitted that he was afraid that the girl would really ruin, because of which he really could not afford to feed her. Sun Jiao was embarrassed and promised the next time to eat less. Only one plate. But then the guy laughed and said that it was just a draw. The girl was very angry that Zhang Chen dared to laugh at me, so she was going to teach him for such audacity. Zhang Chen grabbed her hands and assured her with a decisive and serious look that it doesn't matter how much she eats, because in any case he could afford to feed her. Sun Jiao only shrugged embarrassedly, and the main character was happy that he was so smart and was able to save himself from the rage of his partner. The girl was not going to release our hero so easily, because now she may not restrain herself after the genetic modifier strengthened the body of the young man. Zhang Chen was about to get a little, and the partner himself suggested returning to bed, offering to discuss the plan of their battle a little later. After some time, Sun Jiao was lying on the bed and talked about the fact that the building of the Qinpu Commercial Bank was located in a flourishing area. In addition, the density of the zombie and the level of radiation in this place are extremely high. Also, this place is teeming with dangerous creatures, so if they still need to get the gold that lies there, they should enter with a safe tunnel. At that moment, the girl noticed that the young man did not look particularly involved, so with irritation in her voice asked if he listened to her. Zhang Chen embarrassedly said that he was listening to her. He didn't look like that, and asked that she was holding the little thing in her hands. Sun Jiao believed that still there should be the limit of the ignorance of our hero, but explained that it was a holographic computer. The main character deleted his interest, so now he asked what dangerous species his partner talked about. The girl explained that these are creatures by the type of Rashan on whom they stumbled up this morning. Then she showed the claws of death, the crystalline index of which is 40 to 50, and it also is fast and agile and has a sharp sense of smell. Our hero was shocked when he realized that this thing could roam the building of a commercial bank. But Sun Jiao warned that this creature could be found in all kinds of places. Zhang Chen became much more serious when he realized that the mission would be difficult, and asked if the girl had some kind of plan. Sun Jiao explained that you can blow up the entrance to the storage or go to the dispatch, hack the host, and open the code castle, gaining access to the storage. After listening to his partner, the main character asked where she had all this information from and whether she was reliable. The girl explained that in the city of Ludin there is a complete cartographic base, and apparently these data were loaded from pre-war satellites, so there should be no problems with this. She turned off her holographic computer and noticed what was the time to solve. They will use the same plan. Our hero understood that they would attract a whole crowd of zombies with an explosion, so it is better to choose the background and simply hack the host. Sun Jiao joked that she could demolish the host car right in front of the guy, and still admitted that she did not own hacking skills. She explained that there are quite a few experts, so they can hire someone, that they will not cost them so much. In the end, the guy decided that they would find someone to fulfill the plan at number 2, and invited his partner to think about whether they had missed something important. The girl guessed that the protagonist was worried about the mercenaries of the ashes, and explained that Zhang Chen was a great fat lamb in their eyes. The young man agreed with Sun Jiao and shared the feeling that the organization would make its move when they leave the district, or continue to follow them somewhere by surprise. In the end, he invented something and whispered his plan to the girl in his ear. It turns out that our hero decided to act separately, and tomorrow he had to go to slums to choose his partner for their assignment. In turn, Sun Jiao, who was confident in his abilities, had to go unnoticed. The guy was sure that even if he also wanted to leave, no one in this world could stop him. He went to the slums and noticed that, despite the summer, it is sometimes very cold here, like in the fall, because microscopic radiation dust blocks ultraviolet rays. The main character has already met the right one who asked what was on his boss's mind. The man showed a hacker dossier, which was written that he specializes in business management and technology. And earlier he led the introduction to the telephone market, which became popular throughout Asia. Jiang Chen emphasized that he needs a computer expert, but for some reason he was found some kind of vice president of the company. Mr. Van apologized and decided to find another person, and the hero realized that the boss of the canning company is influential here, so he was going to buy the whole factory when he got rich. Also, such a purchase could save the guy from the need to wash the date of production each time using sandpaper. His thoughts were interrupted by Mr. Van, who found a new man for Jiang Chang. The man explained that due to the fact that the production of bullets and the like does not require any advanced technologies, technical experts are poorly sold here. Our hero began to consider the resume of all potential hackers, and Mr. Wang already thought that nothing was suitable for him. In fact, there were several very suitable options for the guy, but he asked why only one criminals were on the list. The old man laughed awkwardly and explained that there was nothing to do with it because they all refugees here have freedom. He said that every person in the slums, who at least once received the cost of living, is technically the property of the 6th Street. The 6th Street is still a rather humane place, so those who are allowed to be sold are either worthless people, incapable of work, or criminals. Mr. Van emphasized that our hero has nothing to worry about, because those who are sold are left here with an electronic fraudster, so they can be punished if they want to harm. Jiang Chen understood that he had no other choice, and hoped that everything would be fine if he would be careful and took one of the employees. Suddenly, one of the guards turned to the refugee at number 010342, ordering him to stop, because I was going to shoot at. But this child ran to the main character. It was a girl who raised her head and looked at Jiang Chen with frightened eyes with hope. Our hero asked what this happened, and Mr. Van apologized and explained that this another refugee was running out at large. The girl in tears apologized for listening to their conversation, but said that she was versed in computers, so she begged Jiang Chen to buy her. The guard did not wait long and grabbed the refugee so that she would no longer be mistaken next to an important guest. But the protagonist still could not take his gaze from her. Mr. Van was very sorry, but that they still had many fools who still could not wait to visit hell. And the guy asked what would happen next to this girl. He replied that the refugee would be sent to a labor camp, and our hero was surprised that the child would work at this age. The old man explained that the girl was not so young, because as a rule, bracelets that limit the entrance are only faced with faces over 16 years old. In the end, the protagonist did not even want to continue to examine the hackers and agreed to take this girl, which surprised Mr. Wang. Just Jiang Chen understood that with such a tiny body, intensive work would simply kill this girl for several days, so he decided to save her from this. Then the man hinted that he still has many such copies if the guy likes this type. Jiang Chen immediately shouted at the old man, because of which he immediately apologized and promised to shut up. The main character was not particularly angry and promised this time to let the man let go, and then asked how much time was left before the end of the process. Mr. Van explained that all this would take about 1 day, and was going to find out the client's address. But Jiang Chen offered 2 crystals to wait right here. The man still tried to explain that there were some judicial procedures, but our hero was absolutely all the same, so he offered 3 crystals. After that, the old man agreed to take care of this without problems and immediately ran to deal with the trials about this girl. The protagonist laughed smugly because he believed that he had a rather imperious look. After some time, Mr. Van returned with the girl and explained that he took a medical examination for a while, then asked the client to simply sign, after which he could calmly leave. Jiang Chen once again specified exactly where he needed to sign, and now the man said that number 010342 is now belonging to our world. In the end, Mr. Van was about to leave if the guy was not required nothing more, and thanked him for his cooperation. Saying goodbye to Mr. Van, the protagonist turned to the girl and asked what her name was. The girl embarrassedly raised her gaze and replied that her name was Yao Yao Jia. Then the main character asked if his new partner had some kind of knowledge of the calculations, and she proudly confirmed this. All the same, the girl continued to be afraid and continued through force a story about her skills. It turned out that in the field of calculation she achieved a B class in the virtual education system, so it did not matter whether it was programming or hacking, because she did everything completely well. Jiang Chen doubted all this a little, so he asked why the girl was still so poor if she had such high skills. Yamajiao explained in a trembling voice that in the slums there are too many people have such skills. In the end, the girl realized that she should be more confident, so she promised that with her potential, our hero certainly had no loss. The guy was delighted when he saw such a combat setting of the settings of Yao Jiao, so he smiled kindly for her. He understood that the girl froze all this time, so he took off his cloak and threw it on Yao Yao Jia. The main character understood that it was better not to catch a cold, because it is not so easy to treat here. Jiang Chen carefully stroked the girl on the head and offered to leave, because their important things did not wait. Yamaji did not expect that she would be so good at her, so she restrained the tears of happiness through force. Our hero, who did not suspect that his decision from sympathy would change not only his future, but also the fate of the girl, said that he would soon introduce her to the older sister. Sun Jiao, who was waiting at the hotel, skeptically perceived such a choice of her partner. The young man immediately defended him and explained that this girl was a computer genius found in slums. The girl guessed that Jiang Chen simply decided to save this defenseless girl. The protagonist hinted that such a young rabble should have nothing with the dust body, which was quite suitable for their situation. His partner did not even want to hear the phrase, because all this was for the sake of their own safety. In the end, Sun Jiao decided not to wait anymore and talked to the girl herself to find out everything about her. The girl took Yao Jiaqin and asked if she knew Zhou Gopin. Yama Jiao was immediately at a loss when she heard an unfamiliar name, but she replied that she had no idea who it was. Sun Jiao carefully looked at the new partner and tried to analyze whether she lied. As a result, the girl said that everything was fine and hoped that Yao Jia would not mind if she searches her. She did not stand on ceremony and simply tore the cloak, which was the only clothes on the girl's body. The main character did not expect at all that his partner would use a similar method, so he was embarrassed. Sun Jiao was absolutely calm about this, so she simply explained that this search was needed in order to check whether Yao Jia was safe, while the young man dutifully waited on the balcony, so as not to aggravate and so uncomfortable the situation. The girl watched Yao Jiao and saw that she had no surveillance devices and weapons. In the end, our hero asked his partner to stop this search and handed the girl new clothes. When Yao Jiao began to dress, the guy was embarrassed again, because of which blood went from his nose. In turn, Sun Jiao did not understand why the main character was still so shy because it was just his slave, which he could consider with his property. She hinted that even if Jiang Chen wants to do something with her slave, she still could not resist. The young man immediately thought that the girl would be jealous of him. But she did not think so. Jiang Chen still decided to finish this conversation, and without jokes to move on to serious topics. The guy introduced himself and his partner Nu, and explained that now she also consists in their team. Yamaji continued to think that she was just a slave, so she bowed to our hero, called him the master. The young man asked not to call him the master and allowed him to turn to him by name. And then he wanted to remove the bracelet from the girl's neck, because now he completely trusted her. The girl's reaction was rather strange because she retreated sharply and stated that she did not want to shoot this bracelet. Yamaji was in earnest, so farther and further moved away from the protagonist, who fell into a stupor. The guy was awkwardly puzzled and could not understand what the girl was doing now. She explained that she did not feed the hostility to such a kind master and believes that she was very lucky and was simply afraid that he wanted to leave her. Sun Jiao also believed that the failure of the recovery measures is not equivalent to trust, so she noticed that it was a rather smart baby. She explained that if the guy removes an electric bracelet with Yao Jia, this lady will definitely feel his alertness. The main character thought about the fact that it is natural for the human heart to be unpredictable if you live in such a world, and understood that he was still using his personal image of thinking to judge the brutal future. Meanwhile, Yao Jiao, clenching his fists, explained that if she wears this bracelet, then others feel safer next to her, which was enough for her. She admitted that she has no ambitions because she just wants to continue to live on. The girl was embarrassed and added that, of course, it would be better if she could be happier. And our hero again laid a hand on her head. Jiang Chen asked to believe him and promised that they would be happy together, then asked his partner to take Yao to the bathroom. It seemed to our hero that the girls were looking at him through the prism of their post-apocalyptic thinking, and his kindness seems to them children's non-power. He concluded that perhaps fearlessness was the most unusual value of this world, and thought whether all the cruelty of this world was afraid of if they could get out of this dangerous environment. Meanwhile, the girls have already begun in bath procedures, during which Sun Jiao decided to discuss something. The girl explained that the young lady does not need to be so nervous because she treats her people very well, and asked if she could call a new partner just Yao. She noticed that the skin of Yao Jia became very tender after they washed. The girl explained that all this was due to the capsule for sleeping the third model because the stay there improves body functionality. Sun Jiao believed that sleeping capsule was a rather extravagant toy. Then she thought that in this case Yao was so well preserved that she could even be older than her. The girl was immediately very embarrassed and explained that this was not at all about Yama said that she entered the sleeping compartment when she was 12 and probably spent about 20 years in it. However, her body was old for only 2 years due to the inhibitor that she accepted. At the same time, the doctor said that her body was only 16 on the 6th street where she lived, and mental development is 14-year-old. Sun Jiao did not know much about this, but folded 12 and 20, concluding that her new partner was 32 years old. Yama offended that she was not so old, and the girl only laughed and acquired her new girlfriend. Sun Jiao easily raised her and stated that now the time had come for surfing. The girl did not even have time to say anything before they had already fallen into the bath, splashing all the water around. Meanwhile, the main character was preparing dinner and heard how the loud laughter of his partner came from the bathroom. Jiang Chen did not even expect that they were so quickly friends, but was only glad of this. The next moment, the bathroom doors opened and Sun Jiao ran out of there, which was covered with only one towel. She did not even begin to dress, but already sat down at the table and grabbed the can of cola. The main character also noticed that the girl could at least dress before drinking and sitting down at the table. Sun Jiao was very glad and called Yao Yao to join them as soon as possible, but she wanted to change clothes after the bathroom to begin with. The girl was in a stupor for a few seconds because she did not expect at all that she would prepare a separate place at the table. She thought that this was just a dream when she saw all the delicious food that the main character prepared. The girl was so overwhelmed by emotions that she continued to stand stupor and still did not sit at the table. Sun Jiao waved her hand in front of his partner's face to pull her out of the endless stream of thoughts. Yama decided to bite her hand in order to check exactly if she was in reality. She felt that it was quite painful, so he concluded that she was not really asleep. Our hero laughed with the fact that if the girl does not join right now, then Sun Jiao will definitely eat her food. In the eyes of Yao Yao Jia, tears appeared, and she once again asked if there was a portion for her. The guy explained that now they should eat together, and then shouted to Sun Jiao for eating so quickly, because in any case, no one took away food from him. In the end, the girl finally sat down at the table, but was still in a stupor, because she did not believe that she was so lucky. The next day, our whole team went to complete their assignment to the place where there was absolute silence. Suddenly, an incredibly strong explosion thundered, which violated this absolute silence. The protagonist was able to dodge him, and on his hands carried Yao, so that Tanya would fall into any trouble. While their enemies reloaded, Sun Jiao shouted so that the guy followed her to a safe place. A moment later, the bandits again opened fire on our heroes and a hail of bullets fell in their direction. The leader of the criminals said to the radio that the fat lamb was running away, so he ordered to go in pursuit and explore the second sector. Their ally quickly found the team Jiang Chen in the second sector and tried to catch up with them as quickly as possible. The leader could not understand how our heroes were able to find out about this, because they were on the campaign only last night. He turned around and saw that all his subordinates were still standing still, so he ordered to go in pursuit with a cry, because if they were fusing everything, then the boss would just kill them. Meanwhile, the main character had already heard that they had gone in pursuit, so he asked his partner if they had already reached the right place. The girl accelerated a little and replied that they would come there very soon. The explosion thundered again and Sun Jiao quickly jumped on a piece of concrete, which flew to the side. She said that it was a block of buildings, so she asked Jiang Jenny to run forward as soon as possible. Yama noticed that their enemy was already very close, and the protagonist thought that Song Jiao was still so courageous, despite the fact that he was heels. All this situation pressed a little on the young man, but he tried to reassure himself that so far everything was going according to plan. Now events are transferred a couple of hours ago when our heroes were just going on this campaign. Our hero was bought by a computer that had thousands of terabytes of memory, a super highly manufacturing processor, low energy consumption, which is why the seller noted that Jiang Chen had a hint of eyes. He believed that holographic computers and some spare parts would help in calculations, so he asked if he could pay energy crystals. The guy handed over all these devices of Yao Yao and asked her to hold this bag tightly, and in the meantime, the seller said that everything would cost 20 units of crystals. Then they went further about their business. The girl was happy that the master buys so much for her. Jiang Chen only took the first step behind the city and heard that there was already some stranger behind them. The main character was surprised that the gang aimed at them so quickly. He noticed that the drug increased not only its muscle mass and appetite, but also observation. Meanwhile, Sun Jiao calmly asked to simply ignore their enemies and follow according to their plan. She stopped and warned that there was a crossroads in front, where it was convenient to make an ambush. The girl asked her partners to act carefully. She was about to go the first to intelligence. At that moment, she gave a sign so that everyone was silent and looked around again carefully. Sun Jiao began to suspect something because it was too quiet around, as if all the sounds suddenly disappeared, creating an ominous feeling of impending danger. And indeed, the same bandits were already waiting for their goal in ambush that the girl felt, so now she was sure that they would not reach calmly. The leader of the group carefully watched the development of events, and Sun Jiao decided to act unpredictably. Therefore, asked our hero to hold Yao tightly, picked up a grenade. She warned that on her command they should all run together, and the countdown began. The explosion that hid their escape thundered, and the girl shouted to everyone to run forward. In the end, Jiang Chen and the girl in her arms were able to escape. So now he was sitting behind the wall trying to take his breath. The young man noticed that, even with a gene coal, to run with a person in his arms is difficult. Sun Jiao ancestralized that now they needed to prepare for the confrontation, and asked if our hero could withstand enemies. The guy, though through force, got to his feet and replied that he could easily join the battle. But Yao Yao still worried about him. He worried and asked his partner if they would bury them here alive, but Sun Jiao continued to remain calm and assured that if the bandits needed money, they would be more careful. The next second, the girl also tensed a little because she saw that the gang was already here. Among the bandits was a man named Lu Rage, whom the boss sent here to watch 2 fat lambs. No one knew that our heroes would undertake that they would not notice them, because the bandits have already seen that their goal immediately began to run away. From his observations, Lu Rida has already concluded that those 2 should have made themselves a gene. He believed that the vaccine was not what the boss could afford, but this guy, except that he had an injection for himself, but also paid for such an opportunity for his partner. The man was sure that, in any case, they soon find out everything, because these 2 fat lambs, most likely, would not be able to run further. According to the radio, he ordered that the 2 and 3 sector would be directed here, but could not agree, because his comrades had already arrived in the head. Drops of blood flew onto the Raja, and the main character, who was now holding the weapon in his hands, did not stop the fire on his enemies. The guy shouted loudly, not holding his emotions in himself, and after a while, Sun Jiao joined him. The leader of the bandits did not expect that events would develop in this way, and in a panic ordered his people to disperse and prepare for battle. In the end, they hid behind the nearest surviving wall. But our heroes, they stopped the fire, so it was almost unrealistic to look out. Now the young man felt the real taste of the battle and laughed loudly, wanting to kill everyone who would go against him. Seeing so many ammunition, Lu Rage realized that their lamb was truly rich. At the same time, Sun Jiao pulled the protagonist and scolded him for not at all aiming before shooting. The girl asked in irritation what was the matter, because she did not appreciate the style of the battle of her partner. Jiang Chen shyly explained that he simply outplayed PUBG, so he could not hold on as soon as he took the real weapon in his hands. Sun Jiao asked him to stop carrying nonsense and counterattack faster. And meanwhile, Yao Yao hid behind the wall and was very afraid of all the loud sounds around. The girl was so scared that she could no longer hold and burst into tears because there was no one next to her. Meanwhile, Sun Jiao was very angry and was going to show everyone how really she was strong. Lu Rage understood that their opponents had too much firepower, so they had no chance to advance forward. He did not understand where there was all the reinforcement and why it still did not jump to them to the point. It was at that moment that a car broke through to them, in which the same reinforcement for grouping bandits was located. A machine gunner appeared from the trunk of a car, who immediately joined the battle. Sun Jiao understood that the situation is not in their favor, so she asked our hero to follow the plan and retreat first. The guy did not mind, but asked his partner to be careful, after which he left the battlefield. The next second, the girl joined the battle with a machine gunner, who was now posed the most important danger. After that, she also began to retreat and tried to evade the bullets, masterfully making a somersault forward. Lu Rage noticed that their main goal escaped, so he asked his partner to get off the machine gun and start the search. The machine gunner began to turn to the girl and asked her to stop hiding, promising that they would no longer shoot. Quite unexpectedly, a hot bullet flew into his throat, so he could no longer say anything. Lu Raj in a panic hid behind the wall again and tried to shout to his allies so that they opened fire. Sun Jiao laughed with the fact that her opponents were so stupid and took out another grenade. The defeated machine gunner lay helplessly on the ground and cried, because he believed that his song was not yet in a hurry. The next second, a powerful explosion thundered, which became the final chord in their fierce battle. Now the girl realized that she successfully dealt with all the bandits and also escaped to meet the main character. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen and Yao Yao Jiao had already come to the right place where Luke was located, who led somewhere down. Our hero asked the girl to gently jump down and stood so as to catch her without problems. Having overcome her fear, the girl still could jump and fell right into the guy. Yao Yao was still worried about Sun Jiao, so she asked the protagonist if she would be alright. The guy assured that she certainly had no problems and offered his companion to just wait for the girl here. At that moment, the girl looked around and realized that all this time they were in the drainage system. The main character smiled and confirmed the guesses of Yao Yao about the fact that this is the underground drainage system of this city. The young man said that he noticed this place when inspecting a map with Sun Jiao when they built a plan of this mission. Suddenly, the guy heard that a familiar voice turned to him from above and asked to prepare. Jiang Chen at the last moment put up his hands to still catch Sun Jiao, who so sharply decided to jump to them. The main character asked his partner if she was afraid to hit her head, jumping in such a pose. The girl understood that there was really a danger in this, but she was confident in her lover who could catch her without problems. Meanwhile, Lu Raji was furious due to the fact that they were so easily able to miss Sun Jiao, who simply evaporated right from under their nose. The subordinate was afraid of his angry boss and tried to justify himself that this girl was too agile and very tagged. The boss called them a bunch of stupid donkeys and ordered them to continue the search because they could not so easily release their target. At the same time, our heroes closed the hatch into the drainage system, although there were problems with this, because the main character still did not have enough strength to hold Sun Jiao. Jiang Chen asked what weight the girl had, but she asked him to remember that a woman could never ask, as well as about her age. She said that she installed a bomb upstairs and took a detonator out of her pants. Sun Jiao asked our hero to take this device and finally start the next step of their plan. She, with a rather smile on her face, asked the guy to finally punish the villains who dared to go against them. Jiang Chen thought for a few seconds, but in the end decided that he had no reason to sympathize with these bandits. Lu Raid, who, together with his team, still remained on the surface, could not believe that their goal was still able to slip away. At that moment, one of the bandits turned to the boss and stated that he had finally found something worthwhile. It turned out that all the bandits were already gathered around the hatch, who led to the drainage system, guessing that the girl hid here. All of them were going to take revenge on Sun Jiao because she took too many lives of their brothers. But everything was not so simple, because the bandit, who was trying to open the hatch, said that he was closed from the inside. Meanwhile, the other soldier also looked around and saw that on one of the pillars of Zidani something was attached to the explosives. The boss did not pay attention to this at all and ordered his subordinates to bring the electric vehicle to prevent our heroes from escaping. In the end, he saw that one of the soldiers was running away too late, not suspecting that there was a real bomb behind him. Lu Rage understood the whole deplorableness of the situation and hoped that his name would be remembered because he understood that now he could die at any moment. At the same time, the main character understood that it was time to take revenge and was about to send all his enemies straight to hell. Now the guy without any doubt switched to the detonator in his hands. The next moment, such a strong explosion thundered in the building that it just scattered into pieces. From afar, it was possible to observe how a high-rise building in a few seconds turned out like a house. As a result, only useless bodies remained from the bandits, which now would not bring any benefit. After our heroes figured out their rivals, they could easily go further along the underground tunnels, scaring the rats that they met along the way. Our hero with fear asked Sun Jiao about whether the leader of the Ashes would spit blood from rabies when hearing that his guys were buried. The girl laughed and confirmed the fears of the young man with confidence in her voice. In addition, she thought that Glova Pra would bring people for revenge if they appear once again on the 6th Street. However, all this did not matter, because there are many things that can be bought in other places. Moreover, the girl was sure that there was no opportunity to slam this criminal organization. Our hero thought that the leader of the Ashes was a cruel maniac, and meanwhile, Yao Yao noticed that there was some strange sound behind them. The girl turned around and scared, because some strange animal made these sounds. Jiang Chen immediately drew attention to the strange reaction of her partner and decided to calm her down. He asked with a smile what happened to the girl, and she replied that this place was too terrible. The guy asked her not to be afraid and just follow the brother, promising that he would definitely protect her. Sun Jiao immediately decided to laugh at the main character and asked how many bandits he managed to kill. The confidence of the young man immediately disappeared somewhere, because he was able to kill only 1 or 2 enemies. The girl asked Jiang Chen not to invent anything, because it was more like a wound of 1 or 2. The main character tried to prove that this is the same thing, because in the end, the bandits lost their combat effectiveness. Seeing this small quarrel, Yao Yao was able to get distracted and even laughed, despite her fear. The guy self-confidently stated that this is only a matter of time when he still could become a pros. They decided not to waste time anymore and go ahead faster. And our hero did not even think that the drainage system would be so strong. Jongchen said that in the place where he lived, from such an explosion she would have collapsed for a long time. Although the government put a lot of efforts to such objects, the team went ahead and did not suspect that all this time they were not alone here, because he went to the monster nearby who ruthlessly eaten rats. Then they walked in some narrow places, so the guy decided to ask how much it was left to go. To which Sun Jiao replied that the exit upstairs should be somewhere here. At this moment, Zhang Chen felt that for an unknown reason his heart was beating too quickly. The guy began to feel that something was clearly wrong, so he wanted to get out of here as soon as possible. Having a bad foreboding, he asked Yao Yao to follow him and not to lag a single step. They were almost at the exit, but the main character stopped abruptly because he heard some sharp sounds behind their backs. The young man instantly turned around and saw that you had left a considerable number of shells aside. Sun Jiao instantly reacted to the danger and pushed our hero with Yao Yao so that they would not fall under the fire. As a result, this was able to help, because at the entire speed of the bullets crashed only into the wall of the drainage system. Still, one of the bullets hit the girl's hand and went through and through that Jiang Chen clearly saw. She tried to stop blood and warned the protagonist that some creatures living here were dangerous. Jiang Chen was seriously scared and looked widely opened at his partner, who was now bleeding. The young man was scared by the fact that she was injured due to the fact that she had to save him. Sun Jiao said that these monsters live in the dark and it seems see food in their team. So our hero and girl should leave this place as quickly as possible. But the guy was not going to leave his partner here. The girl promised to stay here and deal with the monster, and Zhang Chen asked me to leave here alive. Meanwhile, a whole crowd of zombies appeared from the darkness, which were not opposed to enjoy our heroes. In the end, Zhang Chen was not going to stand aside and strugglingly grabbed one of the monsters right behind his head. The protagonist asked Sun Jiao to feel that he would by no means leave her alone with such a disaster. The guy was in incredible rage, so he was ready to kill anyone who dares to touch his lover. Jiang Chen understood that he would be a weakness if he could not even protect his girlfriend. At that moment, he was already surrounded by a crowd of monsters, but the young man gathered all his strength and one by one turned their heads. Then, our hero decided to use the weapon, so he brought the machine to one of the zombies and ruthlessly fired. It seems that the guy was able to discover new abilities due to the fact that he so much wanted to protect his love. A crowd of zombies climbed onto him, but he did not pay attention to this at all and continued to bravely defend his team. Zhang Chen in no case could forgive the fact that some monsters wounded his beloved girl. He continued to deal with all his rivals without any problems and promised that he would kill them all. Sun Jiao continued to watch this shocked and understood that the situation was aggravated, so the guy would be in danger if this does not end. The anger of our hero could not be stopped, so he dealt with everyone who met in his way. He did not care that his opponents did not end, because he could break everyone with his bare hands. The brainless mutants did not even have time to do anything before meeting with a ruthless main character. In the end, the guy was able to deal with all the monsters and, all smeared in blood, stood in the middle of their body trying to take his breath after such a fierce battle. At this time, Yao Yao helped the wounded Sun Jiao and pulled her open wound with a cloth. The girl was not even going to think about her safety, so she asked the guy to sound as soon as possible to go to Jianchan. Yama could not understand what was the matter, and then Sun Jiao explained that the guy was in danger, despite the fact that he could withstand so many zombies. Meanwhile, the exhausted protagonist was finally able to recover and was about to leave the battlefield. It turned out that not all zombies had died yet, so one of them guessed to get the blade in order to finally deal with the young man. Zhang Chen did not suspect this, so he did not have time to react when the monster grabbed his leg. With one sharp movement, the mutant pulled our hero to his place, because of which he could not maintain balance and simply fell. He was not going to waste time, so he immediately swung to finally end the main character. Jiang Chen only managed to turn around for a second to see what this monster was going to do with him. In the end, the guy still managed to put his hand, so the blade came across only it. The zombie still continued to stand on his own and was not going to let our hero go so easily, so he put his strength and pressed the blade. In turn, the young man also had the strength, so as not to give up and desperately fight for his life. At this moment, a shot sounded along the tunnels of the drainage system, after which the monster simply broke into pieces. It turned out that Yao Yao was so brave that she could still take up arms and save the protagonist. The girl tried to shout to our hero, but he no longer had the strength, so he began to lose consciousness and did not hear anything. She asked Zhang Chen not to worry, but he could not make out what she was saying. The next morning, the main character woke up in bed and could not remember what happened to him. The guy tensed as much as possible to remember what happened to him yesterday. He was upset due to the fact that he did not remember anything at all and could not understand the reason for this. Meanwhile, Yao Yao entered the room, who was delighted that our hero finally woke up and brought him a basin of water so that he washed. Sun Jiao instantly came to the room to the young man and asked how his well-being was after such exhaustion. Zhang Chen washed and asked to postpone the conversation on this topic after breakfast. The guy sat down at the set table and began to remember that yesterday, they were haunted by a whole body of mercenaries. He understood that he was moving in the right direction, and remembered that after that they went down to the sewer. Only then the main character begins to have problems with his memories. Only some terrible paintings that he managed to see in the tunnels of the drainage system popped up his head. He remembered how Yao Yao led him under the shoulder through the underground passages, which were completely covered with corpses. In the end, our hero could not withstand such a sight and turned everything out. Zhang Chen with horror recalled that the corpses were just everywhere, covering the ground with a continuous carpet of death, and the air was saturated with the smell of blood and decay. The problem was that even now he felt this vile smell. Although there was an appetizing food in front of him on the table, the guy did not expect at all that in this world even underground drainage canals were filled with horror and death. Sun Jiao saw that our hero hung somewhere in his thoughts, so she asked to stop thinking about it, explaining that this was just… She said that these creatures are hidden in dirty underground channels, worshipping the perverted faith and eating with the flesh and blood of their own kind. So they were enemies, and almost every human organization. The main character listened to all this and stated that he would have to leave for a while and promised to return after about a month, because they had no longer enough food supplies. Sun Jiao did not get upset about this, only asked the young man to return quickly. The girl's smile was finally able to cheer up Zhang Chen, so he wanted to have breakfast faster. After breakfast, they went together to wash the dishes, and Yao Yao joyfully ran nearby. Finally, the girl decided to talk about the fact that our hero fell into a rage of this, that he was completely mastered by anger. Zhang Chen was shocked when he heard in this information, because there were no memories of this in his head. The girl explained that, as a rule, genetic drugs change only 3 basic abilities, but this improves only the DNA surface. For this reason, some unpredictable mutations are possible, and, according to rumors, in some people 2 injections have grown. The main character was very scared, because what was injected to him was actually damn dangerous. Sun Jiao tried to calm him down and warned that the probability of this is extremely small, so she could also neglect. Now the young man calmed down and asked not to scare him in this way anymore. Meanwhile, the girl said that there are some people who, due to benign mutations, get quite useful abilities. Sun Jiao was one of them, so she lifted her clothes so that the truth was to demonstrate her skill. She explained that she received the ability called regeneration, so the traces of the bullet quickly healed. Simply put, this accelerates cell metabolism, quickly healing wounds, but frequent use of the ability can lead to sudden death. The guy realized that his partner was injured from yesterday's shooter, and she emphasized that our hero had the same ability. She asked Zhang Zhen to remember that such actions that deplete life force should be used with caution, and advised to check its ID for a detailed description of the ability. Only now our hero really fulfilled that he has an ID with which he can test his characteristics. Sun Jiao explained that in general, we are talking about increased strength and improved reflexes, as well as a guy can open records of using this ability that will help objectively understand it. She also added that, based on clinical reactions, when the one who has received this ability is influenced by strong emotions, his body cells experience irregular… The girl emphasized that this type of ability is best used only in rare cases, but Jiang Chen did not understand such fears. She immediately recalled that the protagonist had serious side effects after its use. Zhang Chen agreed with his partner and remembered how bad he was after a clash with monsters. Sun Jiao explained that it is possible to use the ability if all this happens in a safe place, but during hostilities there are many unpredictable factors. She warned that our hero will have only one outcome, if during the use of madness he will not be able to kill his opponent. The guy understood that if Yao Yao had not appeared yesterday on time, then he would already become a headless corpse. Maybe even his body would not have left. The girl explained that you should not panic, because this type of ability can be controlled after a while, and special drugs help to use it more effectively. She was sure that after training, the protagonist would be able to control his ability, such as she, because now she no longer needs the help of medicines. Sun Jiao handed over some drugs to the guy and asked them to install IDs in empty slots to use to control madness. She took the guy by the face and emphasizes that her advice remains the same. The girl firmly naying his cheeks and asked him to never rely only on her ability, The main character saw that there was several kilograms of gold in the bag and admired what Sun Jiao is delightful. He already spoke, but once again repeated that he did not need to be accompanied, promising that he would return very soon. Jiang Chen left and warned that all the food, which was enough for the girls for 6 months, was in the freezer. Suddenly he stopped because he saw that Yao 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 had a little hairstyle. She said with a smile that Zhao's sister helped to cut them last night, so that they no longer interfere with her. The main character did not even know that his partner was able to cut, and considered it cute. In the end, he still decided to go and ask the girls not to forget to eat vegetables and less canned products first of all. Sun Jiao was not going to just let her lover go. So she pulled him to her and kissed goodbye. The girl hoped that after that, the main character would tell her something romantic in the end. The young man laughed embarrassedly and was about to come up with something, but suddenly Yao Yao turned to him. She grabbed him tightly by the sweatshirt and carefully looked at Jiang Chen, who did not understand what was the matter. In fact, Yao Yao was too attached to her savior and now did not want him to leave. Our hero just asked the girl to be smart and listen to his sister while he would not be. The guy did not have time to finish because Yao Yao got up on tiptoe and also kissed Jiang Chen. After that, she was very embarrassed, so she quickly ran away, so as not to meet with Jiang Chen anymore. The young man, I still do not understand that this was happening now, laughed quietly and did not suspect that the angry Sun Jiao was already standing behind him. He explained that the girl could not blame him for this, but she was still very jealous. Yao Mo nevertheless found the strength to whine from another room and hoped that the main character would return soon. The guy winked at her and said that it would definitely happen in the near future. He left their base, asked the girls to return home because they should not accompany him further. After some time, the green sphere of light appeared on the bed of the protagonist in the real world. Jiang Chen fell on his cozy bed and was delighted that he was finally able to return to his native world. He looked at what was about 11 a.m. when he left the other side and concluded that the time in the post-apocalyptic world coincides with this. The guy enjoyed the fact that he finally hears this long-forgotten noise, which was created by merchants on the street, and not the whistle of bullets and shooting from heavy mechanical weapons. In the end, the main character decided that this civilization be the best thing in this world. Jiang Chen quickly jumped out of bed because he remembered that he should be engaged in business right now. To begin with, he decided to see how much all these gold ingots weigh. The guy carefully laid this backpack on the scales and thought that it was a miracle for him, the one who had never earned more than $3,000 a month. He tightly closed his eyes so as not to see the weight, because now his dream could come true into reality. In the end, our hero saw that now he owned as many as 35 kilograms of gold. Jiang Chen considered that if he sells only 7 kilograms of 200 yuan per gram, he will still get as much as 1.4 million yuan. He quickly ran out onto the balcony and screamed joyfully throughout the street that he was now damn rich. The guy crouched on the box and thought what to do with so many money, suggesting that it would be enough for him to buy a car and a house. He could not stop rejoicing that he could buy a luxurious mansion. But then he remembered that he would need to return to that terrible place, because there was still a whole treasury of gold. At the same time, he could not forget about Sun Jiao, who kissed him so firmly. He also understood that he could not throw the defenseless Yao, who recently saved from slavery. Remembering the latter, the main character laughed slyly and thought that he was definitely not a psycho obsessed with Lolia. After long thoughts, Jiang Chen decided that all this was pointless because he was returning to enjoy the usual life. To begin with, the guy was about to eat and wanted to prepare a chic dinner, and when the time came, he wanted to get rid of all the gold. He wanted to get a luxurious mansion and a chic car if he's still going to stay. In the end, all the gold in the storage belonged to our hero, so he should spend all the money when the courage is gaining and returning to that place. As for the small amount of the money that Jiang Chen had, he wanted to afford to enjoy them in full before he returned to that cruel world. So far, the guy decided to get a high-class holographic computer and have fun with him a little to kill time. He remembered that the seller said that preliminarily, 100 terabytes of films were loaded onto the computer, which were the best of the best. Jiang Chen could not wait for the moment when he could enjoy the technologies of the future. The young man did not expect at all that a little did not see the films that he expected to see on the computer. He tried to turn off everything instantly because the screams were too loud. The main character decided to watch the entire list of films but could not find something decent there. He thought about the fact that he was no longer Budotaka due to the lack of interest in this type of activity, because now he needs a decent business. The guy went outside and felt that everything here was filled with a feeling of déjà vu. However, in comparison with this confusing world, It formed such a bright and contrasting sensation. Jiang Chen thought that he really needed to relax, because if he continues, he would go crazy very soon. Our hero continued to move on, and noticed that on one of the trees there was a cycad nearby. It seemed to him that all this was so long ago when he saw some normal creatures, not mutants. The young man thought about whether there were cicadas in that world, because the cockroaches, oddly enough, were larger than dogs. He thought that if you convert gold into money, he could, in principle, forget about banks. The guy concluded that he needs gold stores that have the opportunity to take on the goods and not get into trouble. The main character was so lost in his thoughts that he did not even notice how he quickly reached the place he needed. He quickly stepped forward and pushed the glass door in front of him to get to this jewelry store. There he was met by a consultant who asked if Jiang Chen Ring chose for her lady. The guy was not at all interested, so he asked if this store accepted gold. The employee smiled and replied that they buy gold only 999 samples. The main character smiled back and asked to call a manager who could make a decision on this transaction. The girl was silent for several seconds, and then she turned around to call the store administrator. She thought that the young man in such and such clothes and with a backpack certainly came here to discuss the business, but in any case had to call the manager. The low man went out and went to Jiang Chen, who had already taken off to his backpack and demonstrated what was inside. The administrator was pleasantly surprised because it seemed that the real gold really lay inside in huge quantities. He immediately asked how to turn to the main character and asked him to go to another room to discuss all the details. Another employee said that, in total, there were 7,122 grams of gold, and from the color it was determined that the gold was really 999 samples. The man confirmed that there are no problems with the goods, so you can conduct a deal. The manager still continued to be nervous and asked if the guy had a bank account. Jiang Chen picked up 1 bullion of gold and replied that he was not going to use the services of the bank. Then the administrator turned to an employee named Lao Li and hinted that he had nothing more to listen to here. He respectfully turned to our hero and expressed his guesses that the source of his gold is probably not too ordinary. Jiang Chen assured that there were no records about this gold in the country, but the source was definitely normal, because it was just compensation. The manager continued to be nervous because he suspected that the young man could be an international mercenary and could not remember how someone brought gold in a backpack to their store. The nerves of the protagonist also began to take, so he irritatedly threw the ingot of gold on the table. Jiang Chen directly asked if this deal was interesting to the manager Liu and wanted to finally get a decisive answer. The man was confused but confirmed his interest, asking our hero not to rush anywhere. He explained that the guy's gold did not come with a texture, which was not very good for their store. Jiang Chen told all his calculations regarding the amount of their transaction and proposed to round the amount up to 1.5 million. In addition, the guy suggested that the additional amount would be a tips manager, and emphasized that now the price of gold is 270 yuan, when he wanted to get only 220. Mr. Liu laughed rather and asked how the young man would be better to get money for this deal. He quickly did everything behind the instructions of the protagonist and asked to see if the entire amount was translated correctly. In the end, the manager handed over Jiang Chanya his business card because he wanted to continue cooperation with him, and in the future, he led the guy before the taxi and asked him to be attentive, and our hero was happy that his wealth betrayed him such an authority. Meanwhile, the man continued to watch how the taxi with the main character leaves, and wondered if he should send someone for surveillance. Mr. Liu was sure that people who sell gold just like that would definitely not have this amount with them. He had a strong desire to find out where the main character came from, but so far he decided to simply forget about it. The man decided to watch first, and only then talk about this topic, because only being careful, the ship can swim for 1,000 years. The employee was surprised that this guy was able to crank up such a large scale deal, and the administrator asked to call this person Sir, because now this is their honorable. Meanwhile, the driver asked what our hero would do, having received such money because he knew nothing about golden youth. The main character himself today decided to be an upstart. That is, in other words, he is going to pomp to pomp. The driver considered it strange that this guy feels in a taxi for 20 bucks, as in a luxurious car for $1 million. The taxi driver stopped in the right place and informed Jiang Chenny that they had already arrived. Our hero, do not pay attention, threw a large bill and stated that he did not need to change. The guy was very happy because he had long wanted to say so, and the driver appreciated the fact that the young man was so rich and wayward. Jiang Chen was afraid that it would be not easy for him, regardless of where he would go, but he was still about to piss. He came to the shopping center because he believed that in pursuit of girls or business, a great outfit is still better than wearing some cheap clothes. Now, the guy's personality is not the same as before, so he today wanted to be a real client. Our hero decided that he needed to return to where he used to work if he really wants to show off. He incredibly wanted to see the surprised face of a woman who works here when she sees what he was going to do. In this store, there were only extravagant brands that are damn road, and as a rule, few people can afford them. The young man turned sharply because he felt that something was wrong. Still, he decided not to give this unnecessary importance and simply calmly choose clothes for himself. At this moment, the protagonist was noticed by a consultant who saw that he was choosing very expensive goods. The girl noticed that he also did not blink with an eye when he carelessly chose clothes worth over 10,000 yuan. She thought that our hero was a type that she always likes and immediately decided to help a respected client. After some time, Jiang Chun approached the box office and asked him to pay an account. Also give a set of each style that remained in this store. The employee thought that the guy was joking because the clothes in their store are very expensive and not so much sold. Jiang Chun said that he would pay a card and looked around because he wanted to see a woman who wanted to surprise with his purchases. He was sure that this was exactly the place where he worked for some time when he could not find a job after graduation. Today, he returned to flaunt his wealth and force him to envy him because there were no other reasons. More precisely, the protagonist wanted the manager who always interfered with him to be called and see her shocked expression. Meanwhile, the employee asked Jiang Zhen to wait a bit while she collects all the things purchased. In the end, the guy decided not to wait and act, so he asked the consultant where he was the manager of this store. The girl explained that she had a meeting in the main office today and began to get nervous because she thought that the client did not like something in their service. Jiang Chun emphasized that the employee did not understand everything and said that he was as if a manager's old friend and wants to talk about the past. The consultant thought that the guy was mistaken because he called the surname of Xia, although her manager was called Sui Liping. The next second, the girl nevertheless remembered that the name of the previous store manager, it seemed, was, and the name Xia. Then the main character stopped and, turning around, asked where this employee was now. The consultant said that it seems that she was asked to leave during the reduction when they were trained in the main office. A smirk appeared on Jiang Chen's face, after which he asked the employee to take him to the fitting room. The guy laughed loudly in the fitting room because he was happy that he was not only unlucky with work. Our hero greatly satisfied the fact that this ugly colleague was fired immediately after him. In the end, the young man suddenly felt somehow empty and helpless. Although he satisfied his desire, after the surge of his emotions, Jiang Chen in the fitting room and decided that all this should be carefully considered. It seemed to the guy that his life in another world made him feel a little unrealistic, because of which subconsciously he changed his attitude to some things in this world. He decided that he began to think too much again, so he decided to postpone it and proceed to the bunch of things that he still had. The protagonist took with him only one bag of clothes and asked the employee to give the rest the bottom, which is why she was even more surprised. Next, Jiang Chen went to the beauty salon, where he entered quite impudently, opening the door wide. The guy warned that he was not by appointment, apologizing for the anxiety, but offered a large amount for his service. He asked not to waste his time and serve him in the highest category, but there was no problem in this, because the employee was about to do everything without any problems. The girl took Jiang Chen to the VIP room and asked him to wait a bit, while the most experienced hairdresser in their institution comes here. A few minutes later, a hairdresser came to our hero, who kindly greeted her client. The protagonist praised Hua Zhe praised and even set her 8 points. The girl quickly started work and asked the client to lie down so that it was as convenient as possible. She asked if the guy was against music, and he replied that you could turn on something from Jay Chou's repertoire. Previously, the main character could never have thought that ordinary hair washing could be such a pleasant process. Now the young man thought that this money was definitely spent not in vain. Meanwhile, Hua Zhe noticed that her client had designer clothing, also noticed that he was quite nice. As a result, the girl simply could not resist and carefully touched the main character. She immediately felt that the young man had a beautiful body, while other rich people had only a beer stomach, bald head, and a young wife with whom they came to a haircut. All of them were only the sons of rich parents whose bodies were spoiled, and came here to make a haircut, some kind of go. The girl hung in her dreams about our hero and wanted to touch him again. At this time, Jiang Chen noticed that the water was too hot, and reported this hairdresser. Hua Zhe was nervous and immediately apologized to her respected client. Then she asked what hairstyle the guy wanted, But he replied that the most important thing is that she corresponded to his current style and aura. After the procedure, the main character immediately went to the box office and said that he would pay a card for it. The administrator thanked the guy for visiting their salon. And meanwhile, Hua Zhe-Gyutsai hoped that this handsome would come to them again. Jiang Chen noticed that walking alone and really slightly unpleasant, but the problem was that all friends from the university went out where he was the only one who remained in this prosperous, in a cold city. In any case, he suggested that perhaps there are people who are still here, but he had not contacted them for a long time. At that moment, the guy passed near the women's clothing store and thought that you could buy a couple of sets of clothing for Sun Jiao. But he almost immediately threw back this idea, because a lonely man, unaccompanied by a woman, would be quite strange to visit such stores. Our hero imagined how great it would be if his lover was here, and they could roam the streets together so that he would buy her a lot of beautiful clothes. They could, like other couples, lead a calm and happy life. But the young man was not sure whether he could take a person with him, traveling around the worlds. Suddenly, his romantic dreams interrupted the rumbling of the abdomen because his hunger was still affected by the genetic modification. Jiang Chen went into an expensive restaurant and immediately noticed that the food from a restaurant awarded 3 Michelin stars is certainly different. The main character quickly ate, so he called the waiter to pay for this whole dinner with the help of the card. Having walked all day, the guy went to the seashore, where he felt much more comfortable, enjoying the sea breeze. He believed that it was not surprising that this place became a famous attraction of the city of Manhwa. Having studied here for 4 years at the university, this was the first time the main character arrived at sea. It seemed to him that there was nothing at all, because he did not even see a single lady known in bikini in rumors. To tell the truth, the main character definitely expected more from this place. Jiang Chen calculated that of 1 million, with a little that he received in the morning. For the whole day, he spent only 200,000. The young man also noticed that he suddenly became a local tycoon, which he so desperately despised earlier. But at the same time, he was excited only by the idea that in the banking storage there was gold by about 1 billion yuan. He thought how much gold can be in all Banhai banks, or in the entire post-apocalyptic world. Our hero also understood that huge sales of gold would roll its cost around the world, which could become a problem. So for himself, he decided that gold in one bank would be enough. He thought that, in principle, you can earn on a holographic handle computer that he took with him, and simply sell them in this world. The guy assumed that if he begins to massively produce and sell them, then the cost of his company may be several hundred billion. Jiang Chen immediately remembered that in that world there was a virtual reality system that is used as educational equipment, as well as sleep capsules, which could also be studied for his business. In the end, he decided to stop fantasize because all things should be created in his allotted time. In addition, if some incomprehensible technologies appear so suddenly, then this can attract many people with their own plans before he can make money. Having accepted all these reasons, Jiang Chen concluded that he first needs to accumulate startup capital and get rich quietly. The guy decided to think about it again when the time came, but for now he enjoyed those days that he is now. At that moment, someone finally noticed a handsome man and went to him to talk a little. It was a beautiful girl in a swimsuit, who offered the main character to play a little together. Looking at his clothes, she immediately realized that he was from a rich family, and with her appearance to pick up a rich guy should be in principle easy. The girl also laughed that this guy is prettier than her godmother. Jiang Chen refused her offer and emphasized that she should protect her youth for someone more important. To all this, the guy added that the figure of Sun Jiao was much more attractive than that of this stranger. The girl could only look after Jiang Chenya and think who this is Sun Jiao, suggesting that this is some kind of star. The protagonist left the beach and thought that others may think that he was some kind of crazy, talking about such things. It was already too late, so the guy decided that he did not need to walk here in the forest, and went home. Along the way, Jiang Chen again remembered about Xia Xia, who studied at the Faculty of Economics at the University of Vanhai. She was talented and, of course, attractive, because of which many people praised and admired her. After 4 years at the university, she graduated with outstanding results. However, for family reasons, the girl decided not to go to graduate school, but to get a job in a clothing store. But thanks to their outstanding abilities, she was taken in place of the manager in the most prosperous place, which without any doubt gave a chance to realize her ambitions. In fact, everything was, as in the novel, Xia. As soon as she took her position, took a number of measures that raised the sales of the clothing store to a new level. And because of her harsh and strict glance at things, she received an elegant nickname of Lady Iceberg. Moreover, in addition to significant achievements in her career, it was said that she, among other things, has a guy who goes crazy about her. Nevertheless, this girl never paid attention to him, although this young man tried for her. As a result, Jung Chen and her colleagues spoke behind her that this woman with a gaze has some problems, since she walks all the time with a dissatisfied face. As a result, one day the protagonist learned that his language was his enemy. It seems that the rumors have reached Shia, so the little problem was carefully studied by her until she found the culprit. Obviously, the serious consequences faced by Jiang Chen can easily be imagined. Randomly choosing a small problem, the manager drove the guy out of the place where he worked for about a year. At that time, the young man thought for a long time on his life and on the fact that he was fired because of such a stupid reason. However, having drunk a bottle of beer to alleviate the pain from disappointment, he put off all under the pretext that it was not worth it. The girl remained in her leadership position, and the store continued to work without such an insignificant figure as our hero. But this did not end there, because the successes in study were only one aspect, and the second was interpersonal relations. So the dismissal of the popular Jiang Chenya was a trigger for the dissatisfaction of workers. More and more people could not withstand the leadership of Xia because it brought only a temporary effect, while negative emotions became the usual business in the team. The low salary and high demands caused a conflict, so more and more indignation led to emotional reactions that were reflected at work. And, as a result of all, sales began to fall. Although the company appreciated an ambitious employee, the management nevertheless fired the manager of the store that did not have enough experience. This is a strong woman who was considered a pearl of the economic department of the University of Manhwa. Unexpectedly became unemployed. Such a so-sharp fall occurred with Shishu in a very short period of time. Although she noticed where she made a mistake, it was already too late to fix it. She got some impression of whom she fired, because it seemed that from that moment everyone looked at her differently. But, as they say, trouble never comes alone, so she began problems in other areas of life. The guy who looked after her for so long was dissatisfied with the fact that the Iron Lady did not even let himself kiss. Perhaps this behavior of the young man was due to the fact that the girl no longer provided him with financial support. This guy, it turned out, was so lazy that he did not even try from the bed all his affairs. However, this is a trifle in the form of a boyfriend. They hit the girl so much. It turned out that this person used her personality as a bail for a loan of money, and the car on which he took it every day was also part of this loan. While she gave him money every month that he used to repay his debts, he was not disturbed by their relationship because he used it to return the loan. Everything went just like that until the moment they fired Shu and serious problems began in her life. Now the girl sat alone in a cafe and thought about how to get a job with a high salary in a short time. At the same time, she understood that there were too many talented people in this country, so competition was coming. The irony was also in the fact that at that moment the passenger seat in the car of her boyfriend was not even her. Xiaxiu already thought to call the police, but the loan amount was inaccurate, and the creditor did not seem friendly at all. Therefore, of course, she would not allow her to do what she wanted. Therefore, she escaped from her apartment and hid in a cheap rented house, working for a half-time to survive. On the one hand, she wanted to use the money earned for legal ways to solve problems. On the other hand, she hoped to find a more suitable job. However, luck completely turned away from her, although she continued to simply work calmly in a flower store. Once a man who was looking for someone by the name of Xiaxiu entered the store, and the owner immediately replied that she was inside. The bandit noted that the girl seems to live well in the last few days. She asked what this group of people wanted from her. The customers of the store immediately began to leave, not having the desire to intervene in this situation. One man still offered to call the police, but his wife pulled him to leave this place as quickly as possible. The leader of this group continued to stand on the threshold of the store and smoked a cigarette. He asked the owner of the store if he knew about what their organization was doing. The old man was very worried and offered to strangers to just calmly discuss everything. Then the bandit turned to Xia herself and invited her to go out in a good way, because she would simply be pulled out in another way. The girl was very unhappy with this situation, but at the same time she understood that she had no other way out. The stranger suggested that the girl simply take a walk, and the owner could not stand this pressure, so he asked his employee to fulfill their conditions. The girl's hands immediately trembled, but she found the strength in herself to gently put a vase and agree to these conditions. The owner ran away from the bandits as quickly as possible, and Xiaxiu bravely asked not to waste her time. The man himself noticed that he did not even expect that Xiaxia would work for a half table in some kind of flower store. He held out his hand to the girl, but she immediately evaded touch and asked if she received enough money. In the end, Xiaxia promised to return the money as soon as she earned it and asked not to come and not to disturb her anymore. The man did not appreciate this at all because he was not going to wait for his money so long. He asked, "These girls said all this seriously," and she decided to ask what the bandit himself wanted. The bandit explained that if they do not receive money right now, then they will take the very Xia. The girl was outraged by such an attitude towards her, so she now realized that they were only for the true slave traders. The whole group of bandits only laughed loudly when she heard these words from their next victim. The man emphasized that this would be too wasteful, especially for such a beauty as Xia. He thought that he could play with this girl for a couple of years before he was sold to someone and his wife. The bandits immediately laughed and supported their boss, hinting that they could help him in this. Xia only continued to be silent because she realized that she had no other choice, so as not to aggravate the situation. In the end, the leader of the group decided to calm down and say what conclusion he came to. He noticed that the girl was incredibly miserable, but in any case, he was going to adhere to the rules for repaying his own duty. The man was sure that after several years of work in the nightclub, Hanji, the girl would be able to pay off all debts without any problems and would be free. He promised that by that time she would be able to leave the city, find a good man, and marry him if she does not long again. The bandit carefully looked at Xiaxia and tried to see her reaction to this proposal. He laughed again and invited the girl to think about this opportunity. 10 minutes ago, the main character just passed next to this place and sang some song under his breath. His carefree thought was interrupted by some cries from the people who ran nearby. It was the same pair that left the flower store when the bandits visited there. Zhang Chen did not know why these people fled so in the middle of the night, and noticed that if not for the genetic drug, they would definitely be knocked down by him. Then the guy looked around and saw that something interesting was happening ahead. He leads that some group of men stood next to the store and demanded money from someone. Our hero carefully looked out from behind the bushes and saw that he was familiar to him as Xia. He was very surprised when he saw a familiar face, and immediately noticed that the situation stopped only more interesting. The man still did not lag behind Xiaxia, but now the young man intervened in their conflict and asked how to turn to this older brother. The bandit that someone dared to interrupt their serious conversation with his next victim. The guy took out a pack of cigarettes, a mountain resident's Li Zun Fun Chun, and with a smile emphasized that they were first class. The main character tried to shove everything to the fact that only a coincidence happened, because it seemed to him that he saw his acquaintance, which was why he decided to approach. In the end, the young man decided to get down to business and asked if this girl owed the money. Xiaxu immediately decided to see who decided to save her, and saw that it was her former employee from the store. The girl could not choose a word because she could not understand why her old acquaintance was in this place. Meanwhile, the main character with a smile asked how much she owed. He also added that mocking a weak girl does not look at all courageous. The bandit was not going to deviate from his goal so simply because the attractive appearance of this girl could become their trump card if they sent her to work in a nightclub. That is why the man called our hero a jerk and was going to quickly deal with him. He abruptly threw it into a cigarette and wanted to teach the main character a good lesson for his audacity. The bandit did not waste time anymore and reached for Jiang Chenya, but he did not worry at all and continued to stand still. Xiaxia was surprised and did not understand why the guy did not react to this attack. In turn, our hero just grinned and thought that his opponent's blow was too slow. He thought that if a person like this bandit could catch him, then the technologies of the future were complete lies. The young man with a self-confident smile asked why Brother Hu still wanted to fight him. He easily was able to stop his opponent's fist and asked what he was about to do. The bandit was shocked that this simple boy was so strong. Then he instantly took out a knife to help himself in this battle. But even this did not force the main character to panic. The man was going to hit Zhang Chen, but he managed to masterfully grab the weapon from the hands of his opponent. The bandit fell into a stupor for a second when he noticed that his knife was in an unknown way instantly in the hands of the guy. Meanwhile, our hero hid the weapon in his pocket and said that now the knife was confiscated. The boss's subordinates did not appreciate such an attitude towards their leader, so they were going to deal with this daring young man. The main character was not going to arrange a fight right here, so he asked all his rivals to wait a bit. For some reason, everyone listened to him, and the guy explained that he would like to continue their conflict in a dark lane, so that no one would see this. The bandit was surprised even more, and thought that the guy just wants to die away from human eyes. He realized that something was obviously wrong with our hero, because he was not scared. The man believed that it was enough to learn a couple of fighting tricks to feel omnipotent. So he thought that the guy's fear faded into the background precisely because of this reason. Jiang Chen reassured his familiar and asked her to wait here, promising that he would return very soon. Xia was not sure that everything would cost and wanted to call the police, but changed her mind because they would have learned so that she borrowed money from the moneylenders, which would have become even more problems. Meanwhile, the store owner calmly checked his bank account and was happy that someone was ready to sacrifice his life. Otherwise, he would not be able to support the institution. At the same time, the bandit was already rather seriously configured and was going to cut off the main character's legs for daring to such behavior. The next second, a charged gun was already near his head. Jiang Chen stood in the moonlight and only laughed with how helpless his rival was. I asked a mockery that Brother Hu thinks about this little thing. The bandits laughed nervously and hoped that it was not a real weapon. The protagonist was amused by the fact that his rival still did not believe in his strength. He did not lose time and shot a new bandit who stood behind his brother and Hu to demonstrate the performance of this weapon. Now the guy backed a gun on the bandit's head and asked if he had believed now. The man began to shake with fear and laughed nervously, not understanding what he was doing in such a tense situation. Then, the main character asked what he was thinking about another demonstration, because of which the whole team was seriously scared. All other bandits immediately rushed to their older brother, but he raised his hands and asked them not to approach. In the end, the man suggested that everything be discussed calmly because there was no need to use weapons at all. Our hero, with a smile on his face, emphasized that he was talking about this all the time, but no one heard him. The bandit thought that the guy was somehow crazy, but tried to calm him down. Jiang Chen was no longer going to waste his precious time, so he asked the man if he had a credit check with him. The bandit immediately climbed into his pocket because the bank account number and the check were always with him. Brother Hu extended this document and asked why our hero needed it, and he replied that he just wanted to let his bail be a bail. The man did not expect at all that Jiang Chen was really going to pay the debt after everything that had just happened. The guy explained that this means that the bandit would simply sell him this credit check and transfer the rights of the creditor. All the bandits thought that the guy was really somehow crazy, so they followed his rules and only laughed nervously. In the end, the main character quickly transferred the money to the bandit's account, after which he said that the operation was successfully carried out. He listed all the necessary 410,000 and now ordered the whole group to fail from here. The bandits quickly ran away from the scene of their conflict, and Jiang Chen placed the gun in his spatial storage. Meanwhile, the excited Xia stood at the entrance to the store, waiting for the guy to finally return. She noticed that they had been gone for a long time, so she concluded that something happened after all. Suddenly, she heard some kind of sound nearby, so she thought that at last someone was returning. The girl quickly turned around and saw that the main character was standing in front of her, who was intact and unharmed. Xia quickly went to the guy and excitedly asked if he was in order. The young man laughed with the fact that he was wounded, because he seemed to be an inconspicuous scratch on his cheek. The girl immediately went to the store to take the first aid kit and help her savior, but in fact he hinted that he needed to kiss him on the cheek, because saliva kills microbes well. Xiaxu did not understand anything at all and said that she had disinfectants and bandages at home that could help. Our hero was surprised that he learned to flirt so much and asked the familiar not to look at him like that, because now he was her new lender. The guy said that this contract was beautiful and everything, except that he was too generous, so Jiang Chen was not going to charge interest with his acquaintance. Xia understood that her former colleague was now pleased with herself, but in any case he saved her, so she could not condemn him in any way. The girl was still about to return everything with interest, but with a normal rate, because she has not a single chance if the interest is the same as that of the money. Leggers? The main character believed that things were going well because it did not matter if he would return the money, because it was just a low payment to slightly tease the girl. Meanwhile, the store owner turned to his employee and said that he was sorry for this situation. The man really did not want to fall under the hot hand to those guys, so he gave the girl half of the monthly salary and said that she might not come to work tomorrow. Xia was very upset because she managed to work out only a crescent, and she was already expelled from here. She tried to convince her boss, but he was not going to listen to all this and advised the girl simply to find a normal job and not come here anymore. The main character decided that this was a good opportunity to gloom to his manager. He reminded the feeling when she was expelled from the company. Meanwhile, Xiaxu took a deep breath. Because so much time has passed, it still could not stay at work more than half a month. So she was about to start searching for work tomorrow. She silently turned around and was going to go home. And Jiang Chen asked where she was going. The girl coldly said goodbye to our hero, because of which he was offended, because she tried so quickly to forget about her savior, but still he went with her. The young man recalled that she was about to process his wound, so she had a choice, except to fulfill her promise. They went upstairs to get into the apartment of the girl, and the main character muttered under his breath about his beloved Sun Jiao, to whom he reminded him of Xia. Jiang Chen looked around in surprise, because he did not even think that there were so neglected apartments in Manhwa. He noticed that the walls were in cracks, and the door was very stripping, so it seems that no one lived here. The main character believed that his acquaintance was very strong, because if there was another girl in her place, she would not be able to cope with such difficulties. The guy remembered that he was not in the position to criticize others since he also lived a rented apartment. But the house of Xia was much worse. Meanwhile, Xia thought there that she first led a stranger to her, because even her former always waited near the door. The main character noted that the girl was able to carefully clean everything, which was definitely not easy. He immediately wanted to sit down, but in the end he saw that all the chairs in this apartment were broken. The girl had already managed to take all the necessary copacoans and a bandage, so she asked where the wound of our hero was. Jiang Chen did not expect at all that she would actually bring a disinfectant, because she was going to only tease her. In any case, Xia was going to fulfill her promise. The young man was very embarrassed when the girl approached him to process that little wound, and felt that his heart was beating a lot. He turned away sharply because he began to feel more and more that he fell in love with Xia. A girl of the annoyed asked the protagonist not to move so that she could normally process him early. Jiang Chen noticed that it smelled very nice here. The owner of the apartment explained that it was most likely jasmine with which her clothes were soaked. They understood that the conversation was at a dead end, so they were embarrassed, not knowing what to say. As a result, a very uncomfortable silence reigned in the room for a few seconds, forcing them to avoid each other's eyes. Still, the girl decided to speak first and thanked our hero for the recent. Jiang Chen asked him not to thank him, saying that he was just passing by, although he only tried to wipe his former manager in the afternoon. Gathering her strength, Xiaxiu decided to directly ask if her main character hated her after everything she did. This question found the guy by surprise, so he thought about his feelings for Xiaxiu. He admitted that he had previously hated his colleague, so she could not understand why the guy acted so noble. The main character also did not know the answer to this question, because in his thoughts he cursed the manager for dismissal. He explained that there was no benefit for him in the place, and moreover, he could not stand aside and observe how a group of scumbags was about to cripple a girl. The guy drew that it was just a job, so he did not accept it to heart, but in fact everything was very serious, so he began to drink every day. Jiang Chen understood that without this event, he would not receive that interdimensional bracelet, and concluded that even a hidden blessing could be a curse. Xia admitted that she was thinking a lot about the dismissal of the guy, and in the end she came to the conclusion that she was just an incompetent manager. The guy noticed that in fact the girl is very capable, but he knows nothing about her human heart. He explained that it is not what can be learned from books, because it is very difficult to comprehend the human heart. At that moment, our hero noticed that among all the shoes at the threshold were only his male, and everyone else belonged to Xia. The young man thought that something was definitely wrong, because he remembered that his colleague had a boyfriend. Jiang Chen noticed that he was sitting a little here, so he asked if her lover would be jealous. He looked at the girl with a question in his eyes, which obviously was too difficult to talk about her relationship. The main character understood that he did not know all the details, but still guessed that it was the guy who pulled Xia into all this. In the end, he could not stand it and simply called the girl's partner a real scum who was able to go to such vile acts. Xia irritatedly emphasized that this person was no longer her boyfriend. Then, Jiang Chen asked why the girl simply would not return home, but she did not want to bring problems to her parents. The main character admitted that, in truth, he was impressed by the power of Xiaxiu. Again, for a few seconds, an awkward silence came, which I again decided to interrupt Xia. She asked if the guy wanted to hear her whole story and the path, as she came to such a life. At the next moment, the girl asked our hero to forget about it, but he did not want her to stop at the most interesting moment. In the end, Xia told everything that she survived after the dismissal of Zhang Zhen, from the poor management of the store, doubts of the authorities in her skills, and to the forced move. In fact, the girl did not look for sympathy. She was just tired and wanted to talk to someone. She just needed a person whom she could trust, and such a person had just appeared in front of her. Jiang Chen was delighted when he saw a smile on the girl's face, and noticed that she needed to do this more often. She was surprised that the main character was really interesting to listen to her story, so now she wanted to hear the story of the guy himself. Jiang Chen Loveru that he had nothing to tell and said that he just started a business and earned some money. Xiaxia still did not believe in this naive story, but our hero was not going to make excuses in front of her. Instead, he invited his friend to become a businessman because he was sure that she would do this position perfectly. Jiang Chen thought that it looked like his love scene, but he actually understood that it was not realistic to continue to exchange garbage for gold. He understood that he would ever find him, and then he would have nowhere to run. So the best solution was to create a company for which he needed a manager. The guy planned to collect all the so-called garbage in that world and provide it in his own, and spend the money on the creation of some VR game. Our hero understood that this girl is capable of a good person, the most reliable of all that he knows about. He asked how many years Xiaxia would have passed in this flower store before repaying his duty. The girl did not really believe that the guy was the owner of the company, but he recalled that he had already mentioned that he had his own business. She perfectly understood that in this case, she would have to become a subordinate Jiang Chen. The protagonist was looking forward to when his former leader would work under his beginning. Xiaxu thought the proposal for a few seconds, but realized that she had no other way out, so she agreed to this. The young man was very happy when he heard from the girl a positive answer to the offer to work for him. Our hero congratulated the girl on the fact that she was hired by the company's technology, and said that her starting salary was 20,000 yuan, which was quite surprised by Xia. After that, the girl wanted to find out a little more information about the company of her new employer. She herself analyzed that the company should engage in technology, judging by its name, but was afraid that it had no experience in scientific research and development at all. The main character saw that the guesses of the girl come in a little in the wrong step, so he asked her to stop. Jiang Chen coughed to make his voice more serious and tell the details of his still non-existent company. He explained that now the girl will be the general director, and said that at the moment is still under development. Our hero laughed loudly and promised that he would become Chinese Bill Gates, and the girl will be Steve Jobs. The girl thought that her acquaintance behaves too strangely, so she called the hospital to report that he had psyche problems. Jiang Chen instantly took her phone from her and simply asked to give him to finish this story. He assured that Xiaxia would definitely regret after 5 years if he did not join them, but she only wanted to pick up her phone. She was not going to tolerate all these stupidisms on the part of the young man, so she just grabbed the phone from his hands. In a nutshell, Jiang Chen explained that the girl would have to take on the role of the manager, because the company now had a lot to do. Xiaxia was still skeptical, but the main character continued to explain his ingenious business plan. He was going to give the girl 500,000 to help him register the company, and promised that in the next 2 months, she would definitely have enough work. Xiaxu sighed and stagnated whether our hero was afraid that she would just take this money and escape. In turn, the guy was sure that she was definitely not such a person, and explained that it was worth it to check what kind of person was Xia. In the end, the girl agreed that the guy really spoke as if she would lose a lot if she did not work for him. For our hero, her phrase sounded like an insult, but he still tried not to give a look. At this moment, Xiaxia got up and agreed that in any case, now she had no work and the opportunity to pay a debt to her savior. She smiled broadly and stated that she was looking forward to further cooperation with her new boss. Jiang Chen was glad of such news, but noticed that it was already later, so he already had time to return home. Before leaving, our hero asked his new employee to send him the number of his bank account so that he would send her a salary monthly. He also added that Xiaxia should hurry and find a safer housing for himself, because this place certainly did not fit for such a beauty. In the end, the guy warned the employee that he would be absent for the next few days, so she could not contact him. It seems that the girl remembered something else, so she asked the protagonist to wait a bit and not to leave. She was embarrassed and admitted that today Jiang Chen looked very cool, after which she sharply closed the door behind her. Our hero did not expect such a reaction and thought that he began this girl. The guy decided not to think about it once again, because he suggested that in this way she only wanted to express his gratitude. Meanwhile, the girl herself sat lonely in her apartment and could not understand that it had just been, not believing that she really said that. After this heavy night, Jiang Chen decided to go to Sanya, a city district located on the southern part of Hainan Island. Here you cannot worry about any air pollution and open his hands wide to hug the blue sky, breathing in the aroma of nature. The guy prepared well for his vacation, so he bought a little beach clothing for himself to fully enjoy his money. He believed that the place in which the sand, the sea, and the bikini was present was like a rest for rest. The main character was incredibly happy that he was finally able to get to Sonya. The young man understood that a person's life was only a few short decades, so his youth should be lived as clearly as possible. Having loaded his things in a taxi, Jiang Chen asked the driver to take him to the Sheraton Hotel. Previously, a guy could only dream of spending several $100,000 on one vacation, and now I thought that you could buy an island when he had enough money. The driver said that they reached the right place, and our hero again decided to leave the taxi driver generous tips. Jiang Chen immediately noticed that the 5-star hotel was expected to be good. Even all employees here were very attractive and polite, which created the atmosphere of comfort and a high level of service. In addition, if Jiang Chen needs something, he could use the terminal and quickly serve it. The employee wished the main character of a pleasant vacation and hoped that the Sheraton Hotel would become a pleasant part of his memories. Very soon, Jiang Chen got into his room and stretched sweetly, going inside a cozy and beautiful room. It turned out that the number was also equipped with a pool, so the guy jumped there with a run, because he had never done this before. Jiang Chen realized that this was one of those bottomless pools that became popular recently. The young man quickly emerged from under the water and could not stop enjoying these pleasant feelings that this vacation gave him. He decided to swim to the edge of the pool to examine what was happening in other parts of the hotel. The main character saw that a considerable number of beautiful girls frolic in another pool. Jiang Chen did not become interested in them, but thought about the fact that for the next 7 days he has several $100,000 that would be difficult to spend. In the end, the guy concluded that for starters he needs to change clothes, because the current clothing is completely wet. After that, he again went outside and laid down on a deck chair to sunbathe a little. As expected, the standards are high here, so Jiang Chen chose the best observation deck on the beach. He could only observe all these beautiful people on the beach, because beauties were present here from different parts of the world. For example, cute girls from Southeast Asia, a foreign wing blonde in sports glasses, and exotic beauties from the Middle East were resting here. It was exciting to watch how people enjoyed their lives, surfs, and played beach volleyball. In addition, our hero combined this fascinating activity with a bottle of wonderful wine. Jiang Chen began to savor this drink of the 82nd year, but suddenly felt some strange taste. As a result, the guy did not appreciate this wine at all, because it was too sour. After that, the main character decided to go back to the room to relax after a long journey here. Now he was not surprised that all rich people in films love sand and sea. Jiang Chen thought that there was really any meaning in this, and fell asleep tightly while the sun slowly sat over the horizon. After awakening, our hero felt that he was very hungry, so he began to gather for dinner. Before leaving, the young man looked in the mirror, where he saw an irresistible handsome man. He was about to go out, but the terminal reported that some invitation was delivered to the porch of his number. As it turned out, Jiang Chen received an invitation from the Prince of Saudi Arabia, who arranged a party on the occasion of the birth of his beloved princess. At this party, the main character immediately drew attention to the delicious ribs, which he began to eat with great pleasure. The rich were surprised that such an uncultured guy somehow fell into an event of such a high level. Having finished with this delicious dish, Jiang Chen decided to look around to look for something tasty. The young man wiped himself and thought that the next he needed to try the meat on the grill. Meanwhile, the prince once again reported that today was the birthday of his beautiful princess and thanked everyone for his presence at this holiday. The beautiful foreign beauty, who stood next to him, bowed and also thanked everyone for the visit. Our hero immediately drew attention to the wife of the Arab prince and thought that they were definitely richly rich. He decided that this did not concern him, so he continued his meal, eavesdropping on a hot conversation. The guy was not even going to eavesdrop, but in any case, genetic drugs gave him such an opportunity. He heard a couple of nearby openly flirted and was about to spend a joint evening. Meanwhile, one man asked Prince Naif why he chose the mysterious East for such a special event. He explained that he only really likes this place, and last time they had already celebrated his birthday in Hawaii. There were also rumors that one celebrity who was engaged spent the night in the room of the world. Famous real estate tycoon. Men openly discussed different girls and laughed out loud, boasting their successes. Jiang Chen realized that the rich communicate at a completely different level and speak only about dirty gossip. One of the guests approached our hero and noticed that the beef here was the highest class. The guy did not expect someone to want to talk to him and simply confirmed the words of the stranger. The man introduced himself as Bruce Miller and noticed that he was painful to watch how they eat a steak, which costs at least $300. The main character, without wiping, shook his hand and asked how a foreigner found out that he was a Chinese. Bruce Miller only laughed and explained that his eyes were simply hinted at such things. Just looking at him, the main character concluded that this man would definitely give him problems. Jiang Chen noticed that this foreigner had a well-folded body and gun in his pocket. The old man immediately asked the guy not to worry and explained that he simply felt the spirit of the partnership with someone from the same profession. Our hero did not even know. For some reason, the person thought that they were the same profession with him. Bruce Miller suddenly hinted that the guards at the door were watching the young men all the time. Jiang Chen did not care about it at all, because he did not see a comma for this and was sure that he looked like an ordinary party on vacation. The guy only waved to the guards who closely watched him and praised foreign friends for excellent work. Bruce Miller only sighed heavily and thought that he would never have come to this place if he had not been responsible for Nath's safety. It turned out that as soon as he entered the hall, the first thing he noticed was Belmo in the eye that our hero turned out to be. In fact, the man thought that if he had encountered such a dangerous person in close combat, he could definitely lose. In the end, he only wished that our hero liked all the dishes here. And in the meantime, the young man himself went to gain another plate of delicacies. In the headphone, Bruce Miller said that so far he had been hinged because he was going to keep an eye on the target on his own. All guards at once accepted the order from their boss. Jiang Chen, who continued to try the local dishes, was surprised when he saw that the foreigner had not yet gone to his subordinates. Bruce Miller lied that he seemed so much to talk to the guy because they spoke well in the Mandarin dialect. It was obvious to our hero that this man was watching him because he is afraid that he would try to throw something away. In the end, the guard decided to tell the story that when he was a teenager, he decided to enter the military service. Meanwhile, people at the next table cheerfully drank for the health of all those present. Bruce Miller also could not stand it and took up the bottle, so now he was a little tipsy. He said that once they were in Ukraine and accompanied a high-ranking government military official to the front line, but on the road were ambushed. The man immediately thought on the Russians because they had a lot of firepower. So they settled in a huge building until the government's military tank eliminated the threat. After his story, the guard became interested in the story of the protagonist because even he cannot afford to take off the mansion with his salary. The guy explained that the money should be earned in order to spend it, because he did not want to save them on his coffin. Bruce Miller realized that his comrade did not want to spread with his work, but then he decided to just say that his work was connected with gold. The old man immediately thought that the main character worked somewhere in South Africa. Jiang Chen emphasized that he was working in Asia, but the guard was sure that there were no deposits. The guy understood that his friend was asking too many questions, but calmly explained that there were enterprises on the border, gold, and not mainly used to resolve questions. Bruce Miller did not answer and simply nodded knowingly, listening carefully to his comrade, as if pondering his every word and agreeing with the conclusions. In the end, the man invited the main character to drink for their interesting conversation. So much time has passed that Jiang Chen sat down to the moment when the staff began to clean the hall. Only now the young man was able to finally satisfy his needs and feel that he was finally ate completely. He skeptically looked at the business card that Bruce Miller left him, and could not understand in which case he would have to contact this person. The main character decided to forget about it and think only about the good, but just in case he left the contacts of this person. At that moment, an unfamiliar beauty gently touched his shoulder, who asked if Jiang Chen was alone. The girl immediately thought that she had not seen such a pretty guy here for a long time. The main character was embarrassed and asked how he could help such a beauty. The stranger with a playful smile asked Jiang Chen to escort her to the beach. The guy got up from his place and hinted that in his beach mansion there was just a beautiful woman. The girl really liked the situation of affairs, so she asked our hero to show her mansion. Jiang Chen was the first, and the girl said that she was an actress named Li Yao. As a result, they spent the whole night together. So in the morning, the girl slept sweetly in bed of the protagonist. Jiang Chen woke up first, so he immediately went out onto the balcony to breathe fresh air. The young man saw that his 3 parameters increased by 1 to 2 points. So we can conclude that the effectiveness of genetic drugs had already come to naught. He understood that to improve physical indicators, it is only necessary to engage in physical training or use more powerful drugs. Our hero thought that he did not even know what Sun Jiao and Yao are doing now. He decided not to think too much and wanted to drink morning wine to completely enjoy this time. The guy comfortably sat on a deck chair with a glass of expensive wine and could not stop rejoicing how nice it was. He tried to understand if there was still some need that he still did not have time to satisfy. At this moment, Liu Yao, who also went out onto the balcony, already woke up to hug her amazing handsome man. The girl noticed that drinking wine in the morning a rather harmful activity, but this hero did not care. The main character continued to enjoy every moment. So he sharply pulled the beauty to his deck chair. He acquired the girl and offered her to enjoy this beautiful look together. Liu Yao was interested in whether Jiang Changyi was admiring or her beauty, but he replied that he had enjoyed these two things, and at the same time, in the end, both agreed that the view of the sea and the noise of the wave is very fascinating. The main character I decided to cook about an important topic because he did not understand something all this time. Liu Yao was surprised and asked what the problem was, trying to understand why the comrade looked so thoughtful. Jiang Chen understood that the girl was very smart and beautiful, but for some reason she could not achieve glory of success. The girl did not want to answer this question, so she simply said that sometimes beauty is a crime. The protagonist laughed out loudly with the fact that they ski masterfully know how to accept compliments. After a perfectly spent morning, the girl decided to take a picture on the bed in this room. Jiang Chen just changed clothes and asked what his companion was doing. The girl explained that she had just made some beautiful selfies for her social networks. She uploaded a photo in her profile to boast of her girlfriends, how beautiful she was resting. Jiang Chen was sure that if the fans found out that there was also a guy here, it would not be a small scandal around the actress. She always considered such cases unpleasant, but if she fell into a scandalous situation, it would still become more popular. But these were just thoughts. So the girl decided to enjoy what a wonderful life at the moment was. After that, Liu Yao ran out onto the balcony again and lay down on a deck chair, and it now seemed to our hero that he was used in his own interests. The girl wanted to sunbathe a bit, so she asked Jiang Chen to apply her sunscreen. Our hero did not like such a request, because there was a feeling that Liu Yao was waiting for him to dress beautiful clothes. After some time, the guy joined his companion and also decided to sunbathe, but suddenly a notification came to his tablet. It turned out that Bruce Miller, with whom they drank yesterday, decided to visit his mansion. The girl was immediately interested in this, so she asked if it was another hero. Jiang Chen did not agree with such a definition of this person and explained that he could rather be called a business partner. Liu Yao thought that she needed to leave, but the main character was not worried about this. In the end, the guy nevertheless invited the girl to go to the hotel for things at the same time to ride out from there, because there is another chance to not introduce herself. The girl was delighted with such an opportunity and obeyed our hero, readily fulfilling his request. She went down to quickly go beyond the luggage, and Jiang Chen gave the opportunity to talk with his acquaintance. Our hero asked how the guard found time to visit him, because he had the obligation to ensure the security of the prince. Bruce Miller explained that his former employers seemed to have heard their conversation, so Jiang Chen became interested in and wanted the guard to meet him. The guy emphasized that he did not want his vacation to be wasted, but he thought that he did not want someone to hire him. The old man explained that our hero misunderstood everything, because Robert Smith is a respected businessman who is engaged in raw oil and gold. Jiang Chen immediately became interested when he heard that we were talking about gold, so now he was not opposed to meeting Bruce Miller's friend. After 10 minutes, the protagonist already found himself with his potential business partner. One of the guards told a major businessman that a person needs to arrive in order to see him. The man respectfully greeted our hero and immediately realized that Mr. Jiang Chen, their friend from the mysterious East, was standing in front of him. Jiang Chen was a little worried and could not understand why so many foreigners speak Chinese so freely. Before moving on to a conversation about business, they shook hands to consolidate their acquaintance. Our hero sat down on a chair nearby and noticed that the man had a striking Chinese, but at the same time, he did not even imagine how to start a conversation. Robert Smith with a smile explained that he always liked the countries of the mysterious East, because there were wide opportunities for business. He also introduced the guy to his bodyguard Kaczynski, and explained that Bruce was also a good person, but too often talked with the FBI. The young man asked if the businessman's work was dangerous, because he heard from Mr. Bruce that the man was a well-known commissioner and was engaged in raw oil and gold. Robert Smith confirmed all this information, but also added that from time to time he should help his employer in the acquisition of firearms and other things of this kind. He handed over to Cigar Jiang Chenya, noting that this country has very strict laws on weapons, so there was practically paradise for relaxation, and warned that by 3 o'clock he should have time for a flight to South Africa. The protagonist asked if the man would have time for his flight. He asked him not to worry about it, and explained that he was interested in Jiang Chenya's business. The guy was surprised because besides this, the businessman asked if he could somehow help him. Robert Smith once again explained that he was just interested in business in the East, but he was still in an early stage, so intuition told him that he could work well with our hero. Jiang Chen did not fully understand everything, so he asked to give an example how they could work. The man had already heard that the guy was engaged in gold, but also was aware that strict legislation was in force in the country, so the sale of large gold volumes will necessarily attract the attention of the government. The main character smoked a cigar and noticed that the businessman knows a lot about his country, asking if there were problems with the sale of gold in America. The man calmly replied that his restrictions also existed there, but he has a team engaged in solving such problems. He gave an example of how he founded a fake company in Saudi Arabia and received the supply of raw oil from Iran. But the company provided him with impunity. After listening to such methods of work, our hero became interested. So now he believed that perhaps they would still be able to work. Robert Smith emphasized that he was an honest businessman. Therefore, regardless of how large the amount was, he would master her, and promised that Jiangchen gold could legally enter the world market. He also added that our hero would not have to worry about the details, because he was only going to take a commission of 9% to solve all other issues. After listening to all the conditions of this transaction, Jiangchen thought, because such a decision was not just making, he understood that perhaps this commission was a little high, but such an enterprise could not be carried out at all without risk. I decided to forget about it and calm down a little, so I said that he has one condition to start their cooperation. Robert Smith tensed a little, but asked the protagonist to continue, trying to remain calm. The guy promised that his partner could not worry about the quality of gold, because it was 24 karat, as it was called in their circles. He wanted Robert Smith to be transported and emphasized that he would accept payment in American dollars on the spot, because after the sale of responsibility for gold he does not bear. The businessman expected to hear some strict conditions, but was delighted when Jiangchen voiced such simple points. He suggested with a smile that it seems that they still agreed, and the main character agreed to this cooperation. The man handed over to his new partner a business card and asked to call when the goods would be ready to set the delivery time. Robert Smith also recommended the hero to create an account with a Swiss bank to facilitate their cooperation. Before farewell, the businessman decided to ask how much the next batch of gold would be, because he needs to prepare enough working capital. Jiangchen asked not to rush like that because he was going to contact them in mid-July, and said that he had several tons of gold. The man immediately froze in the place when he heard how a huge amount of precious metal was going to give him a newly made partner. He calculated that only 3 tons will mean $10 million of profit for him. Whatever it is, like making money in a dream. Robert Smith already dreamed that they would become incredible rich and decided to talk with his guard. He turned to his employee and asked if he should trust them with a new Eastern friend. The bodyguard just bowed and replied that he did not know the answer to this question, but with the most serious expression on his face, he added that this guy was too dangerous. Robert Smith did not betray this special importance, because he thought that our hero simply knew some kind of kung fu technique. The bodyguard explained that the young man can be a businessman, but definitely not a weakness, as instincts prompted him. Now it was not surprising for the businessman that the Far East is considered a country of riddles, so the next time I would like to go to Egypt. Meanwhile, the main character who went outside and joyfully shouted because he was happy with his first successful business transaction. He quickly could find a great way to get rid of several tons of gold at a time. Although only recently he could not find a way out of this situation. Initially, Jiangchen planned to divide gold and sell it in parts in bars, but this would still attract attention and would not be so effective. He wanted to have time to earn at least 100 million before they reveal him. But now, it seems, there is no need for such caution. The guy thought about how difficult it was to transport gold. But then he thought that 1 ton was engaged in only half of the cubic meter. All this time, Liu Yao could not get into the mansion of the protagonist, so she was waiting for him on the street. The girl was unhappy that Jiangchen had dealt with her affairs for so long, because she was already dying of hunger. The main character tried to calm his companion and, taking her things, offered to go to eat. The beauty immediately stated that she wanted to have breakfast at Glacier Ocean Restaurant, and the guy did not object to her desire. In this institution, there were even real penguins that looked very nice. Jiangchen heard that they say that at night the landscape is even more beautiful, but at noon the view was also very, very beautiful. The girl tried local delicacies, and at their breakfast noticed that today, the young man was glowing directly with happiness. Our hero smiled broadly and replied that today, he made a deal that was profitable for himself. Liu Yao was a little upset because she thought that she was the reason for this joy. And meanwhile, the guy invited her to guess the amount. The girl immediately suggested that these were millions of American dollars. But at the same time, she understood that even the cent would not get her. The main character laughed with such assumptions because he had to receive at least $1 billion. Liu Yao choked on wine when she heard such amounts, because she could not even assume that the guy was so cool. Our hero spent the next 5 days of vacation with this beauty, having tried various entertainments with her. Behind a cup of coffee in an airplane, Jiang Chen thought that this vacation was not so bad. He looked out the window and with light sadness thought about whether he would meet the beautiful Liu Yao for the second time. Xiaoxiu got angry when she met with his boss, because all this time he did not even pick up a pipe from her. Our hero asked her not to be upset and promised to take with him on a trip the next time, because the view in Sanya was really excellent. The girl emphasized that Jiang Chen must at least sometimes appear in his company, so she offered to go with her to the Industry and Trade Bureau. Jiang Chen was glad that he chose the right person, and thanked the employee for his hard work. The main character promised to go with her, but for now, he suggested forgetting about work and invited the girl to order everything she wants. Xia did not have to persuade for a long time, so she quickly grabbed the menu and began to study all the dishes in this institution. The girl did not be shy and ordered a variety of types of fish and meat. She noticed that our hero did not even take an eyebrow when he heard her order, and he once again emphasizes that he would pay their entire lunch because he was afraid that his employee would not eat. The waitress accepted this order and asked customers to wait a bit. Shishu immediately calmed down and sighed, as if something was bothering her. Jiang Chen instantly saw changes in her mood, so he asked what she had in her soul. The girl explained that she just decided to think about the prospects of the company. The main character did not see the reasons for concern, believing that every young company has potential for growth. But Z explained that this concerns only competitive companies with basic resources. The girl asked whether Jiang Chen knew in advanced technologies, because she guessed that he did not even understand the highest mathematics. The guy did not see a problem in this because he believed that other people could understand this and help him with the development of the company. He asked the employee not to worry about the innovation and explained that, first of all, his company would develop games, and then, using it as a springboard, would enter the mobile phones market. Xia, analyzing his ideas, offered to develop towards games for mobile phones, and the mobile market also calculated a good idea. The main character understood very well that they would gradually develop and asked the manager to be attentive in the future because she would receive a tenth of the shares. The girl was surprised when she heard that she had promotions at some point. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen was delighted when he saw that the waiter had already brought fish, fried in panning crackers. The manager could not understand how Jiang Chen could talk about some promotions if they had not really done anything. All these issues did not care at all because he attacked all the food that they brought to them. Xiaoxia understood that it would be difficult for her to work with this guy, so she sighed with her fatigue and shook her head. After some time, Jiang Chen found himself at home and fell on the bed. Because it rushing back and forth between the industry, commercial, and tax office was a rather exhausting occupation. Now this issue was largely resolved, so the guy decided to move on to another problem. He quickly grabbed his phone, because now he needs to prepare for the next sortie in the post-apocalyptic world. Our hero decided to take canned foods from different meat, canned fruits and vegetables, as well as all sorts of things like Swift-made noodles and not packaged cookies. The young man remembered that he had not been in this place for a long time, so he wanted to buy 2 sets of women's clothing to please Sun Jiao and Yao. Now events are transferred to the city of Liun, over which a high-tech ship flew. Inside was a second Eagle detachment, whose captain was Van Sha Yu. The commander was reported that the first detachment was already in place, so he ordered to activate devices to search for traces of life. The second helicopter immediately obeyed and began to scan the territory on the signs of life. A few seconds later, the soldier informed his comrade that the goal was confirmed. The commander of the first detachment said that there are signs of life in that building, so he requested permission to attack. Van Shai was not going to rush like that, so he ordered his comrades to wait a bit. The man would once again carefully look at the building, which was all covered with some strange growths. He could not even imagine what a dangerous creature was hiding behind these walls. Van Shai understood that all this was too dangerous, so he asked him to connect him with the base. He said that it was a detachment of Black Horsemen who were already above the target. The current state is unknown, so he requested artillery support. The ship immediately accepted this important information for information. The captain ordered his subordinates to prepare to launch shells to help their allies. One of the soldiers said that the shot would reach the Black Riders after 60 seconds, so she asked them to increase the height. They have already calculated that the goal was 310,203 meters from here. Completed the charging so that the weapons were completely ready to open fire. At the same time, in the thoughts of Van Shi, I counted the last seconds before a powerful explosion sounded. He watched as several shells that had crushing power instantly destroyed such a huge building. The man already wanted to confirm the destruction, but fell silent for a few seconds because he saw something was wrong. Suddenly, some shell fell into their ship, which instantly broke it to pieces. The soldiers at the base immediately asked the second detachment to report the situation, because they realized that something was not going according to plan. The captain of the detachment was still able to report that they were falling and requested help, realizing that the situation was becoming critical. The operator of this ship said that it was an electromagnetic impulse that could fall at the target, so their management now did not answer. Van Shiyu ordered to maintain a height by any means, and in the meantime, the whole detachment should have prepared for a jump. There were more and more explosions around the beginning due to the fact that the parts of the ship began to fly in different directions. At the last moment, all the soldiers were able to jump out of the ship, so Van Shiyu ordered everyone to concentrate on goals. It turned out that besides everything else, the soldiers had reactive backpacks, which greatly facilitated their work. They gently landed and immediately saw the goal at which they shot an electromagnetic impulse. But the man did not pay attention to this and gave the order to everyone to become in service to pay. The detachment realized that this time they tore off the jackpot because they had an incredibly giant monster in front of them. One of the soldiers analyzed that crystal energy indicators were 90,141, so everything was normal. Van Shai was going to figure out how to take the crystal for them after everyone got together. And in the meantime, one of the warriors wanted to ask a question. Meanwhile, the newborn began to worry due to the fact that everyone knew that the higher the energy of the crystal, the more dangerous the body. It is true that organisms with an index of more than 300 are called the highest mutants. But it all depends on their weight, because only they reach a certain point. It becomes not so dangerous. With an index above 90,000, they lose combat effectiveness, since the mutation causes a sharp increase in vital energy due to radiation. But this explanation did not reassure the new recruit. Van Shi added that for them the advantage of PAG is in damage applied by the same ability. One of the soldiers suddenly noticed that something was wrong with this opponent. The captain did not see the problem, but the subordinate explained that usually these mutants attract skaters. The only problem was that in this place there was no one to see even some rat mutants. At this moment, the whole team felt that the earth under them began to somehow tremble. Van Shai quickly turned around and saw that their goal began to concentrate energy for attack. The recruit, who still has not calmed down, noticed that there was nothing in the sky, but for some reason this creature was aimed there. The commander ordered his subordinates to open fire because in fact the mutant accumulated energy for self-destruction. He perfectly understood that if it seems true, then they would die right here because they had no other way. In the end, everything turned out to be just that. So after a few seconds, a huge hot sphere appeared on the site of the mutant. The bodies and armor of all soldiers could not hold such a high temperature, so they all turned into ashes. At the same time, the ship reported that the Black Rider suddenly lost contact with them, which caused anxiety from everyone. Now the testimony of crystal energy has changed due to the fact that the targets were divided. So now, 12 separate lifeforms were visible on the radar. Then the captain ordered the whole composition to prepare for the retreat, because even if the elite forces were destroyed, they can be replaced. But they had equipment of too high cost. Meanwhile, the main character returned to the Pustosh, who saw that this place had not changed at all, and the same chaos reigned here. The guy had the feeling that he was almost used to the local air, so he no longer had such an aversion to this world. He tried to bring a small animal in a cage here, but in the end, he saw that only he could go through the portal. Jiang Chen looked around and saw that their base had not changed a lot, because now all was strengthened. He pressed the button so that the gate was automatically opened in front of him, and did not look away from this yard. The main character could not believe that in front of him was the same place in which he was 4 months ago. Sun Jiao immediately ran out into the yard when she saw that her lover had finally returned to them. Jiang Chen did not even have time to say anything when she had already leaned on him and hugged him tightly, not hiding her emotions. She was incredibly happy that the guy finally returned, and he asked her to be a little easier. Sun Jiao asked if his lover was missing her, and he was a little worried because all this time he was not deprived of female attention. It seems that the girl felt that she was deceived because she heard from Jiang Chen the smell of female spirits. She decided not to pay attention to it and grabbed the young man by the hand to show him all her creations. Sun Jiao proudly said that she replaced all the old statues with new fortifications. She also built a guard tower, put a wire fence and conducted a sewer, and there were walls, kitchens, and bedrooms inside the house. Now the main character was not sure that it was just a mansion, because all this looked like a real fortress. The girl was sure that it was much safer because the building was quite defenseless until she strengthened him. In turn, Jiangchen believed that their base was quite inconspicuous until the girl changed her. Sun Jiao still adhered to her idea that they could not continue to pretend that no one lives here. In the end, our hero agreed that the girl did everything absolutely right. Then, the guy decided to ask where Yao Yao was, and Sun Jiao said that the girl was madly missing him, and now locked herself in the room to work a little. In fact, at that moment the girl did not work at all, but slept sweetly in her bed, not suspecting about the return of Jiang Chen. The main character neatly opened the door and saw that Yao Yao was asleep, so he tried to behave as quietly as possible. Different devices were scattered in her room, the appointment of which the young man did not even know. Jiang Chen passed the exam at the second computer level, so he was not opposed to seeing what Yao Yao was doing. As a result, the guy realized that he did not understand a word from the girl's recording. Jiang Chen looked around and saw that Yao Yao still slept after zealous work. The main character neatly removed the book from her bed and realized that yesterday she fell asleep during reading. The girl immediately jumped up from her bed, and the young man was frightened due to the fact that he accidentally woke her. It turned out that she was just a dream of Jiang Chen, whom she tried to stop the fact that she was working hard. After that, Yao Yao abruptly lay on the pillow and continued to sleep, as if nothing had happened, which caused our hero surprise. This was a little amused by our hero, but he noticed that the girl worked a lot, so he understood that she should sleep longer. The girl, with a smile on her face, continued to see dreams with Jiang Cheni, who was right next to her all this time. The guy still could not understand why Yao Yao was working like that, and suspected that they had made a noise to get all these books. He suspected that they found all these books in places that were a complete zombie, and thought about whether they needed to completely explain the situation. In the end, Jiang Chen decided that the time had come to open the cards and start their main work. Suddenly he stopped because Sun Jiao saw in a rather frank outfit. The girl could not understand why our hero stood on the second floor for so long and asked him to go down as soon as possible. Jiang Chen embarrassedly asked when she managed to change clothes, and thought that she wanted to work out some kind of kung fu. He desperately tried to pretend that nothing was happening, and said that later they needed to arrange a family assembly. Our hero did not even notice the sudden moment when the girl attacked him and tried to tie. Sun Jiao was proud of her work and said that she had learned this in the pre-war library. Jiang Chen understood that all this was due to the fact that the girl was jealous of him, so he suggested that he somehow settle this situation. She was not going to leave it just like that, so she wanted to remind our hero what a beautiful girl he had. At that moment, they heard a loud cry and only now remembered that they were not alone in this house. It turned out that Yao Yao had already woke up and became a witness to what Jiang Chen and Sun Jiao did. The girl immediately began to play her role in order to somehow smooth out this too awkward situation. She pretended that all this was a game, so she asked Yao Yao to follow the invader and prevent him from escaping. The main character asked to let him go, but Sun Jiao did not obey, and the crime scene disappeared as soon as possible. The guy was left alone with Yao Yao and desperately tried to explain what was happening here. The girl did not care all this because she was delighted when she saw her older brother. She immediately began to untie our hero, although it was quite difficult. After some time, they still gathered for the family council so that Jiang Chen could tell the girls something important. They were still embarrassed, and Yao Yao thought that this was somehow connected with a recent awkward situation. In fact, Jiang Chen wanted to talk about another topic and finally dared to admit his origin. The main character directly told the girls that he had come here from another world. Sun Jiao did not surprise this at all, because she knew this information earlier, and this was not news to her. In turn, Yao Jiao was very surprised and carefully looked at our hero with her huge eyes. The guy decided to demonstrate his abilities and took milk directly from his special storage. This did not end there, so he took out a whole set of products from the air. Now both girls were surprised because they could understand how this was generally possible. Yama admired the skills of Jiang Chenya and thought that in fact he was some kind of deity. Jiang Chen and Tikui enjoyed the reaction of the girls but explained that he did not pull out these objects from the air. The guy explained that he has something like a repository, a mini cooler, but no one can see it and only he can use it. It is in this refrigerator that he stores things from another world, and also all this is easily exchanged for gold. Jiang Chen once again confirmed this, but realized that they could not be in the pre-war time. Yama already thought that they could also travel through worlds, like objects. And meanwhile, Sun Jiao only thought about how many tasty were a lot. Our hero looked at the poor hamster who could not survive this journey and warned that all creatures ended the same after that. The girl thought and noted that a journey through worlds could make it to the point that in the ordinary world people will become infected with mutant bacteria, simply turn into zombies. Jiang Chen was nervous because before he had never even thought about it, because he was only worried about money. He was delighted that this bracelet relieves him of all of beams because then his world could already become infected. The guy said that this time he brought a lot of supplies to exchange them for crystals, and also bought several everyday essential items to strengthen their mansion. Sun Jiao said that only one sealed crackers can be exchanged for several crystals, and emphasized that they did not need to go to the 6th Street because the neighboring survivors were suitable for exchange. She added that it would be great to buy heavy artillery for their mansion, and our hero replied that he did not trust the survivors, so he wanted to go to the 6th Street. The girl agreed with the main character, but was afraid that the mercenaries Huigu probably set them up in this place. Jiang Chen said that he would go there alone, because for him it was a real trifle. The main character decided to demonstrate another of his ability, and now right in front of the eyes of the girls, a second later the young man appeared in his vault. Although this movement was given to him with some difficulties, he exhaled heavily and noticed that such a movement still does not pass without a trace. After that, he returned back and explained that in this way he could easily move there and back. It was because of this that he could calmly go to the 6th Street alone and use the repository to deliver all the goods. Sun Jiao was still not sure of this, but the guy believed that she needed to look after the house because they did not have enough people and planned to buy several new employees. The girl only laughed with the fact that they would be the next cute girls. The main character was not at all in jokes because he believed that one person could not protect such a huge mansion alone, because of which he wanted to find several specialists. Yaoma was a little upset because she thought she was no longer needed by Jiang Chenya. Although all this time she tried so hard to improve her skills, the young man immediately reassured her and explained that he simply did not want her to tire herself and always remember the rest. Sun Jiao decided to warn our hero that he could not even think about removing electronic collars from other slaves whom he planned to buy. Jiang Chen was no longer such an idiot, because he changed and no longer relying on the peaceful thinking of a civilized person. Then the girl could be calm, so she asked if their meeting ended on this. The guy noticed that since this is a family assembly, there was another question that should be discussed. He explained that this applies to Sun Jiao and what she needed to do, so he asked her to tell about it. The girl was a little surprised because she did not expect that the case would reach her. She was a little embarrassed because she was happy that the main character remembered this promise. Sun Jiao admitted that she was very pleased with her current life, but decided to tell about her past if the guy still wanted it. She admitted with a smile on her face that now she considers this place to be her home. Events are transferred to the past, when Sun Jiao met with mercenaries in the middle of the ruins of the wasteland. One of the bandits told his boss that there was just a useless trash. Only now, they realized that they were frying a useless refuge, because there was a group of refugees who said they were peaceful. The bandits were sure that they would not pay off even the cost of gasoline if they sell all these people about the slave traders. The boss looked at Sun Jiao and ordered just to feed all these people zombies if they are so useless. He asked his comrades and move, because the new problems were already very close. The girl was all in tears because she understood that now she would die right here. It turned out that all this time on one of the buildings was a sniper, which I saw that the bandits were hostage. He took aim carefully and quickly neutralized one of the participants in this group in a second. The bandits began to panic because they realized that their enemies were already here and tried to find shelter as quickly as possible. One of the mercenaries actively began to look around to find where they opened fire from them. In the end, he saw that some stranger was sitting on the ruins and informed his partners about it. The man tried to warn that the danger was in the southwest, but the sniper had already neutralized him. Then the leader was ordered his subordinates to open fire on the target in the southwest. The mercenaries did not wait long and began to shoot at their enemy, leaving him no chance of salvation. Meanwhile, the sniper had already moved, which the bandits did not even suspect, and saw that his enemies were cleaners. He considered that the cleaners acted too slowly and decided to use a knife against them. This warrior was so fast that the mercenaries did not even have time to react to the fact that the enemy was already among them. One bandit still managed to react in time and open fire on this sniper, but he managed to notice this attack. The sniper noticed that this opponent was not bad, but he chatted too much, which destroyed him. The mercenaries desperately shouted to their partners to kill this enemy, but no one could resist him. As a result, in a cloud of dust which rose due to this fierce battle, only the cries of bandits from pain were heard. All this time, the frightened Sun Jiao was hiding under the surviving table and only thought that she did not want to die. She continued to cry because of fear, not suspecting that a savior had already come to her, who defended her from these bandits. The stranger immediately realized that the girl was from 71 shelters and asked if she wanted to go with her. Sun Jiao carefully looked out and saw that all the bad people were lying lifelessly on the ground. Meanwhile, the girl took off the mask and explained that this is just a group of work of merchants, which she was chasing for several days. She knew that the 71st shelter was a special shelter for refugees. A good stranger immediately warned Sun Jiao, who was about to get out of her refuge, that the outside world is not at all like this shelter. She took out a small loaf of bread from her pockets and, holding out Sun Jiao food, asked when the girl was no longer eating for a long time. The girl was very happy when for the first time in a long time she saw real delicious food in front of her. The stranger was not going to leave the child to the mercy of fate, so she took the defenseless Sun Jiao with her. She said that she belonged to the Chinese People's Liberation Army, so her work was to clean the wasteland and kill bad people. The warrior girl asked what Sun Jiao would do next, because now she had a small supply of food and water. Sun Jiao was too scared, so she could not answer this question, which is why her savior thought she was dumb. Then the girl explained that now the girl's past life is over, so she suggested that she go to the 6th Street. In the end, Sun Jiao firmly replied that she had no desire to go to this place. The savior thought that the period of genetic defects was over, so she was sure that her young companion could not be dumb. She asked where the girl wanted to go, because if he had no goal, then she would not live in the wasteland for a long time. Sun Jiao replied without any doubt that she wants to find her dad and mother, as well as the younger sister. The girl noted that she was very lucky that she had a family, so she advised to hurry in order to find all of them for sure. Also, the savior was sure that the girl would have to learn a lot of things for her life. The main character decided to ask what happened to Sun Jiao after this fateful meeting. After that, the girl slowly realized that her savior was lying, because there were no families in the wasteland, and it was strange if the strangers did not fit and robbed you. Sun Jiao gradually realized that even if she finds her family, she simply could not return to her former life. Over time, she realized that she was really lucky, because looking back, the girl understood that the childhood of the shelter would not be the best event. The mentor was always mysterious for the girl because it was still unknown what she did until the day when she suddenly disappeared. In the end, Sun Jiao heard that her savior participated in the battle and died, so she began to turn alone. During this time, she managed to visit many, very many places in order to finally realize one single truth. Seeing a considerable number of burials, the girl still realized that her parents were dead. But all this time she was still a younger sister, about whom no one told her that she was dead. Sun Jiao did not give up, so she continued her search and even checked the place where her father lived to the shelter. So the girl lived all her life, and after the tireless, fruitless searches, she, incredibly exhausted, she put on a set of pre-war clothing, which she found in the house while waiting for her death, and lost consciousness from hunger before the main character found her. Sun Jiao saw a ghostly image when it was helplessly unconscious. It was just Zhang Chen, who thought that there was nobody in the house and decided to go in. The guy laughed with the fact that he was called ghostly, because he called several times and asked if there was someone inside. Sun Jiao was sure that in any case it was the only option for our hero at that time. In the end, Zhang Chen understood the story of the girl and promised from that moment on the news about her younger sister, and then decided to ask what he could do for Yao Yao. The girl hugged Sun Jiao tightly and stated that she was already very happy because she found her family. The main character was glad that Yao Yao suited everything and she was truly happy. Then he remembered that he needed the help of Yao Yao with something, and climbed into the storage to get this thing. Zhang Chen quickly took out a smartphone from there, and the girl immediately realized that it was electronics, so she wanted to go for all her tools. Meanwhile, Zhang Chen decided to take care of the equipment and decompose all their supplies in places. Yama quickly ran into her room and asked our hero to be careful with wires under his feet. The guy would never have thought that this place was once the house of Sun Jiao, because now it is more like a laboratory of a crazy scientist. Meanwhile, the girl sat down at her workplace and was impatiently wanted to see the advanced technologies of the world of our hero. The young man explained that these technologies are not so advanced, because these are just mobile games on a cell phone. Yama surprised all these words because she had no idea what Zhang Chen says. The main character was surprised because he thought that there were video games here and tried to explain all aspects. After the explanation, the girl still realized what the main character said. The girl remembered that in the pre-war period there were quite a few shooters, but they played in gaming capsules. Our hero was surprised to learn about such a device, and Yao Yao explained that these games are created on the virtual reality engine, since you are less tired in the lying position and you can play longer. Now the young man realized that the problem was that mobile games are outdated in this world, so he thought about transferring them to the VR systems. After all these explanations, the girl asked for permission so that she could explore this cell phone. Yama was very happy when Jiang Chen still gave her permission to experiment with this device. She was very surprised when she saw inside a very ancient processor and a touch keyboard. Also, the girl could not believe that this device still has an internal memory and uses gigabytes. As a result, she realized that all this was not so difficult, because if she uses the D+ coding, it could squeeze everything into a tiny space. Yama worried that the programming of games was a completely different matter, because she did not have no experience in this area. The main character realized that his expectations were too high, but in any case, not every programmer is a brilliant game designer. Suddenly, the girl remembered something and promised that she would do what the guy wanted. For only 5 days, Jiang Chen was surprised when he heard such short terms because he thought that the development would take at least a few months. Yama laughed embarrassedly because she understood that it was quite difficult to start from scratch. But she remembered that there was a public library nearby that could help. From this place, Sun Jiao brought all these reference books, and there are many historical source codes in the library database. So our hero mobile games should definitely be there. Our hero could not restrain his joy, so he grabbed the girl in his arms because he now considered her too sweet. Yama was very embarrassed by this and could not stop thinking that Jiang Chen had just circled her. In the end, the guy decided to leave her alone so that the girl could work hard. Meanwhile, Sun Jiao just finished sorting all their supplies by boxes. The main character quietly approached his lover and acquired her by the waist. He praised the girl for doing such a good job, not hiding her admiration for her efforts. In fact, Sun Jiao is unhappy that our hero did not help her, but he simply did not know that she so much wanted to transfer all the supplies to the basement. Jiang Chen was too close to the girl's neck, because of which she was embarrassed, and asked her not to worry that she would be hungry. At that moment, she reported that she brought still gold for the protagonist, indicating that it was in the pool outside. The guy noticed that today he was waiting for a lot of pleasant surprises. After a conversation with everyone, the main character went outside and decided to practice a little in shooting at mutants. Jiang Chen was a little upset due to the fact that he had a sight all the time, so he could not get by his purpose. All this time he aimed at the head, but as a result, he fell only into the chest, so he realized that he needed to change his tactics a little. The main character was not going to give up just like that, so he decided to try again and aim a little higher. He moved his weapon so that now it fell into the crown of zombies. As a result, the young man was still able to achieve the desired result and hit the mutant's head. Sun Jiao all this time watched training with binoculars and praised the young man for the success that he could achieve. She advised to adjust the angle under the distance and use the optics if the distance to the target is small. The girl began to scream so that Jiang Chen was recharged faster, because in a collision with the horde of zombies, one mistake can cost life. Jiang Chen thought that when he was better than his body, he could easily cope with this task, but everything was far from the case. The brainless zombies continued to wander sadly, not suspecting that they had a scope for all this time. The mutants were activated when the sun sat over the horizon, and everything around was covered with darkness. Sun Jiao offered to dwell on this as the night came, and the zombie is becoming more dangerous, so it is better not to provoke them. She said that out of 120 bullets, 29, it hit the zombie and killed them, and 70 damaged their bodies, which was pretty good result. The girl certainly did not worry about the protagonist, because during his sortie to the 6th Street, he at least can protect himself and run away at the right time. In turn, Jiang Chen still was not fully calm and worried. You could not be sure if he could cope with this. The next morning, the young man began to collect his backpack and storage, where he put goods for trade, food, water, and weapons. Sun Jiao asked the protagonist not to hesitate, but also not to forget about caution all the way. Yama just woke up and saw that the brother was leaving, so she asked him to wait a bit. The main character explained that he was just going to the 6th Street and will return in a few days. But the girl had already run upstairs. Sun Jiao also asked the young man to wait a bit, because the girl had long prepared a gift for him. After some time, Yao Yao returned, but now in her hands she carried some small bag for Jiang Chen. Inside there was a thing that the girl developed, namely, a mini drone that can connect to the identification number and scan everything within a radius of a kilometer. The girl handed over her device and wanted to sleep because she was too tired. Jiang Chen and Sun Jiao noticed that this child is so tired that he was not even afraid to freeze. The protagonist could not just look at it. So he covered the girl with a blanket so that she rested in warmth. Sun Jiao carefully watched, but emphasized that Jiang Chen already had to go. Meanwhile, the 6th Street continued to live actively and was shrouded in smoke from a large number of different factories. The main character got here with the help of underground routes. But this took as much as 5 hours and was rather not easy. He stopped at the ruins nearby and decided to immediately try the mini-drone that Yao Yao gave him. The guy was able to easily explore the terrain and saw that the path was still safe, which gave him confidence. A whole queue lined up on the entrance to the 6th Street, so the guard ordered everyone to quickly prepare their identification number. Jiang Chen was able to go without problems because he had no criminal records, which facilitated his access to this place. Wearing a hood, the guy was able to easily hide among other residents and guests of the 6th Street, so he could easily go on his own affairs. In the middle of one of the streets was a man who sang a song and waited until his container would rent. At this moment, he was just approached by Jiang Chen, who was not opposed to renting a container for his purchases. The seller explained that for this, you need to fill out the form in which you need to specify the time, size of the container, prepare your number, and pay after receiving the goods. After they issued all these aspects for the purchase, the man asked our hero to follow him. The man explained that there was one key to the entire common cargo, and the deposit was 3 crystals. After a few seconds, he received a deposit and entrusted our hero with the key, asking not to lose it. Jiang Chen once again looked around and rejoiced that none of the enemies noticed that he had come to this place. At first, the main character wanted to put local canned food here, bracketed crackers and other goods. Next, the guy was going to go to the inner ring because he needs to sell all the goods that he has, and then hire several additional working hands. He remembered that Sun Jiao warned that he needed to try to do without convicts or people without labor values, finding on slaves with clean records and long-term suitability. Approaching the inner ring, the protagonist witnessed how the soldiers opened the garage, where there was some huge mechanism. Jiang Chen was surprised when he saw that the inner ring had such a powerful weapon. The soldier asked if our hero wanted to get into the inner ring, and he thought that it would be great if he could take several such cars. The guard said that 1 crystal needs to pay for the entrance, and the mercenaries will ensure safety. The main character quickly paid and was surprised when he saw that everything was different in this place. Jiang Chen decided that he needed to choose a hotel with the highest standards, and his gaze fell on an institution with the name of the Heavenly Island. He went inside, where the administrator immediately met him and asked how he could help their client. Our hero only said that he needed the best number and promised to pay for the whole week. The administrator was surprised and specified whether Jiang Chen wanted to rent a premium luxe number for 7 days with a prepayment of 70 crystals. The guy with a smile on his face confirmed his intentions and handed the employee a bag of energy crystals. Now events are transferred to the office of the director, who learned about the arrival of Jiang Chen. On his table lay a dossier, which reported that Jiang Chen was a representative of the food production company and booked a luxury number from July 9th to 14th. The man was immediately interested in the fact that this guy was engaged in the production of food. His assistant immediately saw the interest of his boss, so she asked if he wanted to see this man. The man believed that he did not need to rush, so he asked the secretary to just wait and watch this guy. Then, the girl recalled that today, the boss had a chicken under the sauce of curry. The boss just nodded his head, so the assistant immediately realized that she needed to bring this dinner. After a few seconds, the girl went into the office with a tray, and the man was already looking forward to how he would be the last time to eat this dish. She demonstrated her watering dish that was hidden under the cap. The man incredibly enjoyed every piece of this canned food, as if it was the most refined delicacy in the world. The secretary all this time only watched his boss and swallowed saliva because she wanted to try this chicken. The boss enjoyed the eventful aftertaste of this dish and was upset due to the fact that there was such a small bank. He was aware that the outer ring collected 20 such pieces a few days ago. Therefore, even if they each for 60 crystals, everyone would fight for these canned food. If he divides the jar into 3 parts, it will someday end. And he did not even know what the boss ding beef boss tasted. At that moment, the man looked at the dossier of our hero and remembered that he was just representing a food production company. It seemed to him that the name Jiang Chen was too familiar to him, and therefore he tried to remember where he saw him. Meanwhile, the main character decided to use some services in the inner ring. The guy was surprised that this biogenic capsule also had a massage function, which made it even more comfortable. Now he made sure that the technology really had good things because now nature is not needed at all. Jiang Chen decided to see what else you can have fun, and found a universal entertainment robot 821A1. The guy chose the level of difficulty of blood pressure, and to demonstrate the skill of the National Sword of China. In the end, they ended this game with a score of 11-0, and the main character, who obviously lost, begged the robot to stop. Then Zhang Chen decided to test the 7D system of high-quality modeling stereo, which had a rather understandable remote control, like a TV. He has a cool button on the remote control, and a world appeared around him, which looked like a pre-war time. The young man suddenly heard around him the active chatter of people and could not understand where he was. The main character admired that this gadget worked in full, because everything around looked as real as possible. He looked around and saw that here you could even see various historical events, as if he were his participant. Thus, the guy was able to see how the Industrial Revolution and the Second World War took place. Our hero agreed that this is a 7D piece, and such a therapeutic capsule is really steep from the device. So I thought how to transfer these technologies to my world. There is also a maid robot here, which could probably be beneficial with him and sell it to most guys' tax. There is one dubious thing, because yesterday Zhang Chen threw the fishing rod, choosing the best hotel, because the day has passed, which turned out to be too calm. He could not understand why nothing was happening, and thought that all these people did not leave any records about his last party of cans. The guy thought that all this was wrong, so he thought that he would need to contact these people on his own. Just at that moment, he heard a knock at the door. Therefore, he realized that they were already here and jumped up to meet the guests as soon as possible. As it turned out, it was just decided to visit the director of the hotel, who became interested in the type of activity of the protagonist. Zhang Chen asked who decided to mention him, and the man introduced himself as Zhao Chen Yu and introduced the guy to his secretary Seisei. Our hero began to get a little nervous and immediately asked the man to sit on the sofa to discuss all the aspects. The man immediately apologized for the anxiety, but saw Zhang Chen something that immediately shocked him. Zhao Chen Yu and Seilei immediately fell silent, because both saw that the maid in their hands had a large bank of canned tangerines. The director immediately thought that he had not seen real fruits for a long time, and his secretary really wanted to try such a delicacy at least once. The guy thought that his guests were pretending or hiding his surprise, so it interested him even more. Zhang Chen easily waved his hand and noticed that it seems that Mr. Zhao had already looked at him. Zhao Chen guessed that our hero wrote such detailed information so that someone would come and find it because, initially, only the generation of the gene was required for registration at the hotel. The young man suggested not talking about such unimportant details and asked the maid to bring some fruits. He stated that canned fruits are a specialization in their company, and because of his weakness to oranges, he took them with him on this journey. Zhao Chen Yu and Seilei were shocked that the fruits were brought for them, and they could not believe that they really could try it. The director was so glad of such an opportunity that he could not even control the path in his hands. He admired the juicy taste in his mouth, because of which his body seemed to begin to melt. Zhao Chen carefully coughed to cope with his emotions, and the main character continued to carefully observe the reaction of his guests. In the end, the protagonist asked if the director and secretary of the taste was after such treats. The man agreed that the taste was definitely delightful, and said that the 6th Street could grow some fruits, but their number is very limited. Due to radiation, only a small part of them can be safely consumed, and from the remaining ones, you can only take nutrients. Zhang Chen explained that he has some thoughts on this subject, so he was in this place. Zhao Chen Wu suggested that canned food that appeared last time at the auction was also the work of Mr. Jiang. The young man only smiled silently and tried not to give out that the man knew correctly. The director was surprised that our hero was able to fork out like that only to receive guests, so it looked like putting his wealth to show. Zhang Chen said that he had already put up several canned boxes for auction at a price of 50 crystals apiece, and heard that the price was raised already to 60. Then Zhao Chen immediately guessed that Mr. Zhang appeared in the inner circle, not in an exchanger to conclude a major deal. Our hero hinted that this is not just a single transaction, but a number of repeated ones. The director realized that this guy needs to be more respectful and decided to imagine again, calling himself a member of the Council of 10 Consuls, the president of the Zhao Corporation, greeting the guest on behalf of their corporation. Zhang Chen recalled that Sun Jiao mentioned the Council of 10 Consuls, so he understood that he had come to some large bump. He introduced himself as a representative of Fishbone, and the man immediately realized that we were talking about trade, so he was surprised that now Jiang Chen could provide stable deliveries. The main character noted that the master was too excited, so he asked him to sit down and calmly discuss their cooperation. Zhao Chen had asked for forgiveness for his tactlessness, because at first he took the guy for the usual speculator of the intermediary. but the possibility of trade for a long time attracted him too much. After that, trading partners went to the shooting range to try the rifles that Mr. Zhao proposed. Our hero recalled that he first needed to charge the weapon, then hold his breath and take his target on the fly. Zhao Chen believed that the rifles of his serial production were pretty good, so the guy asked the guy about them. The guy appreciated this weapon and asked to give him 40 pieces to start. Also add various types of anti-tank grenades to the calculation. Si Lai brought a preliminary contract based on a detailed list of the required basic equipment which the main character provided them. And the details of the second transaction were also spelled out in detail. Our hero saw that all the technologies he needed was prescribed here. Also, the prices for food products are mainly the same as previously discussed. And Zhao Chen again asked what Mr. Jiang think about weapons. The man believed that the company was better to sit right on the 6th Street, because in this way, they could provide direct protection of their property. But Jiang Chen was definitely not going to go to such steps. Meanwhile, S.E. Lai asked our hero the killer in the legal correctness of the compiled document. After signing all the documents, Zhao Chen suggested that his new partner conduct a tour to look at his military plant. They didn't even have to get up from their seats, because there was a huge elevator that would deliver them to the right place. Zhang Chen that the position of this man in the committee was not just a title, because such a military factory could not be built by chance. To begin with, the director showed the main line of production, which mainly specializes in the production of ammunition and ammunition. The guy was shocked when he saw the scale of production, and carefully looked around. It turned out that there were still maglev throns, each of which can carry up to 50 kilograms, and also has an integrated search and destruction function. But this was just the beginning. Therefore, having dressed glasses, Zhao Chen decided to demonstrate other technologists. The mechanism immediately gave the main character the same sunglasses that even more surprised the guy. The director explained that now they were near a special landfill for weapons testing. At this moment, they just experienced a new model of turrets here. So our hero was able to see this process with his own eyes. The weapon was able to get into all targets without any problems, and the experimenter was left without any damage. Although he stood right in this room, our hero immediately caught fire because he was very interested in such a weapon, so he was not opposed to buy a couple of copies. The man said that these turrets had low profitability because recently the 6th Street has been modernizing its control and receipt equipment again, and orders have accumulated 2 months in advance, which is why Jiang Chen will have to wait a bit. The guy did not see the problem at all, and in the meantime, Zhao Chen decided to continue their excursion. Then they went to the workshop for the assembly of intelligence robots Akama, where the work was also boiling. Zhao Chen was demonstrated by a triangular artillery spider tank, whom the guy could just see at the entrance to the city. The main character realized that this time he really managed to look into the armed forces of the future, which made him think. He understood that people had such an incredible force, but at the same time they could not cope with zombies and mutants, so it was unrealistic to assume how strong the monsters of this world were. Suddenly, the stream of all these thoughts was interrupted by Zhao Chen, who wanted to turn to our hero. The man understood that Jiang Chen often happens outside the house and is faced with a considerable danger, so he decided to give him nitrogen armor. He decided right now to demonstrate the effect of nitrogen that is drawn into the center with the help of an atomic vortex to cause high-pressure circulation. The subject was enough to press one button on his sleeve so that a strong barrier appeared around him. After a second, fire was opened on it, but not a single bullet could go through this protection. Zhao Chen said that before the energy of the shield ends, at the peak of his performance, he can withstand 4 machine gun attacks. He immediately asked if the main character was pleased with all this, and meanwhile, the guy himself asked if this device had any restrictions. In fact, this shield did not have anything like that, just a large energy consumption, and the problem with the nucleus overheating. Jiang Chen did not even expect that Mr. Zhao would have the opportunity to develop weapons, but he complained that all this was bad for sale. Events are transferred to the past when one of the future slaves woke up with his wife in capsules in the post-war world. All this happened in one refugee shelter, where their bodies were preserved in special capsule. Before the war, the man was a senior mechanical engineer, but he had a chance to visit the anabiosis chamber with his whole family. Unfortunately, the post-war world was not as beautiful as everyone imagined, because most refugees were forced to open prematurely. As a result, all their property became the property of bandits who seized all these shelters. All the people who visited the cells of animation have become just a product for them. There were goods that refused to participate in the Junat on the massacre. There were lucky ones who became comrades, and there were those who became their victim. The rest of the people who were afraid to go against the system were simply sold. It was then that all the people from the shelter met a place called the 6th Street. The senior engineer also turned out to be one of them, so he was taken for the role of a worker. The funny thing was that he received it not by the fact that he was a senior engineer, but because he looked as if he was used to hard labor. 30 people, including him, were caused by the fact that, according to them, it was an ordinary quarantine, and such things happened before. In fact, each of them was infected with the X1 virus, and also received a microchip. Therefore, ultimately, they became someone else's personal guard or material for experiments on people. All people did not resist at all, because since their awakening, their life no longer belonged to themselves. Ultimately, the former senior engineer became an ordinary worker on the conveyor. But in the life of the man, there were also joyful moments, because after a few weeks, his wife also found himself on the 6th Street. They were lucky that they were still able to reunite after the end of the world. But one day, everything turned out in a completely different way. The man noticed that on this day, a rather strange set of people was chosen for sale. He thought that it was a party of people to become a private army, but for some reason women were also selected. After that, they were all plunged into a truck. So the senior engineer could not even assume what awaits them in the future. The man noticed that there were other families except them, but those who were selected are also relatively stronger. No one knew where they were being taken, and the old man found out that there are also several people like him who had skills in the field of high military technologies, but now it was considered useless. After some time, the truck stopped with a screech because he finally arrived at the right place. Here they were met by our heroes, who turned out to be hospitable and greeted their new comrades with hot food. Until today, the man never believed that he could once again feel the smell of rice. Jiang Chen, with a smile on his face, asked what everyone was waiting and invited them to quickly approach to eat. All slaves began to mumble actively because they could not believe that they really treat them so well. In the end, they gathered in line and began to think that this could be a cover for experiments on people, but they did not see the difference because even the dying should eat full food. Due to the delicious smell, all the stomachs began to grumble, and the slaves could only grab the chest with saliva, waiting for their turn. The main character actively worked and quickly poured portions for each of his new employee. All people have not eaten normal food for a long time, so they greedily thrown into their portion. Everyone thanked Jiang Chen, and he asked not to worry, because portions should have been enough for everyone. But the guy was not going to be absolutely kind and promised to punish slaves if he was eager after they are announced. Sun Jiao considered this disgusting. Well, our hero could not allow these guys who had never seen rice to waste food. For this, they used 1 kilogram of rice, 2 pieces of dried meat, and 3 heads of cabbage. Sun Jiao said that besides this, our hero used many products from the storage for exchange for materials. The guy believed that all this is not much worth it because he could drag another batch of products, so he wanted to finish with cooking and getting down to business. Such an attitude of our hero angered the girl, so she wanted to score him a fox. But Yao Yao needed help. Meanwhile, all visiting slaves came to Jiang Chen because they had already managed to eat a little. The guy patted and hoped that all the guys were able to eat up to a day. All the slaves still did not believe in the kindness of the protagonist, so they behaved quietly and were afraid to say at least something. Jiang Chen advised everyone to answer his questions, because then they will be able to eat again. The senior engineer, who stated that he really ate this rice, decided to give a voice first. Jiang Chen was delighted with such news and suggested that all the recruits were guessing what they got into. The main character emphasized that he saved them from hunger, and also promised that his workers would be able to get wealth that they had never even dreamed of. He explained that all guys just need to prove their usefulness and thus earn their 3-time nutrition. After these instructions, the guy decided to return to his home because all this tired him very much. He was tired after the next gathering of the envoys and the next work for himself, so now he could only lie on the bed. In any case, the young man rejoiced that they had already taken care of the expansion of the base and the development of the game, and also received people who are able to cook. In the end, the protagonist concluded that he was well welded in the public that Mr. CJSC bought from Mr. Jiang Chen decided not to waste time and see how things were with his main prey. The young man used the storage to move all his gold and count how much he managed to get this time. Because of this, the neighbors from below heard a loud roar and thought that someone decided to arrange a crossing at 2 a.m. The guy apologized to his neighbors, and at that moment the phone, which lay in his pocket, began to call. Our hero carefully asked who called it, and assumed that he would already have a considerable number of messages from Xia Xia. It turned out that it was the owner of the apartment. which was very dissatisfied with the fact that Jiang Chen threw him with money and disappeared somewhere. The guy now did not have the strength for this quarrel, so he decided to just say goodbye to this place. Jiang Chen simply invited the tenant to rent a room for someone else, because the comrade barking simply annoyed him. He did not care about this problem at all, and decided to call Xiaxia because he cared for his employee. The girl was just sitting behind a laptop when a call from her boss entered. Xiaxia hated that the guy disappeared for so long, but at least she was glad that he did not forget how to call back. She asked with sarcasm whether she heard everything correctly, and realized that the head and the company finally called her. The main character tried to explain that he was busy with the solution of business issues recently, but the assistant was still too angry. The guy understood that he would not be able to reassure Xiaxia, so he asked to go with him to inspect the new house. The girl did not expect that her boss would be so careless, so she just turned off without answering anything. She saw that Jiang Chen called again, so she tried to remain calm because in any case he was her boss. Our hero desperately asked not to hang the phone and find a little time for him, but the girl did not understand what all this was for. He guessed that S.E. Lei would like to take a walk, also said that he had almost finished developing a mobile game, but the girl did not answer this. Jiang Chen even added that we can say that the game is already finished. The next step needs to be hired by some specialists. The guy was surprised at the assistant's agreement, but she explained that she did not want to evade his duties. Therefore, given her routine tasks, she will prepare several houses for the boss. In the end, the girl simply hung up the phone, but our hero was delighted at least the fact that this issue was resolved because he could not stand these developers of housing. The protagonist again fell on the bed with fatigue and thought, what matters they got further on the list, and remembered about gold bars. Jiang Chen decided that now it's time to bother his foreign friends and called Robert Smith. He thought that no one answered him, although he seemed to have counted time correctly, and the businessman should not sleep now. After some time, at the other end they still asked who called, and our hero explained that he was Jiang Chen from China, and asked who he was talking to. The guy did not like at all that his comrade was silent again and did not continue this conversation. It turned out that it was a bodyguard, Nick Kaczynski, who said that his boss had some difficulties and asked if he could trust our hero. The young man listened to the story of what happened to the businessman, and now he remembered that it was the same bald bodyguard. The protagonist considered it strange that Robert Smith would get to some terrorists to engage in business, because now he was handed over to his own informant. He began to worry because now he had $5 billion American dollars in gold, but there was no way to sell it all. The guy really did not want to be at the site of some secret agencies, because in this case he would not be greeted in every sense, so he began to think to go to Robert Smith. Suddenly, our hero thought that he could still cope with this problem if he rely on this body and equipment that he brought from that world. Jiang Chen believed that he was simply invincible, and if something goes wrong, he can always lie to the bottom for a couple of days. Then he took out a business card, Liu Anshanya, and warned that tomorrow he would jump to him one businessman. The next day, the guy went to the pawn shop and handed over a certain amount of gold to his already familiar partner. The man was nervous again, but said that he was pleased to deal with the main character. He escorted to the guy to a taxi with his gaze, and again thought that it was obvious that there was something wrong with him. At the same time, all the guesses of Liu Anshanya turned out to be true. So he laughed viciously. Having taken out the phone, he called someone and said that the protagonist really did not have a certificate and absolutely pure story. So he is just a small clerk. The man added that after the exchange, this guy spent everything to the last in the blink of an eye, and then not so much time passed before he brought another 7 kilograms. He assumed that this strange businessman could be the tender of the tombs or the owner of a private mine. But the bandit was still, because he was already interested in this matter. Liu Anshanu promised that the Hong Yigong would no longer pester him, so he was glad that he came across our hero. Events are transferred to Robert Smith, which he really was able to get a trouble and became a hostage to terrorists. His guard brought a loaf of bread, but the businessman was not going to eat anything. The man had previously been engaged in speculation in the international market in various industries. But 3 days ago during the transaction, his informant sold it. Thus, he ended up on the basis of terrorists and watched how ordinary people from whom it was impossible to get benefits and profits was killed. The businessman was not afraid, as he fell into such situations earlier, and the last time he was almost killed. But the bandits were greedy and took money. The situation became frightening, because although he remained a citizen of the country, his business has attracted attention for the last 2 years due to oil smuggling, which was contrary to national interests. In addition, the man regretted that Nick was also in such a delicate situation. Although there was always a bodyguard nearby, even he could not notice how their enemy was behind Robert Smith. The man was simply seized and dragged in an unknown direction, and Nick did not manage to respond to such a sudden attack. The guard could only look at how terrorists drag his boss because he had to deal with other rivals. Even for such a professional, dealing with a whole terrorist group was a little difficult. In the end, Robert Smith decided to trust his instincts again in order to accurately get out of here alive. Now the man still decided to eat through power, because this rubbish that was given to him was really difficult to eat. Meanwhile, the main character came to the country in which his partner was supposed to be, and noticed that everything looks rather peaceful here. He immediately went to the nearest taxi and showed where he needed to go. During the trip, Jiang Chen asked why there was not a soul around, and the driver said that they had a damned war and there was no guarantee that they would not get a sudden attack. In the place of the protagonist, the desired person was already waiting for the desired person, who immediately recognized Mr. Chen. The guy quickly got out of his taxi and did not forget to thank his driver, giving him a tip. It turned out that there was already a nickname on the spot, who asked if our hero came here alone. The bodyguard understood that Jiang Chen was a pretty good fighter, but he was still sure that he would be difficult to cope with him. But our hero did not panic and asked if there were any clues in search of a boss. Nick already knew the location, but also found out that the situation is bad because the terrorists shot the reporter yesterday. He said that all the weapons were in the trunk of their Jeep and asked if the main character needed a gun. Jiang Chen, with a smile, replied that this was not necessary because he had already prepared for a combat clash. Very soon they arrived at the base, so Nick asked our hero to behave carefully and try not to frighten off these terrorists. The bodyguard quickly took out all the necessary device from his car and asked his partner to prepare for the battle. At that moment, he noticed that our hero had a rather strange VDOC, so he was not completely sure that he could somehow help. Now Nick began to think about bringing this Chinese here a huge mistake, and meanwhile, the guy himself looked around and thought that the locals had suffered due to the war. The bodyguard asked if everything was in order with his partner, and hinted that the Chinese kung fu would help little here. The main character only laughed with the fact that all foreigners believe that all the Chinese should know kung fu, and thought that he should open all the cards. Then he decided imperceptibly behind his back to use the repository and get a gun from there. Jiang Chen, with a grin on his face, said that the preparation is completed, so now they can be advanced. Nick did not want to know where the guy got this gun, because he did not even notice that he had a weapon with him. In the end, the bodyguard realized that this Chinese is not as simple as it seems. Meanwhile, the young man decided that the time had come to demonstrate the results of the development of Yao Yao. He quickly used his mini-drone, which after a second was disguised and became invisible. The main character was about to check how many people were inside this building, and the bodyguard could not understand what kind of gadget that took off and just disappeared. A few seconds later, the guy said that at the first level there were 3 armed people, 5 people at the second level, and in the basement 6. Jiang Chen asked his partner to defend the waste path, and he was going to cope with the guys inside, emphasizing that he had an excellent reaction and the ability to get silently. In the end, Nick still decided to trust the guy and leave him the salvation of the boss, and he was about to take care of the rest. Our hero took the position of a low start and rushed sharply to deal with all his rivals. Meanwhile, the terrorists who were inside and played cards did not even suspect that they were preparing an attack. Jiang Chen was able to bounce highly and grab onto one of the protrusions of the building. Now the guy was sure that this genetic modification of the body cost each of his center. He hidden near one of the windows and heard inside the creak from the fact that some doors opened. It turned out that our hero was near the toilet, where only one terrorist entered, so the young man was going to do everything quietly so as not to raise anxiety ahead of time. The man did not even suspect that he was aiming at him, continuing to do their business. The partner of this mercenary thought that he was in the toilet for too long, so he decided to check it. Without feeling any tension, he went to the door and asked if his friend fell asleep right on the toilet. The main character considered that this was a great moment to strike, so he quickly committed a double murder. Jiang Chen carefully hid near the doorway and was about to arrange a real bloody bathhouse here. The terrorists did not hear anything at all and continued to play cards, threatening each other with a gun. But our hero decided to independently deal with their conflict. Only now they noticed that there was someone alien here, finally broke away from their game. But the men did not even have time to react, because the main character was faster and quickly dealt with them. Other mercenaries who were on the floor below immediately heard some strange sounds from above. They realized that there was some kind of emergency, so they immediately grabbed the weapon to confront the enemy. The leader of this detachment began to climb the steps and ordered everyone to follow him. The main character was already waiting for them and heard that his rivals had risen. So he breathed deeply to relax and remain calm. At the right moment, the guy exhaled calmly and rushed forward to not waste time anymore. The next second, Jiang Chen opened fire on terrorists who did not even have time to react to the enemy, which led to their rapid defeat. Meanwhile, in the basement where Robert Smith was sitting, one could also hear the sounds of the battle from the first floor. The businessman immediately highlighted the sounds of shots and hoped that someone came in order to save all the hostages. The captain ordered his subordinates to monitor the prisoners, while the two provide reinforcements for those who were on the ground floor. In the end, he did not even have time to get up when a deadly bullet flew to his head. The terrorists were finally able to see that their goal was in the corridor at the second level and opened fire. And our hero began a little nervous because there was so many enemy per person. The guard, who was alone with the hostages, began to foresee that everything was not going according to plan. Having dealt with all the mercenaries, the main character began to go down the stairs, singing a tray of a song, and the guard could not understand why they could not deal with some kind of jerk. The remaining terrorist heard steps behind the door and immediately asked who it was. Jiang Chen thought that he must have been in place. The poet went to the door and slowly opened it. He carefully looked out and immediately greeted Mr. Robert with a smile on his face. The businessman was very surprised when he saw a familiar face here, and the terrorist began to scream something inaudible in his language. The guy asked Robert Smith that this man was screaming. He explained that most likely he was saying to lower the gun, otherwise he would kill the hostage. The terrorist greatly panicked, so he ordered the main character to make decisions faster. Jiang Chen understood that he had come to save this hostage, but he looked like his life was in the hands of the guy himself, and a frightened member of his family was sitting nearby. In the end, our hero decided to surrender, because the salvation of life is a greater merit than the construction of a 7-story pagoda. The young man carefully laid the gun on the ground, and the terrorist, without wasting time, opened fire on him. The man was at a loss for several seconds because I could not understand whether he was in Jiang Chen. Then he carefully approached the body of the protagonist to make sure that he really died. It turned out that the guy did not hit this shot, so he again took advantage of his repository and suddenly attacked his opponent. Meanwhile, Nick said that he had just shot up because he was exposed, but there was no one in the evacuation point. So the boss and his partner could go to start the car. He could no longer speak because a new opponent came here, so he asked his comrades simply to hurry. Robert Smith was very happy that our hero came to his aid, and was sure that the Chinese kung fu could really allow the bullets. In fact, Jiang Chen managed to block bullets, activating a shield for a few seconds and making it faster than ordinary human perception, and then pretend that he really fell. The guy decided not to tell his business partner all these aspects, and in the meantime, Nick said that they should hurry because the terrorists caused reinforcements. Robert Smith did not believe that they could just escape and not stumble upon these guys, and in the end, they still could not. In the last second, the protagonist was able to grab him in order to hide and not catch their eyes to their rivals. With the help of the drone, the young man saw that at the next intersection, it was necessary to turn left, and then they will almost be in place. Meanwhile, the bodyguard was already all in the wounds from the bullets, but the main character asked him to go to them rather, because they were already able to run to the car. Nick tore his t-shirt and tightly pulled his hand away to stop the hemorrhage. He was surrounded, so he asked the guys to go forward. I understand that he had to die a long time ago. Jiang Chen was not going to throw his partner, so he asked him to go through the nearest lane. The bodyguard felt that the enemy fire was too fierce, so he still decided to listen to our hero and try to save himself. The terrorists were not going to give their enemy to leave, so they concentrated the fire. But Nick still decided to take a chance and go at the direction of his partner. The main character carefully watched every enemy and led the bodyguard through all the obstacles in his path. In the end, they all gathered near the car, and Nick could not even think that he would get out of here alive. Jiang Chen noticed that they still did not run away, because they had not left the forest, and the rivals almost completely blocked all the roads. Everyone decided that they needed to rush, because there were more and more enemies, and wanted to try to get to a safe city through the desert. Robert Smith looked that they had enough gasoline to drive through the desert and go around it from the north side, and if they were lucky, this place should be captured by a government military. The main character understood very well that in any case, all this place is under the control of terrorists. Going here, the guy did not even suspect that everything would be so unpleasant. But he decided not to think about it, because in any case, he was already in this place. In addition, Jiang Chen was just supposed to check the equipment, the performance of which was pretty good. But also something unexpected happened here, because our hero no longer felt any discomfort from the murder of people. In the end, the whole team was stuck in the middle of the desert because their car could not withstand such loads. Nick looked and said that her engine burned down, and Robert Smith understood that they were ending if it turned out to be true. The protagonist watched this from the side and could not understand how he was plunging into all these problems. He thought that they might be worth using an upsome lift to go back, but if there are still options, then he does not want to be exposed. At that moment, they heard a signal from another car, because of which the bodyguard immediately thought that these were pursuers. Robert Smith began to rejoice very much, because he was sure that they were saved, and asked his comrades to remove weapons. He ran to talk with these people, and the main character noticed that it looks like a bunch of refugees. The businessman returned and said that the driver agreed to bring them, because usually refugees help each other in deserts. Jiang Chen and Nick sat next to the trip, and the guy decided to ask if the bodyguard was the bodyguard with the polyglot, which allowed him to easily conduct business. Our hero suggested that these refugees, too, were probably saved from war and terrorists, and his comrade just completely agreed. The young man decided to quietly ask if these people talked in English, but Nick was just silent. After some time, Jiang Chen heard snoring and realized that the bodyguard had been sleeping sweetly all this time. He understood that the atmosphere here was not very good, because local people suddenly saw one Chinese guy and wounded Rowdy, which looked very strange. All passengers stared at our heroes and could not look away from such a wonders in their area. After some time, they stopped in the middle of the desert to take a break for lunch and began to eat hardened bread, which sometimes gave the taste of caraway seeds and sometimes the taste of chicken or fish. Someone tried to share their food, and someone protected the crumbs that remained of their bread. Meanwhile, the main character sat on the sidelines and rejoiced Hojo, rejoicing that he has a special storage space. For the guy, all this seemed a little unrealistic, because 6 months ago he was an ordinary person who was worried about work, and today he was already sunbathing in the desert. He also remembered that he had not called mom and dad for a long time when he noticed that one girl from the crowd carefully watched him. Jiang Chen drew attention to her, but the girl simply turned away as if there was nothing. Our hero decided to pretend that he did not notice anything, but the girl continued to carefully examine him. Once again, she looked towards a foreign guy, but noticed that he had gone somewhere. As it turned out, Jiang Chen decided to talk with this girl already behind her. She turned sharply and was very frightened, and the main character only introduced herself and said that he was from China, to which the girl said that her name was Aisha. The main character decided with her and noticed that she had a very beautiful name. The guy was generous, so I decided to share Hojo with her, and Aisha was surprised to look at food from China. The girl thanked this foreigner, but in fact, Jiang Chen wore all these finished snacks in order to reassure Sun Jiao. Aisha ate quite fiercely, but still tried to do it at least a little carefully. The main character immediately thought that she was a child because she looked 16 to 17 years old, and suggested that she was already hungry for a long time. In the end, the guy decided to talk a little with this girl and asked what she would do when she was taken until the next city. It seems that this question was difficult for Aisha, so it became and stopped eating cookies. The girl said that she has no plans, so she's going to go to the refugee camp to get humanitarian help, and then she will see if anyone would want to buy her. On this, they ended this heavy conversation, and the next day the truck again hit the road. Robert Smith said that he has a large company in America, and he liked the driver's ability, so he would like to hire him and help with the design of the green card. The businessman asked what his new partner thinks about this, but suddenly their car stopped and undermined. No one could understand what was happening. The main character immediately grabbed Aisha so that she simply did not fly away. Many refugees simply scattered on different sides, so they now lay on the ground and moaned from the battle. It turned out that the refugees were ambushed, so now the terrorists began to surround them. All the cars stopped with a creak, after which the terrorists armed themselves and began to quickly get out of their transport. Robert Smith did not even have time to realize what had happened to them, and did not have time to notice that his driver was wounded. Suddenly, he felt that someone grabbed his clothes, and the terrorists were about to buy this businessman. After they grabbed the right target, they decided to search the rear door of the truck. The main character asked if his companion of these people understood, and she said that these were slaves of slaves. These people are often in the desert, sometimes go to the village where they capture men and women to make them slaves. Suddenly, Aisha said that she wants to maintain her innocence, so she asked Jiang Chen to let a bullet into her. At the same time, a panic among refugees took place in the truck, because no one wanted to die and part with their loved ones. Our hero quickly removed the gun from the girl's head and emphasized that he was not going to do this. Aisha was surprised that Jiang Chen Bil is so noble, promising that she would pray for him all this time. The terrorists began to shoot at the sky and rejoiced that now they had the time to collect weapons. Approaching the truck, they began to discuss that this month they already had so many parties, but they still did not take something worthwhile. The bandits did not even expect that the main character would wait inside them, who simply turned their neck in a second. After that, the guy said that he would go to save Robert and left Nick to follow machine guns. Having discussed all the aspects of their plan, they got out of the truck to deal with all enemies. The protagonist was not immediately confused and grabbed the weapon of one of the defeated rivals to shoot the terrorists who have already surrounded them. The mercenaries saw that their goal began to resist, so they threw Robert Smith to deal with our heroes. They thought that Jiang Chen was a real fool, because he alone rushed at them on the attack. Suddenly, the terrorists noticed that the protagonist was absolutely without any wounds, so they froze in place of fear. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen smiled broadly because he saw that the barrier worked perfectly and protected him from all bullets. Opponents understood that they were already ending with machine gun cartridges, so they were going to take Robert Smith hostage in order to influence our hero. But everything was not so simple, because the businessman was also with weapons, so he was able to protect himself. Another terrorist immediately saw this, so he directed his weapon to deal with Robert. He acted too slowly, so the protagonist managed to hit him and bring down the sight from his business partner. The bodyguard immediately took his toll and asked if everything was in order with him. The businessman was too angry with all this, so he still shot at every terrorist and said that they had no other way out, except to go the rest of the path. Meanwhile, our hero was worried not for himself, but for refugees who now remained to the mercy of fate. Nick and Robert thought that the guy was somehow stupid, because they could not really protect himself, and he thought about some refugees. The businessman explained that they had already figured out with a detachment of terrorists as soon as they get to the nearest city, they would finally be free. With a sufficient amount of gasoline, they will get to a safe place, but it was unsafe to go together. Jiang Chen still listened to his comrades, so the rest of the path passed without incident, without an ambush of terrorists, without shootings and even a sandstone. But something nevertheless happened. Namely, they had an unexpected passenger in the form of that girl Aisha. This was preceded by a small story, which was immediately after a shootout with terrorists. Robert Smith, as the only one who knew the language, explained to the refugees what happened and how to act further. Our hero noted that you might think that everything is fine if you listen to his comrade and invited them to finally go from here. Suddenly, the guy felt that someone grabbed him by the sweatshirt and saw that it was Aisha. The girl was shy to say what she wanted to say in the end, and Jiang Chen could not understand what had happened. She clenched her fists and said something in Arabic. It did not mean anything to the young man because he did not understand a word. The main character was embarrassed and immediately turned to Robert and asked to translate what she said. It seems that the girl spoke some personal things, so the businessman only laughed and said nothing. Jiang Chenya. The man asked his comrade to independently deal with these things, and our hero thought that Aisha was simply hungry again. The guy decided to simply stretch out the girl a bag of cookies, but she shook her head, refusing it. Aisha switched to the language familiar to the main character and stated that she wanted them to take her with her. Jiang Chen guessed that it was a girl that there was no family, so she so wanted to go with him. Those conversations immediately worked for the guy when they said that the girl was heading to the city to sell herself. As a result, he decided to help then he could, and at least make sure that Aisha can get to a safe place. The main character decided to obey Robert and allow his compassion to win, so he turned silently to go to the car, and the girl thought that they had turned her back again. He allowed Aisha to go with them, and she could not believe that she was really so lucky. In this way, another additional passenger joined our team. The protagonist still has not calmed down, so he tried to get Robert from Robert what the girl said before getting into the car. It turned out that Aisha said that she prayed to Allah all this time so that the guy could punish the devils who used his kindness to do evil, and already wanted to marry Jiang Chen. The young man was incredibly embarrassed from this truth, and the businessman believed that it sounds rather terrible and stupid, because he had to spend it on English, already from English to Mandarinsky. Robert invited the guy to be explained about this, because in America, the States was not allowed to have more than one wife. The protagonist emphasized that he didn't even have a wife, but his friend was definitely a different opinion when Aisha was sitting in their back seat. Jiang Chen looked in the rearview mirror where their new companion was reflected, and thought that everything was too difficult. He decided that, for a start, the girl needs to be returned home. And as for the visa, to solve the problem, you just need a lot of money that will contribute to receiving documents. Meanwhile, on the horizon of a deserted desert, one could finally see a city that was like a real oasis. Robert Smith incredibly rejoiced that they were finally able to get to the American base and wondered if they could meet someone familiar here. Aisha, in a panic, looked around. And meanwhile, the main character thought about the fact that this train took a lot of time. So he was wondering how things were on the other side. At that moment, the young man noticed that their companion seemed to be very afraid because she hid her face by the hood and all shaked. At the same time, Robert Smith met someone, a friend, and our hero tried to calm the girl for then because they were safe here. This did not calm Aisha at all. So, Zhang Chen concluded that civilians did not really get along with Interpol in the zones of military operations. It turned out that Bruce Miller, with whom our hero met in Sanya, turned out to be the familiar businessman. The guy was delighted when he saw another familiar face and asked why the guard was here, and he explained that he was a mercenary and crept into someone who pays him. The main character concluded that his acquaintance also has nothing to do with the reasons why he came here from China. Bruce Miller explained that his new boss was Lawrence Order, a detective from the USA, who concluded a deal with Roberts with him, which mainly concerned national interests. Zhang Chen did not consider it normal that he recognized all this information, but the guard explained that his boss was put and pulled a rescue operation for several days. The guard thought that Nick had already explained everything to the guy, but our hero explained that the bodyguard was very exhausted, because of which they did not talk. In the end, the detective asked Mr. Bruce to stop draining confidential information to the unknown to foreigners and said that they needed to immediately go to the main headquarters. Bruce Miller explained with a smile that his boss was not the most friendly person in the world, so he was better to hurry. Zhang Chen could never have thought that he would face a person like Bruce, and Robert Smith said that his boss would soon go to increase. The guy immediately thought that all this was because of the deal, and the businessman confirmed his guesses, because in order to avoid some consequences, with the help of transactions with weapons of hotspots, some people can be removed. The man explained that you can simply install the GPS beacon on the bomb in this way to track the terrorists. He decided to forget about these people from the government and invited the main character to finally let the glass at his expense. At this time, Aisha, who was born in a country destroyed by the war, decided to recall her past. She often watched the TV when she was small, and thus the reason to get acquainted with life a little in other countries. At first, the girl thought that the streets are full of greenery, clean roads, and peaceful life were people's dream of the future, something called the film. Then she realized that in a film, where people who lived in a peaceful life released their cruelty, it was she who lives. Later, due to the fact that her mother refused to fulfill the brutal demands of the devil, her parents killed terrorists. Just like her brothers, she was expelled, fled from the war, and tried to survive. Subsequently, she was able to meet the main character, who became the light among this dark world. Later, it was he who destroyed the demons who used the name of the Lord to create evil, and saved the girl from humiliating death. Zhang Chen did not refuse Aisha, despite the fact that she had long forgotten what it was not to be disgusting, and took her with her. And now she was with the main character in an expensive hotel. The guy slept tightly because he got drunk with Robert and Nick to unconsciousness. Aisha just thought that the time came to express her gratitude for her salvation. The girl felt that Zhang Chen was sweating, so she decided to gently wipe his body. Through the dream, the main character did not even understand that he suddenly grabbed Aisha and hugged her tightly. At that moment, the girl simply melted in his arms. So she decided to accept such the will of the Lord, dedicating Zhang Chenya all her life. A few days later, our hero was already flying with Aisha to China, recalling the awkward incident that happened between them when he got drunk. After this incident, the girl embarrassedly stated that she would definitely learn Mandarinsky for our hero. Zhang Chen recalled how cool he was before, and now he just burned with shame, because he behaved like an animal. Aisha with tenderness clung to the main character and stated that now she was his little animal. Now events are transferred to a warehouse where Zhang Chen had to meet his business partners. The guy turned around because he heard behind his back the sound of approaching cars and was delighted when he saw his good friend Nick. He once again thanked his boss for helping to solve the Aisha problem with documents. But this money is nothing compared to the fact that the businessman would work on this deal. The hero noticed that the bodyguard was not alone. So he asked to imagine this person who turned out to be Mr. Zhang, who is engaged in sea transportation and temporarily abides under the responsibility of Nick. It turns out that boss Zhang Xinfa signed an agreement with Roberts from America, which is why he got to this deal. Throughout the way, this guy has never seen this healthy man communicate and laugh with someone, like with our hero. In truth, this is the longest conversation of Nick that he heard, and he also perfectly understood that the bodyguard only controls the transaction. which meant that it was very important for Roberts. Zhang Xinfei concluded that he was just a person who is responsible for transporting the contents through international waters, and decided to finish this so as not to load himself. Zhang Chen said that the goods were inside this warehouse and asked all participants in the transaction to go inside. Mr. Zhang explained that he would be outside, nicknamed to check the goods, and his people will take care of loading. The main character absolutely did not see the problem in such conditions and wide opened the door to his warehouse. When Nick saw the scale of the contents, he could not believe that all this was really a real gold. The bodyguard could not believe that his friend was so careless that he left gold in such an unprotected place, but he did not worry about it at all. But the truth was hidden in the fact that Zhang Chen was just a miser who used a warehouse for sale in the future as a storage for gold in the present. Nick pulled off the fabric with one of the boxes and became a witness that all this was clogged with gold. Everyone was simply shocked and could not say anything, because they did not expect to see so many precious metal here. In the end, no one even knew what to say for this, so a grave silence came in the warehouse. Our hero believed that this was a normal reaction, because he had the same when he first saw how Sun Jiao filled the pool with gold. After some time, Nick said that the total weight of gold is 11 tons of 240 kilograms. He also calculated that now the main character will receive $500 million American, and loading will begin after he confirms the payment. Jiang Chen, with shaking hands, took his phone and saw that he had an incredibly huge amount on his account. So now he could confirm this payment. Business partners firmly shook hands and hoped that they would meet more than once. Now the main character could only observe how the car with his gold was leaving this warehouse. The guy could not stop rejoicing that he received such money, and tried to understand how it was better to invest it. He thought that if everything was thoroughly thought out, all this was nothing, and remembered how he told Rolbert that this would be the last supply of gold. Then, our hero explained that he planned to change his kind of activity and began to engage in high technologies. That is why he decided that $500 million was a drop in the sea compared to the market value of future technologies. In total, brilliant thoughts about earnings were interrupted by the call, which was forced by Jiang Chen to quickly return to the city. In just half an hour, the protagonist was already in the apartment of Xia. The guy perfectly understood that his behavior was increasingly annoying the assistant, so he silently listened to that she wanted to talk about the flash drive, which he threw into her last time. Jiang Chen remembered very well that she said that he had already managed to find someone to develop their mobile game. Our hero began to get even more nervous because he thought that something happened and some problems arose with the game. Xiaxu reassured him, because everything was in order. She just wanted to say that the person who developed this game was a real genius. The game had absolutely nothing to find fault, and not only in it uses cloud data processing, which allows you to reduce the requirements for security, it also consumes extremely little traffic. Xiaxia explained that in any case the company belongs to our hero, so it will not be able to fulfill all the formalities and arrange all the papers that require attention and signatures. She emphasized that she would have to clean the entire mess if the boss so often leaves the moonshine, but Jiang Chen was not against paying overtime. The girl also said that they now have an office, so boss no longer need to come to her home if you need to solve any question. In addition, she had already managed to file documents on the game of registering the game, and hoped that this would not take much time because their project was not affected by any scrupulous topics. Xiaxia did not forget that they needed to calculate all the money spent, and the main character could no longer listen to all these details, so he asked to go closer to the essence. In the end, the girl said that if they did not hurry and did not find money for all the necessary aspects for their company, they will have to announce bankruptcy. The main character understood that they should definitely not be afraid of this, but the assistant did not yet know how huge the budget of their company became. Xiaxia annoyed the carelessness of the boss, so she emphasized that she was not joking about it at all. But the guy only asked her to calm down a little. The girl understood that they had nothing to lay in order to take a loan, and asked how much the chairman decided to pour into capital, and he called 10 million without any hesitation. Xiaxia was silent, because she could not understand whether Jiang Chani said the truth, and he could not understand the reaction of his assistant. Our hero thought that this amount was not enough, so he offered to invest as many as 100 million. The girl again emphasized that she was not joking at all, and Jiang Chen answered the same thing and offered to go to the Chamber of Commerce and go through all the necessary procedures right tomorrow. It seems that she was even scared a little, so she asked why the chairman of the company, if he has so much money. She fell silent again for a few seconds and for some reason blushed a little. The girl thought that in this way Jiang Chen wanted to conquer her, but our hero did not even think of it, so he was shocked by such assumptions. Now the events are returning at the moment when a detachment of soldiers suffered after their goals decided to self-destruct. One of their ships, of course, could not withstand such power, so he simply flew into the nearest building. One of the pilots could not survive because he was pierced by iron reinforcement, but the second soldier was still breathing. The surviving soldier was called Chu Nan, and he lost contact with the captain during the routine operation to extract a large crystal, waking up right in the epicenter of the explosion. To be precise, Chu just did not fulfill the captain's order to evacuate from the vehicle, but in any case he was lucky. But his comrade was not the same lucky. He examined the ship and saw that communication equipment also failed, so he decided to check the technologies that were built into his body. Now the soldier will be sure that during his disconnects there was a strong electromagnetic attack because she even touched his chip. In fact, this device was highly resistant to electromagnetic waves, connected to the optic nerve, activated the visualization system, and made it possible to control the weapon. Chunan decided to quickly check the availability of equipment and saw that he had 5 left, 2 syringes to stop bleeding, and B-class nutritional supplements. He realized that he had very few reserves, but in any case it was necessary to fight further and find his captain. The soldiers ready to any clash went into the building into which their ship crashed, and gradually began to descend the steps. The elevator here no longer works, but everything was not so bad because there are not many zombies on the upper floors. But below everything was teeming with a zombie who wandered along the deserted streets and looked for a victim for themselves. Although Chunan went downstairs, he lost too much time, so it was almost dark and too dangerous time came. He decided to act quietly and, hiding, destroyed the zombies that came across him along the way. The soldier has so far decided to leave the center of the city before sunset, because these mutants will be slow for some time, which will give him an advantage. He remembered that when the war broke out, everyone wanted to get away from the city, so that all these cars should be parked towards the suburbs. All this time in the middle of the city was a girl who was tied to a pillar, right in the middle of the zombies that circled around her. Chunan immediately suspected that something was wrong, so he quickly hid behind the wall so that he was not noticed. He immediately realized that he was an attached person, and could not realize what kind of scum should be to do something like that. The soldier could not pass by, so he bent down to carefully approach and free this victim. He asked this girl not to be afraid and explained that he had come here to save her, trying to calm her down. Chunan carefully cut the ropes that knit her hands and promised that very soon everything would be in order. As soon as the hands of this girl were freed, she rushed into the arms of the soldier to thank for the liberation. The next second, she somehow grinned suspiciously, but the man simply could not notice it. The soldier was embarrassed due to such a reaction. This is a stranger, and again asked her not to worry, not suspecting that all this was part of the ambush. Finally, he heard that there was someone else here, but did not even have time to turn around when a stranger pistol was near his head. The bandit said that Chu Nan was the first moron this month who swallowed their bait. The dummy victim also did not stand aside and meanly put a knife to the throat of her savior. Actually, in this way, due to the impulsive desire to save a person, a soldier who was a large fish fell into the hands of gangsters. One of the bandits reported to the leader that Chu Nana had 2 needles for blood sampling, a coil of a tourniquet to stop blood, 6 tubes of a B-class nutrient mixture, as well as the rest of its equipment. He also praised the girl who well fulfilled its role as the victim. The leader of the gang decided that he needed to evaluate this fish in more detail, so he asked the name and origin of this soldier. Chu Nan replied that he was from the town of Liun and belonged to the Air Forces. The bandit was surprised that their hostage so easily revealed his personality, so he suggested that he simply wanted to intimidate them, and asked where this soldier's plane was. The soldier decided not to hide anything and answered directly that his plane crashed. The leader of the group laughed with the fact that this guy was still full of strength, and Chu himself reminded that the bandits just needed his equipment. Chu Nan understood that the gangsters had already reached the desired, so he suggested just letting him go. The bandits were amused by the fact that their hostage also allows themselves to try to bargain with him. He mercilessly extinguished the cigarette on the soldier's face and ordered his subordinates to take him away. The bandit immediately obeyed his leader and ordered others to beat this hostage. After that, the leader looked at the girl who looked completely brainless and thought that her previous owner was a complete dumbass, and then remembered Liu Genjia. The gangster got angry due to the fact that the leader gave this ally a whole group of people to catch fish. But in the end, that dead driver returned back and even created him problems. He believed that Liu Genzu was lucky to die, so now they can simply share his resources without any problems. Events are transferred back to the main character, and his conversation with an assistant who believed that the guy just wanted to use her. Jiang Chen was still at a loss from the strange assumptions of the girl and could not understand what she was talking about. Xiaxia realized that her words were not at all as a question, but as if she doubted her opinion. She tried to understand when all this began, because the truth was that she blamed herself in the fact that our hero lost his job. The girl could not find reasons for Jiang Chen to use her, but in any case did not want to be another beautiful doll next to some guy. Previously, she already doubted the main goal of creating a company, but also thought that she could just deceive herself. Xiaxia decided to calm down a little and sat back in her place, and the main character was afraid of what to expect further from her. She once again asked why to open a new company to make a profit if over the past 6 months the guy has already reached a profit of more than 100 million from his channels. She assumed that all this could be like those rich in the second generation, and the company will become only the so-called cattle content. The girl wondered what the price could be to avoid all this, and this caused her anxiety. Xiaxia was afraid that she would simply be deceived again, but our hero continued to insist that he would invest 100 million yuan. The guy only laughed carefree because he was sure that compared to the future market price of the company, this is just a slight part of the money. He assured them that he was earned enough money, so he did not want to save these savings in the bank, only in a few years to double this amount. Also winking at his assistant, Jiang Chen admitted that he did all this for her. The protagonist considered the girl a business union who could establish a company under the guidance of an indifferent owner and a faithful employee who works tired day and night. He added that when earning such money, he could choose any girl for himself. So he certainly was not going to use Shu to use, but she still continued to be silent. The guy hoped that this would not become a problem for them, because he suspected that there were not many bosses who loved their subordinates. But he could only watch how the girl still did not trust him, and continued to be silent. After a while, she simply got up from her seat and did not even show any reaction to the words of the protagonist. The girl silently pointed to the open door, and Jiang Chen immediately guessed that it was a direct hint that he had to leave. Xiaxia emphasized that it was already too late, and tomorrow they had a lot of things to do, and asked Jiang Chen not to forget about her warnings. Jiang Chen could not even imagine what a self-esteem was his assistant, but I was glad that he could at least somehow get out of this situation. Meanwhile, the girl herself sat alone, and was embarrassed when she recalled all the pleasant words that our hero spoke of her. The next day, the protagonist decided to begin to go with Aisha to the cafe to begin with. After they flew from a long journey, they had to stay at the hotel, as well as Jiang Chenya organized classes for the girl so that she could finally learn her tongue. Having breakfast, the protagonist for starters was going to send a message to the manager Sia, then send Aisha to classes. The guy looked up at the building and suggested that this must be a place where the girl would teach Chinese. Our heroes said goodbye, and Jiang Chen promised to pick up Aisha immediately after class. Further, according to the plan, the guy had a business area where he was supposed to resolve all issues about his company. He quickly sat in a taxi, where he was waiting for a comma, and asked the driver to take them to the Industrial Commercial Bank. The main character understood that now he and the assistant had a rather tense relationship, so he tried to defuse the situation, who asked if she had a sleep. The girl decided to immediately go to work and said that on Wednesday there would be a vacancy fair at the University of Manhwa, hoping that the boss would also go there. Jiang Chen promised to talk about this a little later, but for now he wanted to solve the liquidity problem. During their trip, Xiaxia asked if our hero was free during the day because she wanted to solve his issue of housing. After the guy figured out his business about the business, he again went to the post-apocalyptic world, where he did not make it very gently. He remembered that the last time he moved from the basement in the house, because in a hurry he dragged goods for Sun Jiao. Jiang Chen did not even know what happened while he was not there, so he decided to immediately go outside to see how everything was moving. As a result, our hero saw active construction there and found out the base only by the fact that his mansion still stood here. The young man immediately noticed that for some reason it was too quiet here, so he thought where Sun Jiao was. It turned out that the girl all this time was behind the head of the head hero and scared greatly when she spoke to him. She hinted that Jiang Chen was afraid of her unclean conscience because she again flirted with some other girl in her world. Jiang Chen got excited, therefore, coughing. He just asked the girl to tell what was happening at the base. Sun Jiao stared silently at the guy and promised that sooner or later she would get her and expose his lies. In the end, she said that the construction outside had already advanced to the water path by 200 meters, and they also cleared 3 more open space. The girl got up from her couch and offered to conduct a tour of the main character and talk, because in any case, Yao Yao still slept. Jiang Chen walked behind her and rejoiced that he was able to get out of this situation, because he was afraid that Sun Jiao would seriously take up him. All employees with a smile on their face welcomed their boss. She said that they were building a public center, where there would be a dining room conference room. They also strengthened the defense of the perimeter and installed manual machine guns on the walls. After 2 months, the base, probably, will be able to go to the turret. So far, they just need to defend themselves from zombies and stray survivors. The girl demonstrated the order of our hero from the arms factory, in which there was automatically a thermal imager with laserity, the price of which was 3,000. She just reminded Jiang Chenya about business, so he asked how trading goes with the organization of Zhao. Then Sun Jiao said that in early August the volume of trade amounted to 100,000 crystals, and in the dream, they exchanged building materials which were not enough for the base. The guy remembered that a few days ago the girl was killed due to a waste of potatoes. Now she talks about this amount without blinking her eye. Our hero liked such a layout of affairs because they definitely do not need to save on the construction of the base. And crystals are worth something only when you spend them. Previously, he thought that this girl could only fight and kill, but now she opened her role as a housewife. Sun Jiao also remembered that during this time the neighboring groups of the survivors noticed the base and tried to contact. She explained that this differs from the organized 6th Street because the suburb and less dangerous, the building, is usually more whole. The main character was surprised when he heard that around their base there were about 57 large and small groups of survivors, which could become a danger. In addition, the guy understood that food protected their base. Because Zhao Chan also did not touch them for this reason, Sun Jiao perfectly understood all the fears of the guy, so she led countermeasures. So now, the base staff is strictly forbidden to make fire and eat outside the dining room. They must also clearly reject any requests to let other survivors to the base. And as for how to deal with them, everyone was waiting for the decision of Jiang Chenya. The guy immediately thought that they would be attacked if they did not use force, so he asked what the combat power of their base was. Especially for this, Sun Jiao bought 8 training capsules of virtual reality for soldiers and have already received some results. Now, almost every employee can pick up a weapon and fight, so the main character immediately became interested in what kind of capsules it is. The girl brought him to the right room and demonstrated these capsules, which were made in 2014 and knew how to connect to a person's memory, helping to achieve his best shape. Jiang Chen immediately guessed that this could work in combination with genetic preparations, and Sun Jiao confirmed this and said that the entire last order of 50 D-class drugs was already spent. The guy was glad of such technology, so he enthusiastically asked whether it was possible to use it to study something else, for example, of foreign languages. Sun Jiao knew that all this was possible, but could not understand why our hero needed it. It turned out that the main character asked this so that Aisha could learn to talk in Chinese faster. The young man had already dreamed that he would bring up a beautiful woman to turn the bodyguard and driver, that it would look very cool. He said that he had some thoughts about this device, so he asked him to lend one thing for him, and Sun Jiao warned that he would need crystals and a nutrient solution. In the end, the main character made sure that they had really strong armed forces. Now he was sure that the problem of the rest of the survivors to solve it is quite easy, so he ordered to install a trading station at the entrance to the base. The guy planned in parts to sell the surviving crackers and make an open exchange for crystals. Sun Jiao could not understand what the point is because she did not think that the survivors could offer them something useful. The main character explained that they can get crystals, electronic parts, building materials, anything, if only it would benefit. Thus, over time, they will be able to win the trust of the survivors, because of which they will not be able to compete with their base. The girl agreed with the words of Jiang Zhen, but emphasized that these people are so easy to control because they do not have an implant of a microchip. Jiang Chen was not worried about this because they could simply increase their labor and order another group of refugees from Zhao Chen W before they receive even more people. He also asked the girl not to forget to give everyone a payment of 30 crystals because they could not continue to think about workers as volunteers. After that, the main character went to another room in which one of their researchers actively worked. The young man carefully looked around and suggested that it was a research laboratory. He noticed that the employee was so focused on his work that he did not even notice his guest. Jiang Chen noticed that next to the man on the table were the 2 mobile phones that he brought to this world. The guy understood that he had no choice, so he was banging to draw the attention of the researcher to himself. Finally, the employee broke away from his computer and turned to see who granted him. He immediately blew up from his place because he was very glad to finally see his boss. The man said that he showed these gadgets Miss Sun many times, but she again and again asked him to correct them before showing our hero. The engineer raised Jiang Chanyu a modernized phone and invited him to look at the changes on his own. It seemed to our hero that this phone looks like there should be no problems with him. Not to mention the fact that the starting screen looks pretty good. The frequency of the screen frame is quite high. The next second, a virtual assistant named Xiaobai appeared on the screen and greeted the user. Jiang Chen did not even know how to react to such an innovation, and the engineer watched his reaction with hope. Further, the assistant said that you need to click on his stomach in order to go to the main menu. The main character only now noticed that this thing was communicating with him, and Xiaobai, hearing this, answered and emphasized that he would be his faithful assistant. The assistant explained that the user can open applications through the menu, but advised him to contact him directly, and the engineer added that you can turn on the text mode if the function annoys Jiang Chenya. The guy was sure that it was quite difficult, because the assistant looks like he had the same intelligence as a common person. This technology was able to calmly start a conversation with a person, which was definitely not similar to the usual speech recognition in other devices. The main character asked, there were some games on the phone, and the assistant said that he could look for them on the internet. And meanwhile, the employee asked to connect one wire to the phone. The engineer explained that artificial intelligence does not have a compatible server for the search, so he connected a backup copy of the web dowry for 2017 to 2027. Then Jiang Chen wanted to download a racing game with the best graphics, and after a few seconds the assistant said that the download was completed. The guy immediately asked to launch this game, and Xiaobai wished him a pleasant game. He was shocked when he saw such worked-out particles, the ideal quality of the picture and movie effects. As in Halo, the main character was shocked that it was really just a mobile game, and could not believe that some ordinary Huawei really supported her. From the side, our hero looked rather strange, so the employee could not understand why the boss was shocked by this primitive form of entertainment. The guy with his gaze showed that he suspected that the engineer accurately changed his phone, but then he immediately assured that he did not touch the equipment at all. After that, the employee demonstrated what other functions he decided to add to this gadget. Our hero admired his skills, so he announced that from today the engineer has become the Minister of Information Technologies on the basis of the survivors, and now his payment has been increased to a can of meat per day. After Jiang Chen checked her base, he went to Xiaoshu and noticed that he was visiting the girl only at night. He went into the house and dialed his acquaintance number to open the door for him. The young man stood for a long time and could not understand why she did not answer him, because before that, she saw that the light in her apartment was definitely burning. The protagonist thought that he could return to the post-apocalyptic world, but in fact he did not want this yet. Then the guy took out his new phone and asked his assistant to call Xiaobai. Xiaobai immediately completed the instructions of his master, and Jiang Chenyu just had to wait for an answer from the girl. The young man was delighted when he heard that she was still answering, but Xiaobai spoke somehow wrong. The protagonist also instantly noticed that his employee sounded too strange. Xiaobai replied that everything was in order with her, but in fact she coughed and sounded rather tired. She apologized, but that she did not open the door, and explained that she was just laying down a little rest. The protagonist was sure that the girl was undoubtedly picked up a comma of a comma, and decided that he needed to take her to the hospital. The guy understood that he could not just say that he was going to take Xia, because she certainly would not take care of other people. So he lied that he came to discuss the work. The girl went out and simply asked to give her a flash drive with new developments. But Jiang Chen immediately grabbed the door tightly and reached for the employee. He carefully laid her hand on her forehead to check if she had a temperature. Thus, our heroes only confirmed their guesses, so he asked Xiaobai to gather, because they would go to the hospital right now. The girl did not want to do this because it was already too late and was sure that the medicine would help her, but Jiang Chen emphasized that all this did not depend on her. The main character did not wait for consent from Xiaoshu and simply raised her in his arms. The employee tried to resist this for some time, but due to illness she already had no strength at all. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen decided not to hesitate and go to the car as soon as possible. He was very worried about the girl, so he all the time asked if she needed help, but she always refused. Xiaoshu asked where the guy got the car, and he replied that he bought it with the house, who showed his employee a few days ago. After a short time, they arrived at the hospital, so our hero immediately approached the girl to help her reach. But Xiaobai was not going to accept help from anyone so easy. She stated that she did not need help because in any case she could reach herself. The main character did not argue with his employee, so he simply allowed her to go on her own. The guy could not understand why the girl behaved so strangely and did not notice that she turned her leg on the steps. Still, Jiang Chen managed to quickly respond and grab it, saving from falling. He was afraid that at such a pace, the girl would get sick with something before the doctor would deal with her cold. Meanwhile, people around thought that this couple looked pretty nice, while others noticed that for some reason the girl resists, which certainly did not look like love. At the reception, the protagonist was delighted that he was finally able to bring Xia Xia here, so that she would undergo an examination. He heard that the doctors said that it was an ordinary cold, but the girl launched her too much, so she was recommended to hospitalize. Now the employee was appointed a dropper, after which she simply fell asleep, so our hero had to somehow kill time. At the same time, the guy was able to eavesdrop on the conversation in which one of the doctors informed the patient's family that their father was infected with rabies. The victim's son believed that this was simply impossible because his father had never bitten the dog. The daughter also confirmed that they had never had a dog, and the father did not even touch them. And then the doctor explained that the incubation period of rabies could be both a week and a year. In the end, the guy could not restrain his emotions, so he grabbed a doctor who said that their father would be impossible to cure if the vaccine was not introduced in time. The hospital employee could not operation in any way, so with fear, he asked Mr. Wang to calm down and let him go. The main character noted that this guy looks like an influential person, so the doctor cannot even object to him. It was also noticeable that other people also behaved reasonably and tried not to look at this conflict, and only one Jiang Chen continued to play on the phone. If you look closely at Mr. Van, you can see that he was in civilian clothes, and his physique of behavior was like a military man. At that moment, some stranger approached our hero who rudely asked why he stared at this military man. Jiang Chen realized that this person was definitely not in the mood, and most likely he was subordinate to this guy. He did not have time for meaningless disputes, so he silently lowered his head and continued to play on the phone. Then it met simply displeasedly sat down nearby, and the main character just looked at him and did not mind. The young man was too lazy to do something about it, and meanwhile, Xiaobai reminded the owner that there was already time to go to bed. Our hero explained that he needed to take care of something else, so he asked the assistant to go to sleep first. The man who was sitting next to the guy saw that he had something strange on his phone, so he wanted to look at it. Jiang Chen was still too lazy to do anything, so he simply ignored the stranger, which angered him even more. The man believed that he thus gave the guy a chance to behave normally, so now he went to rudeness and tried to grab the phone. Our hero instantly noticed that they tried to attack him, so he put his hand in order to stop this blow. The stranger thought that Jiang Chen wants to experience the power of his hand, and the young man himself was just thinking that the less he wants problems, the more he is making them. The guy was not against playing with this stranger, because he did not even need to put any efforts to confront. Finally, the girl who dealt with the problems of her father saw what was happening next to her. She immediately shouted to Li Ganmina and asked what he was doing with some unfamiliar guy. The man was immediately scared because his rude behavior was nevertheless noticed, and Miss Van tried to explain everything. The girl ordered to quickly release our hero and could not believe that her brother behaved so shamelessly. In fact, Gan Ming had already released his hand, but his opponent did not weaken his grip, so he could not say that he was no longer holding a guy, because then he died with shame. Mr. Van finally drew attention to this situation and seems to be interested in the main character. He decided to get closer to them, because of which Gan Min was scared even more. It turns out that this guy noticed Jiang Chen's talent, so he asked what kind of martial arts school he was with, and asked to close his eyes to his brother's act. He knew that Li Ganming was a good fighter, but even he could not move in the grip of the protagonist, so he suggested that he had just met a master of internal style. Jiang Chen considered this reaction of the country, because at such moments the boss often breaks into his subordinates. In addition, the guy noticed that he stood in some strange pose that he spoke to his hobby for martial arts. Only now our hero realized that he was mistaken, and before him was not a military, but a serious fan of martial arts. The young man calmly replied that he did not understand this topic and simply used a little additional strength. Mr. Van admired the fact that Jiang Chen was so strong, immediately invited him to give in to their detachment. The main character did not even know where to start and only replied that he did not want to, asking him to leave him alone. Meanwhile, Miss Van got angry due to the fact that his brother had already forgotten about his father and tried to draw people into his detachment, who only know how to get involved in fights. The girl went to Jiang Chenya and rudely pushed her brother to talk to the victim. She sincerely apologized to our hero and explained that her brother was a violent man who, from an early age, was observing martial arts became so. She also explained that Lee Gen-min was just afraid that Jiang Chen shot them and wanted to download what happened on the internet. Then the guy decided to get the phone and asked Xiaowei to open the video albums. He demonstrated that there are no photos or videos here, because he is just a passerby who definitely does not need problems. Seeing this, Miss Van and Lee Gen-min apologized and promised that they would no longer bother the protagonist. The girl already turned around to leave and pay the bill, but noticed that her brother was gone somewhere. Absolutely unexpectedly, Mr. Van directly asked Jiang Chen if he knew a way to cure rabies. All around were shocked because they expected that this guy would not ask such a simple passerby. As a result, a grave silence hung between them, which no one could interrupt, creating a tense atmosphere. Jiang Chen could not understand why this guy thought that he was some doctor, and Miss Van thought that her brother had been crazy. The girl asked her brother to finally come to terms with reality and emphasized that they should decide what to do next. Our hero understood that even if the girl says so, then this guy was definitely not like someone who would just retreat from his plans. According to Mr. Van, it was clear that he was very animated and full of confidence. To be honest, in the opinion of Jiang Chani, rabies did not have such a problem, because right now he has several bubbles with medicines like D, which can be used in such cases. He recalled that Sun Jiao said that for the bodies in which genetic drugs are introduced, these miraculous drugs could help only here are colds. Only now the main character realized that he could give these medicines and not to lead to the hospital, but it was already too late. The eyes of Mr. Van were full of imaginary innocence, but Jiang Chen looked like a dead horse, beaten by a wolf. In the end, Van Ziyun introduced himself and his sister Van Xinjian and promised a generous payment if our hero himself knows some secret recipe or know a specialist who can help. Jiang Chen actually could help them, but did not know what consequences would be after that. Because this family was not like some ordinary. Such people, who are carefully monitored, cannot be so easily cheated. But on the other hand, it would be possible to get a connection with some influential people. The guy came to the conclusion that this is much more profitable, because he cannot do his whole life selling things, because you need to find people who will cover it. He understood that this was a stick about the two ends, so he wanted to know what kind of person it was. Meanwhile, the sister grabbed her brother and hoped that he did not want someone to use Zhang Hu's technique to cure their father. At this moment, the doctor intervened in this situation, who also advised Van Ziyun to simply trust him. The main character nevertheless decided that he could try to help to cure their father from rabies. Everyone around could not believe that the guy would really agree to such a step. The doctor emphasized that he is obliged to defend relations between a doctor and a patient. So Jiang Chen does not have the right to get to this treatment. Van Ziyun was not going to believe some stranger because her father was the secretary of the city council of Vanhai. Our hero immediately emphasized that he does not like when someone doubts his abilities. He believed that this would be only a family problem if his father was not cured, and also noted that they were all the first to send to him. In addition, everyone knew perfectly well that ordinary medical procedures could not cure rabies, which immediately sowed a note of uncertainty in Van Xinjian. After all this conversation, Van Ziyun nevertheless stated that he wants to trust Jiang Chenya. He knew that rabies is a neurogenic disorder, whose mortality is almost 100%. The main character made sure that this guy was not an idiot, and in this case decided to help right now. The young man asked to give him only 10 minutes and emphasized that no one should interfere with him. The doctor immediately tried to intervene and stop Jiang Chani, but Van Ziyun, of course, did not allow this. The guy assured that he would take all the responsibility for himself because he completely trusted the main character. Van Xinjian also tried to say something, but our hero outlined that he had already said everything, leaving no place for further discussions. Van Ziyun calmly turned to his sister and asked to leave the young man alone and let him try to cure his father. In the end, the girl still calmed down and thought that her brother could be right and should take a chance. Entering the ward, Jiang Chen immediately carefully examined the room, trying not to miss a single detail. It turned out that the protagonist immediately felt that there was an observation camera in this room. In his thoughts, the guy apologized to the guards because he was going to use a small electromagnetic grenade to disable the camera. The main character did everything, so he was able to use a special storage to quickly get the medicine. Meanwhile, a sick man coughing heavily and could not cope with his serious illness. Jiang Chen realized that the patient had a feverish coma, and was delighted with this because he would not need to explain anything. Previously, the guy said that this thing has very few side effects. The remainder of the drug should be absorbed for an hour, and even blood tests will not be able to detect it. After that, the protagonist left the ward and Van Sinzen immediately excitedly asked how everything went. The main character just winked and replied that the man would need to sleep a bit. Then the girl asked Jiang Chani's phone number so that she had the opportunity to thank him if her father still woke up. The guy smiled due to the fact that the Van family was still so worried and still decided to fulfill the request. He handed his ID card because in his hospital account the phone number was indicated. Van Ziyun-yi wanted to communicate with him so formally because after such a noble act he considered him his brother and promised that now no one would dare to touch our hero and touch. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by a loud scream from the ward that she said that the patient had finally woke up. Van Sinzan instantly rushed to look at his father's condition, and our hero explained that everything was not so bad with him, because of which he woke up so quickly. Van Ziyun also could not continue to stand still and ran directly after his sister. The main character neatly looked into the ward and saw how his daughter and son were incredibly rejoiced by the fact that their father had finally woke up. He thought that he could slip imperceptibly and evade any explanations of his treatment method. Everything was not so simple, because Jiang Chen immediately stopped the enthusiastic doctor who wanted to know what method he used. The man said that more than 55,000 people die annually from rabies. So if the guy said his methodology, then all of them could be saved. Jiang Chen thought for a few seconds and did not know how to get out of this situation. In the end, the guy simply said that he was not going to reveal this secret and headed for the elevator. The doctor tried to convince the protagonist by the fact that he could save thousands of human lives. But that was not interested. In fact, Jiang Chen was about to tell about these miraculous medicines later. But so far he must keep everything secret so that no one could use this information in his interests. Meanwhile, a man who finally got out of a coma asked if he was in the hospital and remembered that he was ill with fury. Van Ziyun said that he managed to find a doctor of ancient traditional medicine who was able to cure his father. Mr. Van reservedly confirmed that he was really sick, and I emphasized that he told his son to stay away from such people because in this way he would only disgrace their family. Van Sinzan did not want to admit, but confirmed that his brother really found the doctor ancient traditional medicine, which I could bend my father. If this is true, then the man was going to accept this and thank his savior. So he asked how long this treatment lasted and where this doctor was. Van Ziyun promised to bring our hero here, and the head of the family began to suspect that someone sent this man. A few minutes later, the guy returned and said that the doctor had left, and the sister remembered that they had to exchange numbers. But, like Oberus, they did not have time because the father woke up. The father was unhappy that, despite his age, his son was too careless of the coma and asked everyone to leave so that he could relax a bit. The man also wanted to settle some things since he still did not die. Events are transferred to the office, where the programmer reflected on what AI is often portrayed by an antagonist who seek to capture humanity, but he always loses to the main character. Given modern society, people did not cease to explore the possibilities of artificial intelligence. They just started their research, but it was too early to sell them. As for the programmer himself, he is a professional hacker and can easily see all the little tricks. With the help of new technologies, you can triple the performance of the cell phone, double the energy consumption, and artificial intelligence was perfectly compatible with different platforms. All this could provide futuristic, so the hacker was about to reveal all the fraud. A week later, another employee changed before his boss for the fact that Gu Cheng failed from the technology department. The boss was unhappy that it was not enough to give this employee the opportunity to choose the technicians himself, and asked how the hacking was promoted. The manager replied that there was little progress, but in fact the hacker just admired the company Futuric. In the end, the boss asked to forget about it, because he did not blame the employee in this, and was aware that other industry colleagues were in the same position. Then the man asked if all the necessary information was ready, and he immediately put the folder on the table. Having studied the contents of the folder, he asked to contact the owner of the futuristic technology, Jiang Chenem, to discuss the rights to acquire, and also said that he gives $2 billion for these negotiations. The same thing happened in the offices of various internet giants. Even large players behind the ocean also showed their interest in this small thing that appeared in China. Acquisition, hacking, partnership, all this happened at crazy speed. At this time, the main character sat in his office and did not care about anything, and Xie Xiu said that the total volume of investment in marketing and promotion was already 590,000. At the moment, Futuristic 1.0 was loaded 40 million times. On the 10th day of its loading reached a record level. In fact, the young man was not shocked by the fact that the loads reached the mark of only 40 million. Shashia explained that the modest calculation showed 1 billion users of smartphones in this country. So it is expected that by the end of August, the volume will be loaded to exceed 100 million. The guy was still not surprised. So then the girl said that at present, 12 companies have already turned to them about partnership and acquisition of technology. Zhang Chen replied that the partnership was welcome, so he asked his assistant to give them time, but he decided to refuse everyone about the acquisition. Then the girl decided to say that someone offered $1.3 billion, but our hero did not even agree to $13 billion. She decided this issue for herself, so now she decided to ask one thing about this new software. Xiaxia asked if they did not need to apply for a futuristic 1.0 patent. The main character understood that they did not resolve the issue of confidentiality and asked if there was a patent for things such as software in China. In addition, in order to apply for a patent, they had to describe the technology in detail. But the guy did not want to do this because he was sure that no one could hack this software for the next 50 years. Xiaxia closed her folder and said that there was another issue that she would like to solve. In the end, she explained that getting into a real office is not so easy, and invited our hero to love his office environment and control his behavior. Zhang Chen noticed that the assistant turned to him as a chairman, so he asked to call him just by name. But the girl still did not want to mix personally with professional. Now events are transferred to the University of Manhwa, where active student life was seething. A very joyful girl called her friend, who was Van Xinjian, so that she looked at her new baby. She acquired her friend and demonstrated her little Xiaobao on the phone. Van Xinjian thought it was some kind of virtual pet, but the girl did not explain anything, but only winked and asked her to just talk with this assistant. In the end, the girl decided to turn directly to Xiaobao and asked her to independently convince her friend. In fact, Van Xinjian hoped that this fool did not go crazy playing with her phone. And meanwhile, the assistant replied that he did not care about other people. Xiaobao suited everything while his mistress liked him, but the girl warned that the Xinjian was her good friend. Then the assistant accepted the words of his mistress and asked what genre of songs the sister of Xinjian liked so that he could turn on something for her. The girl thought that this assistant was managed by a person, but he replied that he was artificial intelligence, because of which she was surprised and could not understand how she could realize. The hostess of the phone perfectly understood what her friend was thinking about now, because she was also in shock when she first saw it. She added that the program increases the performance of the phone 3 times, which surprised Van Xinjian even more, since the use of such technologies in different industries could significantly improve the world. At the same time, the girl could not believe that the guy who created artificial intelligence decided to put him on a mobile phone. Meanwhile, a friend decided to demonstrate other functions and asked the assistant to make a selfie and make sure that everything looks fine. Xiaobao obeyed his mistress without any problems and quickly fulfilled her assignment. After that, the girl asked the assistant to send these photos of Van Xinjian. After demonstrating different functions, she said that this software is called Futuristic 1.0, and it can be downloaded from the internet, but you need to be neat so as not to download fake versions. Van Xinjian did not expect fakes at all, and the girl explained that the assistant became too popular and broke the record for the number of downloads per day. She noticed that her friend was saying as if she had done this assistant. And in the meantime, the girl added that the chairman of the leading designer Futuristic Technology was a graduate of their university. And also a girl from a student union told her that tomorrow employees of this company will come to their school to recruit newcomers. A friend really wanted her to be chosen, but Van Xinjian immediately reminded that she did not even study the desired specialty. Xiaobai supported his mistress because they needed lawyers to sue those who made fakes. The girls only laughed with an assistant, and meanwhile, Van Xinjian thought what kind of graduate was. The next day, the main character with his assistant came to the vacancies fairs, but the guy did not attach to this important significance at all. Shashu warned the chairman that a lot of fake programs had appeared recently, and Xiaobao was also used for a card game, so Zhang Chen was about to hire a team of lawyers. After that, the guy thought about the fact that there was also the problem that users were afraid for their safety due to the presence of feelings of this program and similarity with an ordinary person. In the end, our hero decided that their company would reimburse complete damage if the user experiences financial loss due to error in the Xiaobao program. Xiaxu was surprised at such a decision that there could really be problems in safety, but the guy was confident in his developments. He asked his assistant to just believe in it, and he left all the other aspects on her. At that moment, some girl came up to the table who said that the vacancy fair would begin at 9 in the morning, so it was another half an hour. She also, with a smile on her face, asked the chairman to be a little softer with students of their university. The main character was ready to fulfill this request without problems. But his recruitment is mainly engaged in Xia. The assistant did not respond to this in any way, and the university employee asked Jiang Chen not to be surprised when he finds several good candidates. In fact, the guy began to worry a little, although he was even in the future saw the refugee camps fighting for food. So all this was only a small event. After some time, a large commotion began in the hall, because everyone wanted to get into the company futuristic technology, which was already quite famous. Jiang Chen began to panic a little, because now from all sides he heard his name from different people. The first one came up to him, who was a computer engineer and already managed to hear a lot about our hero. But Jiang Chen thought what this student heard before when he was still unemployed and did not own this company. The next student said that he graduated with honors from Tsinghua and also showed good results in the organization, which also did not fit the main character. Then came a guy, a graduate of the Faculty of Program Engineering of an international class, who wanted to apply to the development department. But the chairman did not like that he asked too many questions. After that, a girl came up who studied the opera and wanted to become a secretary. But Jiang Chen did not need secretaries and could not believe that even people who studied music came here. The beauty tried to seduce, but he only said nothing and did not want to comment on this situation. Thus, Jiang Chen nailed Dilof before lunch and after that incredibly rejoiced that the morning was finally over. He noticed that his assistant did not even fly out. But her secret was that she was already accustomed to this order of affairs. Suddenly, the young man was blown up from his place, and Xia Shu was surprised and did not even have time to say the word to her boss. A little later, our hero returned with 2 cups of hot coffee and invited his employee to take a short break. The girl did not expect this at all, so she was embarrassed, but thanked her boss for care. After that, Jiang Chen reported that he wants to take a bit to restore his strength after communicating with all students. The guy did not come up with something and, leaning on a chair, covered himself with a book. Xia quietly looked at him and thought that his sloppy appearance was deceiving, because our hero always showed care for others. The girl turned away sharply and tried to calm down, restraining herself that she was in a business barrier between them. Meanwhile, the loudspeaker was announced that now the daily session of the vacancies fair would begin and last 2 hours. The first, Chen Lulu, who explained that she was looking for work in the legal sphere, approached the chairman to become a consultant. Also, the girl joyfully stated that she personally uses Xiaobao. Jiang Chen thought that she looked slightly stupid, but her arguments made sense, because in the morning he only heard the students' high hopes for the prospects of the company and the growth of the AI market. Xia became interested in this girl, so she asked that she would do in the first place if she had still become a legal advisor to the company. The student bravely replied that of course she would have sucked those guys for violating the law. The main character noted that this girl was interested, but too emotional, and the laws allow us to make a single mistake. Xia asked the boss to not rush and let the student finish so as not to violate her concentration. Then Chen Lulu took a deep breath and actively began to explain what she was going to do if she was accepted into the company. The assistant noted that the student masterfully tied the legal framework, specific actions, and even loopholes. And our hero only made attempts to understand everything because he had miserable legal knowledge. The girl finished her speech and thanked the employers for listening to her. And our hero and assistant were satisfied with her skills. In the end, the guy asked if he could take a little time Chen Lulu to discuss her salary and bonuses. The girl was very delighted with this decision and immediately grabbed her future employer in order to discuss everything as quickly as possible. Jiang Chen reservedly made sure that this eccentric is definitely very energetic. After this stage, everyone went to the dining room, where the presenter said that the university's own internet star, an outstanding entrepreneur, Jiang Chen, had a lot here. The main character got up from his place to demonstrate himself, and the whole hall began to clap him loudly. In fact, Xia circled her boss around his finger and forced him to support a good image of the company, which would not be worth it, so he even had to learn the speech that she wrote. After that, Jiang Chen went on stage and greeted all the participants of the fair. Van Xinjun, who was sitting in the hall, immediately noticed that it was a guy familiar to her, and thought that this business was taking interesting turn. After such a heavy day, our hero went out onto the balcony and dragged on a cigarette to somehow relax. He thought that if you discuss the issues of the household partnership as the company will become on its feet, it would be an empty chatter. Suddenly, someone greeted Jiang Cheni, and it turned out that it was Zhang Xinfei, who asked if I remembered whether the guy was about that case in the hospital. The girl did not even expect that Jian Chen and this Jiang Chen would be the same person. The protagonist turned around and saw a familiar face, so he asked if Wang Xinjian was true. The young man suggested that they seemed to have one alma mater, Akama, and guessed that she also came to the vacancies fair. Van Xinjian wanted to once again thank Jiang Chen for the salvation of her father. After gratitude, the girl said that now she would like to satisfy her curiosity, which surprised our hero. She asked Jiang Chen to relax because she was not going to get commercial secrets. And as an editor of a university newspaper, I would like to take a small interview. The main character did not see the problem of this, and now he was able to calmly exhale because he thought that her father wanted to satisfy his curiosity. And the girl began interviews with the question about the student's student life, and so the interview was held for half an hour. But after that, Van Xinjian asked a few more common questions and asked the guy's phone number. Jiang Chen noticed that the girl had a product of their company, and in the meantime she said that her father would like to meet her savior. Van Xinjian with a smile asked to steal a little time of the protagonist in order to ever visit her old man. Thus, our hero sent another untouchable and agreed to fulfill Mr. Wang's request. The guy understood that the father of this girl was a big bump in the government and really untouchable. Now events are transferred to the post-apocalyptic world, where our hero used the T3-0001 device and activated the heating. The energy core of the costume, weapon system, information system, and charging were normal, and the pilot itself was in position. The reasons for the current situation should be told from the moment the protagonist returned to the future. Everything happened a week ago, when the guy once again returned here from the real world. Then he had not yet settled all the questions with the company, but he had already returned, so he could not be here for a long time. Jiang Chen noticed that for some reason he did not hear the sounds of construction, so he suggested that the construction of infrastructure has already been completed. Next to him was some screen, and the main character noticed that he had come a message from Sunya Zhao, who asked the guy to go to the outer wall to find her. The young man noticed that a filter that he needed to put on to go to this place was lying nearby. Sun Jiao carefully watched the situation, because she was worse than you could imagine. And I hoped that our hero would come here soon. At that moment, the guy just went upstairs and immediately asked why they stopped all the construction. The girl behaved very seriously and invited the main character to see what was happening outside the walls. It turned out that half a month ago, all the zombies in the district for some reason became furious and surrounded their base. For this reason, Sun Jiao decided to stop the construction in order not to attract them even more. The main character immediately thought that the zombies could not be so active, because now is the day. The girl agreed with this and thought that they were pumped up with something. She perfectly understood that they should not be in this state during the day, but somehow they support him around the clock. Also, the level of an unknown bacterium increased in the air, so the girl asked everyone to wear masks. People who have introduced amplifiers or genetic substances technically had to develop immunity against it, but the bacterial indicator continues to grow. The treatment principle is the same as that of the zombie plants. Our hero remembered that earlier the girl once talked about the principle of zombie movement, and that they use something like photosynthesis. Sun Jiao confirmed that usually during the day, mutants behave calmly or roam around. After the spores in their hindbrain are restored, they enter this state only at night. The guy suggested that this bacterium replace the need for zombies for photosynthesis, so zombies always restore energy. Sun Jiao suggested that everything can be that way, but they still do not have any scientific evidence. The protagonist asked if the whole Vanhai became like that, but the girl replied that only one section was infected. Then he asked how the nearest bases reacted to this threat in order to understand the general situation. The girl explained that they were the closest bases of the survivors, and as the largest group of survivors in the area, did not take any measures. Jiang Chen perfectly understood that leaving this is so dangerous, so they should show the initiative to get rid of the source of bacteria. But right now, they have no way to leave the base. Sun Jiao suggested that these bacteria seem to direct zombies to where people gather, and over the past 15 days, these zombies have already tried to break through the gates and bases 6 times. In the end, our hero came to the conclusion that they should in any case eliminate the source of bacteria, because he has the feeling that they will only become more. Then the girl said that they have 41 people who could become their fighting force, and was about to prepare to approve the battle plan today and tomorrow to withdraw the detachment. Jiang Chen wanted to go with his partner, but she immediately refused. She laughed at the fact that the protagonist had poor accuracy, and the guy emphasized that his combat skills are quite good, and in addition he could leave the battle at any time. Then Zhang Chen admitted that he could not let the girl go alone, because he would definitely not find a place. In addition, the protagonist understood that the survivors, whom they would meet along the way, would fall directly into the bead if Sun Jiao will be alone. The girl's words touched the girl, so she promised that he went with them. After that, she said that they also had some problems with food because she was already running out. Just at that moment, Zhao Chen-yu, who offered not to waste time and immediately get to the matter, came to contact them. The protagonist agreed with him, but also understood that the man was simply very petty. Because the holographic system spends 1 crystal per minute, Zhao Chen directly stated that he hopes to increase their trade volumes. The guy was surprised that the same thought came to mind, so he thought about whether it would be profitable. The man said that, in particular, the deficiency of continuing canned fruits was more than 1,000, and presented a detailed plan. Seeing the indicators that the trading partner sent to him, the main character was surprised because he did not expect to see such results. It turned out that the prices for various products increased greatly. Therefore, according to the previous set price, he could earn 450,000 crystals. Zhang Chen immediately thought that a set of ordinary power armor cost only about 10,000. With all due respect to his partner, the guy still asked if they could make so many crystals for such a large order. Zhao Chen perfectly understood the fears of our hero, so I did not want to hide anything from him. It turns out that in order to cope with recent changes in the advancement of the zombie in the vicinity, the committee voted for the expedition to clean 2 unknown sources of bacterial strains. Then our hero asked if there was any profit or dividends from cleaning these sources. He remembered that not all zombies create crystals in their backbrain. Even the most dangerous species can reproduce only 40 or 50 crystalline grains. The man said that they would not just make a profit, but a lot of profit, and explained that the route is expected to be a total revenue of 1.2 million crystals. The cost of ammunition is only about 100,000. Hearing this amount, Zhang Chen realized that this risk would be justified. Since the zombies were infected with a strange strain, they received regenerative abilities, and their combat effectiveness increased, which is why they produce a lot of crystals. Our hero also analyzed that out of more survivors who have left, some, of course, will not be able to fight off the mutants, so no one will miss the crystals that they had. Under the plump fire, the zombies were not even a threat, so in this way the 6th Street could practically break the jackpot. He understood that now the key moment had come, because large sorties should be accompanied by groups of surviving or armed people, which was a grandiose plan. Zhao Chen said that the consumables for this sortie were mined from the lower classes, but they expected that after the devastation of their financial resources, 1,300 new middle classes would appear on their street. He believed that crystals are the currency that is used, so consumption would stimulate industrial production of the 6th Street. In fact, our hero quickly lost the meaning of this conversation and hoped that there would be a one who would understand at least something in this topic. The guy decided to ask why Zhao Chen did not go to the city center earlier if he was so focused on money. Zhao Chen had explained that this is a difficult question. Besides, the situation in the city center is a little special. But this time, a sortie on the outskirts of the city center was guaranteed stable earnings. The guy realized that no one wants to spend ammunition on zombies without crystals, but because of bacteria, people have to go out in large groups to earn money. He was also afraid that those bandits who usually go with broken rifles will suddenly have money that they will exchange for a rocket launcher. Zhao Chen-yu asked a partner that he thinks about the situation, believing that the opening of the food market in this golden age will forever distract people from ordinary food mixtures. The protagonist agreed with the man and noticed that he thought out everything very well. The businessman promised that after increasing sales, food trade would bring great profit to all parties, and moreover, when the market opens, our hero will be convenient to increase production. The guy agreed with his partner in all aspects, but did not know what would happen to the price, because one bank would no longer cost 0.1 crystal. For a few seconds, silence hung in the office because both sides considered their decision. At the same time, on the other side, Zhao Chen was afraid that our hero still did not want to give in. In the end, the man asked if the main character was interested in their technology. He suggested that they can cooperate in this regard, and wanted to take this opportunity to earn a greater influence in the Zhongchen area. Our hero was delighted that the partner began to talk about this topic, and immediately asked for M2 engines, 90,000 high-quality machines for the production of bombs, and 100,000 5-blade electromagnetic guns. Zhao Chen at the same without any problems agreed to such conditions, but began to suspect that the guy was just waiting for him to reach that. Only now, Jiang Chen decided to report a small nuance, because near their base there was a source of bacteria, so you need to send a soldier to help clean it. In the end, the businessman realized that our hero was not modest, so he just asked him to say everything he needed. The guy immediately replied that he only needed 10 sets of energy armor of the T3 model, and he was going to buy them 10% more expensive from the standard price. But the man said that this was simply impossible. In turn, the main character believed that it was not impossible, and moreover, the risk is small compared to the award that Zhao Chen W. The guy also hinted that he would have to return to the main office if his base is not there. The one who comes instead of him may not be so accommodating. Zhao Chen began to panic and angry because Juilo was obvious that his partner was trying to drive him into a corner. In the end, he promised up to 10 slaves who hope this armor and will announce their death. And then Jiang Chen must deal with them himself and make sure that the businessman would not catch them on the 6th Street. The guy asked his friend to relax and requested another infantry combat vehicle, because the transportation of armor was also a considerable problem. Thus, the main characters received this powerful armor, which will certainly help them in a disassembly with zombies. Although Jiang Chen had the experience of wearing armor in virtual reality, but the sensations were still strange. All other fighters, including Sun Jiao, also reported their readiness. The protagonist tried to cheer up his partner and invited her to simply relax. Using the connection, the girl asked everyone to prepare to advance and turn on the weapon system. The soldiers accepted this team, and their commander warned that they should not give the zombies to break the system and emphasized that all their supplies were in the car. Then she gave the command to open the gate when they had already approached the walls of the base. The zombies immediately rushed forward to penetrate people as quickly as possible, but the soldiers would not be at a loss and opened fire on them. Our team had a lot of rivals, so they simply could not underestimate all these monsters. Sun Jiao asked her subordinates to aim as best as possible, to necessarily fall into the head of the zombie. They could not waste cartridges, because they need to concentrate on breaking through this crowd. The girl understood that there was already an opportunity for this, so she ordered everyone to launch him and the engine and start a breakthrough. Meanwhile, the machine that accompanied them also accelerated and broke through the mutants, scattering them in different directions. Having advanced a little further from the base, our heroes noticed that there was absolute silence around. Jiang Chen considered this incredible. We could not understand the reason why it was so quiet here. Meanwhile, one of the soldiers reported to the captain that, judging by the testimony of the device, there were no mutants within a radius of 500 meters. If accurate, their team was the only forms of life nearby. Sun Jiao knew that when there is no zombie, in half the cases this can only mean that there is a strong butane nearby. So she asked everyone to be vigilant. The main character also from the very beginning felt that there was definitely something wrong with this place. The girl also believed that this was connected with bacteria in the air, so she wanted to hurry, because before the first goal there were another 3 kilometers. After some time they got to the right place, so Jiang Chen asked if everyone was ready for the next step of their plan. All members of the detachment reported that the launch sites were in place and prepared for the next instructions. Then our hero gave the command to prepare them, and then ordered to open fire on an unknown mutant who was among the ruins of the city. The next second, an explosion occurred, which had very much power and swept literally everything in its path. Jiang Chen made us sure that these high-energy vacuum bombs were not a waste in time, and did not believe that something could live after such an attack. After a few seconds, the smoke scattered and could see pieces of a mutant that scattered on different sides. It turned out that everything was not so simple, because these parts began to attract to each other, creating a new organism. Sun Jiao was very surprised and immediately asked our hero if he saw that these exploding bacteria gather again. The girl immediately ordered to shift the system and load the guns again, because they need to eliminate the mutant before these bacteria would recover. The soldiers understood that the situation was very serious, so they immediately obeyed their captain. Meanwhile, the main character suddenly numb, because the suit warned him of some danger. It turned out that they were preparing an electromagnetic attack. But the guy understood that it would be fatal, because he had already accelerated to too high speed. In the end, all the team members did not have time to react to this warning and simply scattered in different directions from this explosion. Our hero only managed to open the mask of his costume and see that he flies right into the wall of one of the buildings. Sun Jiao said that they were attacked using electromagnetic impulses and asked to report the situation. Having done a rather big, healthy wall, Jiang Chen with some efforts was able to get up. Meanwhile, most of the soldiers reported that they were in order. The young man realized that he seemed to be brought by the building and promised to find the rest of her team. Only now, the main character realized that he was not alone here, and noticed that some mutant wanted to attack him. Just in the last second, the guy was able to block the blow of an unknown monster because he was too fast. In the end, the mutant turned out to be too strong, so he simply printed the guy to the ground and shouted loudly. Jiangchen with his last strength was able to escape from the paws of the opponent and jump away from him. Our hero did not expect that the monster would be so strong and would have so sharp claws. At that moment, he noticed that his fighting rifle was too far from beat, so it was almost impossible to get to it. Jiangchen understood that he had no other choice, so he dared to save his life. The mutant immediately noticed this and rushed forward to stop our hero, but he managed to jump off and leave the attack at the last moment. The guy managed to turn around in flight, so he was able to easily open fire on his opponent. The monster was not stupid, so he closed his strong hands so that he did not get bullets. Over time, Jiangchen noticed that bullets could not even break through the scales of the monster, so he had no choice. Our hero decided to wait for a good moment and hit with the help of near battle weapons. The mutant realized that the danger has passed, so I began to slowly approach the main character. The young man understood that he was gradually approaching, and immediately remembered that the weaknesses of the Claw of Death were his eyes and his back. At that moment, the monster was just opening to hit his victim, and the main character continued to think about the weak places of his opponent. A loud whistle, and Jiangchen simply disappeared from the place where he insisted just a second ago. The next second, the main character returned to this place and prepared for the attack. The guy understood that right now, he had a chance to deal with the Claw of Death, because his hand was simply stuck. At the same time, Sun Jiao was finally able to find the location of the guy and tried to shout before him. Jiangchen all this time sat against the wall and raised his hand through force to show where he was. When the girl saw the amount of blood, she froze in place and was very scared for the condition of our hero. In the other side, one could see the cut of death, and Jiangchen asked his partner not to scream from what she saw. Sun Jiao asked if the guy was in order, and he promised that he was not going to die, and explained that he had a slightly dizzy from using such an amount of energy at a time. The girl offered to leave here as soon as possible because in all zombies the mutants are going here, as if they were trying to protect this place. Our hero was shocked when he heard that zombies and mutants work together because, as you know, the claws of death like to profit from the zombie. Sun Jiao invited him to look at the situation on his own and said that the director showed that a certain uniform had come out of the ground after the explosion. She was sure that this was some kind of anomaly, and the creature that was hiding here probably knows the answer to all these questions. The main character was going to go into this pit alone, so he asked his partner to call the rest to win him a little time. The girl was never going to do this, because it was definitely a crazy act by Jiangchen. Jiangchen assured that nothing threatens him, because no matter what he would face, he will be able to escape at any time. Sun Jiao grabbed our hero by the hand and stated that they must go together so that she was calm. The guy put his hand on top and emphasized that they had too little time. The zombies will be more and more, so it is better to go forward. Then the partner realized that it was useless to argue with our hero, and promised to wait for him here. The main character laughed with the fact that Sun Jiao was funny and was so serious about this. Ultimately, he deeply breathed in front of such a serious task and asked the whole team to keep the defense for 2 hours, but if he does not return, they should use the reactive satchels to leave. The guy once again assured that he could leave at any time, but in his thoughts he thought that after that, he would return to the same place. In addition, it was now a day therefore when the main character will destroy the source, the zombie will finally stop, so he simply asked Sun Jiao to trust him. Jiangchen began to go down and saw that all this was some kind of tunnel. It was obvious that this was not a natural tunnel, because there were walls and even an elevator, which was like refugees' shelter. There was also a path leading inside, so our hero immediately guessed that he needed to go right there. He realized that he would deal with a monster that can break through the door of the refugees' refuge, so he definitely needs to be careful. In the end, he was able to go into another room, where some wires hung from the ceiling. Jiangchen was shocked when he saw what was in this large room. It turned out that there was some huge plate, which the survivors left in memory of their ancestors. The main character immediately began to search her, and could not believe that there were no panels or buttons. Then he began to be afraid that this monster could not just break through the surface, but knows how to walk through the walls. But the young man was confident in his abilities, so some simple wall did not stop him. It turned out that even welding tools were built into the costume, so he began to cut a hole in this plate. The main character with hope looked at the fact that his method still worked. Suddenly, the guy heard some unfamiliar voice that told him that all this was useless. Jungchen turned around in fright to see who was behind him. He carefully peered into the darkness around, but there was only silence in the room. This voice could not understand what our hero stared at, asked him to look at his communication screen. The main character could not understand how someone caught a connection with him, because before that he turned on the electromagnetic shield. The comrade was surprised at this, because he thought that people no longer had this, and wanted to explain that electromagnetic shields were no longer an obstacle for communication. Jungchen decided to simply ignore this voice and silently continued his business. This stranger did not expect that our hero would simply ignore him, because he thought that he would be interested to hear all these facts. The guy stopped again for a second and explained that he understood that this voice was not a threat to him, but he was too busy to be distracted by something else. He wanted to add something else, but this voice was able to open the gate, guessing that it was the most important thing. The main character realized that it was the work of his comrade, and he asked not to thank him. Jungchen understood that he had lost a lot of time, so he wanted to hurry. But this voice asked him to wait a bit, and warned that if the guy wants to kill that worm, then he simply could not defeat him. The guy did not waste time and immediately went forward with a jet satchel. He asked his voice where the worm was now, and asked what this creature looked like. The comrade noted that in my opinion our hero has already damaged the auditory system, because he did not hear a warning that he could not defeat this monster. The next moment, he still decided to recall that if the guy passes another 200 meters, then the worm will already notice him. Our hero asked to tell a little about the worm, and his voice replied that this creature was just a bunch of fleshy balls and he tried to desperately penetrate the chamber of hibernation. The voice also admitted that earlier a person was a real threat to him, so he only had to let him in. But he also let Jiang Zhenyi let in, because he was not completely sure that the monster still could not harm him, because his voice understood that only people were interested in him. Our hero was surprised when the voice said about people how it was time for something separate, and in the meantime, the comrade said that a map had to come to the communicator where the location of the worm was noted. Jungchen thanked for this help and asked if he could ask another question, and the guy just wanted to know who he was talking to, but he was not because he only thought about it. To be precise, then people called this voice artificial intelligence, GARD, device X71291. The main character was surprised at this music that it chose a name for itself, which was not just a logical answer and showed its advancedness of this technology. After that, the guy looked that the worm was really ahead, in the hibernation chamber. The guard asked that this guy was about to do. It turned out that Jiang Chen was about to take off his costume, because of which even artificial intelligence began to worry, because without this armor the monster would kill him with one bit. The voice also spoke about Klein's particles who, even if they do not fall for their own purpose, will simply melt her. He advised the main character to put on the armor back, but he had already taken out a spare fuel and 100 compressed crystals to burn his target alive. The guard tried to stop the young man and convince him that there are other things that require attention. In fact, Jiang Chen was delighted when he finally got rid of this annoying thing. He was going to completely blow up the fuel rods to hide immediately, given that he needed 3 seconds to conduct a password to activate the program. The main character noted that there was sticky liquid on the walls, which meant that the worm was already not far, so he began to panic more and more. The guard noticed that the guy was really an interesting person, because he was afraid, but still did not run away. Jiang Chen irritatedly asked this chatterbox to shut up, but he still did not stop talking, and could not understand why our hero wanted to die so much. The guy was not going to listen to him, and pulled the door with all his might to go further. In the end, he noticed that the doors were not moving, so the guard who controlled all this building intervened in the situation. Artificial intelligence emphasized that he still helped our hero, although he would also start to get angry. Suddenly, events are transferred to one beautiful spring day, creating an atmosphere of calm and harmony. The main character admired beautiful flowers and watched a beautiful woman. Jiang Chen has long been fascinated by beauty, which opened before his eyes. But the guy did not even realize that he was more and more immersed in this illusion. Another boy appeared next to him, who seemed to read the thoughts of our hero who dreamed that he wanted to become a flower. Jiang Chen did not expect someone to seem so sharply next to him, and immediately pushed his comrade. The main character still could not take his eyes off this beautiful girl and continued to dream of her. After that, he decided to make an entry in his diary and was very angry due to the fact that he comprehended the problems of puberty and fell in love with someone. The guy desperately tried to forget about this beauty and decided to just go watch TV. In this reality, our hero studied alone abroad. His parents were not here, but he could not even remember when it all started. Jiang Chen could not even remember when he began to keep a diary, and could not understand what the point was. If then he was always embarrassed. On the TV, he saw some popular TV drama, about which two girls sitting in front of him spoke in the class today. The heroine asked the hero named Lane if he knew in what situation he was now. This guy was suspended above the water, so the girl asked him to look down and thought that it was fine. After that, she laughed loudly. But the main character of the series still did not say anything. It turned out that in the reflection in the water, one could see Jiang Chen, who was also attached to this cross. The guy guessed that Lane would later bite that vampire and he would most likely die, but also noticed that the reflection in the water seemed too familiar to him. The main character decided not to sell this unnecessary significance and decided to go to the refrigerator. He decided to drink a little cola and was surprised that he began to like this drink. Jiang Chen could not understand at all why he continued to think about strange things and thought that he was just a little tired. The guy went to his bedroom and tired of tiredness on the bed to relax a bit after overslept all night. The main character woke up and was about to go to school, preparing for the new day. Along the way, he saw that tomorrow, June 13th, the premiere of the film would be held, as well as the celebration of Pa Association. When the time comes, the protagonist wanted to invite his beloved on a date. In this city, there was a system of Heavenly Shield, a defensive system that is used to protect against all types of space attacks. The relationship between NATO and Pak was aggravated, but this was not a problem because life did not stand still, and Jiang Chenya still had to go to school. When our hero walked next to the robot, the attacker, he got some strange feeling inside him. The robot carefully looked at the guy with his mechanical eye and went abruptly in his direction. The protagonist thought that this mechanism seems to have garbage in front of him, so he tried to remove it. The guy decided to simply forget about this case and hurry because he was already late to school. At 8 o'clock in the morning, all the students in the class were already in their places and violently discussed cramped topics. The same two classmates again discussed their favorite series and wanted to discuss yesterday's series. One of them could not understand whether Cuien died at the end, or, after all, he managed to become a vampire. Jiang Chen overheard this and could not even assume for some that the main character could kill the main character in the TV drama, because it is too exciting. The guy was sure that, according to the long-term formulas for writing the script, the hero should bite the hero, and then he will become a half-wax, who he loved to reject, and then he will ignore any reproaches addressed to him and continue to destroy the plant for his homeland. It turned out that the guy said all this out loud and was surprised that everything happened. The main character laughed nervously because he saw that one of the girls looked at him with wide eyes. In the end, he noticed that now absolutely all classmates behaved somehow strange. Jiang Chen began to be afraid a little and thought that he was just talking too loudly. The young man could not understand why all classmates were so terribly staring at him that he was very scared. The main character could not understand what was wrong with him, so he decided to turn to his friend and ask if he had seen this oddity. Jiang Chen realized that Zhao Pan behaved absolutely the same, so he immediately decided to see what happened to Yao Tintin. The guy looked around with excitement and saw that his lover's desk was empty, which caused him even greater alarm. Now our hero was seriously scared, so his ears were just a loud ringing, and all thoughts were confused. At that moment, a teacher, who turned out to be Xia, came into the classroom. And in the meantime, all classmates again returned to normal and began to talk among themselves. Jiang Chen was surprised even more and began to look around to understand what was happening at all. The teacher calmly asked everyone to open the lesson files and find page 218, questions from 2 to 5. Zhao Pan noticed that his comrade behaved somehow strangely, so he carefully put his hand on his shoulder, but this scared our confused hero. The young man was finally able to leave the stupor and turn to look at his friend. The guy could not understand why the main character looked at him like that and thought that he had something on his face. Suddenly, Jiang Chen fell on the desk from the fact that his head began to hurt sharply and began to feel that he seemed to forget something. The main character thought that all this just seemed to him, but he understood more and more that this place and people were too strange. Looking in the side, the guy only now noticed that Yao Tintin somehow got into their class. In their time, all books and scientific works can only be found in city or district libraries, where there were true resources, not exhibits. After studying, our hero just went there and read about the fact that the concept of the ominous valley was introduced by Ernst Jentsch in his work, The Psychology of the Sinister for the Valley, written in 1906. The author wrote that due to the fear of death and fear of the disease, there may be a disorder of the empathy mechanism and the inability to sympathize with robots. In the end, having studied all this information, the guy concluded that the robot the cleaner he encountered this morning caused the effect of a terrifying valley. Jiang Chen could not even understand what he was looking for, because all this time he was pursued by a sense of inconsistency. He was sure that he had forgotten some important detail, but he still could not remember her. Our hero turned his head and noticed that these libraries were still the second floor. The guy pulled there, because he felt that it was there that the answer that he was looking for. He quickly remained his place, but immediately noticed that something was wrong. Jiang Chen lowered his gaze and saw that at some point Yao Tintin somehow managed to take his place. The girl greeted the protagonist with a smile, because of which he immediately began a quick heartbeat. She noticed that for some reason Jiang Chen blushed very much and thought that he had just picked up some kind of cold. The guy, trying to figure out these boring suspicions, completely forgot that he was about to invite Yao Tintin to the cinema. The girl decided to speak first and asked if our hero wanted to go to her home. Jiang Chen froze in place because he did not expect that the goddess heart suddenly spoke with him. In the end, Yao Tintin did not wait for an answer from the guy and grabbed his hand in order to leave the library as quickly as possible. The main character tried to say something to the girl, but she could no longer wait, rushing to her home. When the guy and the girl left the library, the administrator immediately noticed that Jiang Chen studied artificial intelligence. He understood that the main character's subconscious was always on his guard and desperately tried to find a way out of this place. In the end, this strange stranger simply broke the book and threw it into the robot to burn. He wanted this game to continue and watch Jiang Chen for some time. Meanwhile, Yao Tintin did not stop running, so our hero desperately tried to find out where she wanted to take him. After a while, Jiang Chen still could stop and pulled his hand from the girl. The guy stopped in place and, trying to take his breath, asked if they were really going to her house. In fact, he was embarrassed only because he hoped that they would do something special. Smiling, the girl replied that she just wanted to understand the protagonist better. She explained that her parents today were not at home and only decide whether to come or not. And Jiang Chen immediately began to dream that this was a kind of recognition. The main character asked Tintin to wait and agreed to come to her to talk and get to know each other better. But at the same time, the guy still noticed that he was still not leaving a sense of inconsistency. He looked around and saw that there was just a robot cleaner with whom he met this morning. Jiang Chen was surprised that he met this robot again, and now he thought that most likely they worked everywhere. This time, the robot did not focus on the protagonist and calmly continued to do his work. The guy noticed that he sharply turned away from him and hoped that now he would not stare at him. Yao Tintin asked what Jiang Chen looked at there, but he did not answer and hastened to catch up with his beloved. The guy decided to forget about all this because he understood that, in spite of everything, today he definitely asked the girl to the film. Suddenly, the robot the cleaner stopped in one place and began to make unpleasant loud sounds. It turned out that this sound was a school call, which woke our hero at the end of the lesson. Only now it was February 13th. Zhao Pen turned to his friend and complained that they needed to go to classes even on the Alliance Day, and noticed that it seems that the guy could not use his tickets. Jiang Chen did not understand what was happening, and the comrade explained that the news said that classes were cancelled, and the school even made an announcement through the terminal. The main character did not even see any terminal in the eye, and all this time thought he was next to Tintin. The guy tried to remember how it happened that they, along with Yao Tintin, went to school. He grabbed his head to remember whether he went home to his beloved. But at that moment he opened his eyes and saw that she was sitting at a nearby desk. In the end, our hero came to the conclusion that he did not remember anything at all, and immediately switched to the beauty who was sitting nearby. Yao Tintin saw well what was happening with the young man, so gestured to him to be silent. As a result, Jiang Chen was completely lost in time and came to his senses only after the lessons. I feel that his legs were numb from how he was sitting for a long time. Waking up, he wiped his eyes and could not understand where other students from his class went. The main character felt that he had slept very well, so he decided at first leisurely going to the gym. He was upset due to the fact that his friend did not even wake him, but it did not matter. So Jiang Chen decided to just take a walk. Passing near the library, the young man recalled that yesterday he met with Tintin while he was actively looking for something in scientific work. The main character again did not attach any importance to this because he needed to go to the lesson. Nearby, he again heard the buzz of the robot of the cleaner, which immediately reminded him that he should deal with the problem that has long tormented him. Suddenly, a man appeared out of nowhere from nowhere, who with an angry cry asked what Jiang Chen forgot here. The guard was unhappy that the student was late for the lesson, so he decided to teach him a lesson and show what the guards were capable of. The guy did not even know that he was late somewhere, and could not understand why the man reacted so violently to such a trifle. The angry guard no longer waited and accelerated to beat our hero. Jiang Chen desperately tried to explain at least something, but no one was going to listen to him, so he could only put his hands in front of him in order to somehow defend himself. But, as it turned out, the young man was not alone in this misfortune, because one of the robots decided to come to his aid. The main character was very surprised when he saw who exactly decided to help him escape from the guard. The guy again had the feeling that the robot looked directly into his soul. The guard, who was now lying on the ground, ordered Jiang Chenya to stand still. But he did not even move. But everything was not so simple, because the robot was not going to let the man go so easily and tied him. Then the mechanized cleaner turned to the main character and asked him to run away from here as soon as possible. Jiang Chen obeyed his savior, but still could not understand what was happening, suspecting that there should be no beating for being late. He quickly ran into the library and still could not understand why this robot suddenly decided to help him. The guy wanted to get into the library through the back door on the second floor. And now he realized that recently there were more and more oddities in his life. Our hero walked with the corridors in the library, relying on the walls because this crazy guard Nahilo scared him. Suddenly, one of the doors opened and Jiang Chen found that this room was not locked. The guy saw that inside there was only one computer to which a large number of wires led. He immediately had a feeling that he had already seen it in a dream, or was in this place. The main character realized that this was only an old computer, but hoped that it was here that he could find answers to questions that have been tormented by so long ago. At the same moment, the computer greeted the guy and highlighted in his name on his screen. Jiang Chen was surprised that this thing knew him, and looked that he was the only user over the past 3 months. He could not believe that no one used this restroom even during the school's anniversary. So he decided to expand the search up to 55 years. Most likely, the guy will not be able to set more years to search, and in the end, I found only a diary that was written in the midst of the war. In addition, he noticed that he was haunted by this strange date on June 13th, 2171, so he already thought that he was able to move in time. A strange knock was heard in the corridor when the main character felt that his head was starting to hurt again. It turned out that someone also entered the library, and meanwhile the young man considered it impossible that he forgot something, because he perfectly remembered absolutely his whole life. Jiang Chen even remembered the moments when the diapers were changed, but still felt that something in his memories was not enough, because of which intuition brought him to this place. He understood that the situation around was becoming only strange and strange. At that moment, the main character heard the voice of Yao Tintin behind the door of his acquaintances, about which he was just remembering. The guy was shocked that the girl so suddenly appeared here and wanted to answer something but abruptly changed his mind. Now he realized that Yao Tintin was definitely not just here, because the lesson was still not over. Every time our hero is going to understand his feelings, this girl appears next to him, as if he was following. Jiang Chen thought that she could be a stalker, which is why he had even greater excitement. Suddenly, the protagonist was somewhere on the street where the soldiers landed, who were about to arrange a murderous fun. One of them was delighted when he immediately saw a defenseless student in front of him and called Jiang Chen with the half-blood. The soldier did not stand ceremony with a frightened guy simply hit him on the head, so as not to bother with him for a long time. After some time, Jiang Chen woke up in a completely different place and immediately felt that his head was very ill. In the end, he saw that he was in the gym, and the soldiers had already managed to capture other students. The young man could not even assume what they were going to do with all these people. One of the invaders saw a student who was afraid more, and offered to play the game so that they could let him go. He pointed to the basketball ring and ordered this guy to run to him in 10 seconds, promising that then they would let him go and give the opportunity to grab another classmate. A man with a grin emphasized that he was in a good mood today, but the frightened guy was still silent that they decided to take for an agreement. He announced that the game was starting and began to count up to 10. But the guy was so scared that he was still sitting on the ground. Then the soldier instructed the weapon to the student to dip it. Now the student finally came to his senses and rushed to the basketball ring to try to save his life. In the end, the soldier simply shot this defenseless young man. After this soulless act, the man only smiled and easily threw his weapons on his shoulder. His allies at that time stood aside and flooded with laughter, not considering this death something special. The protagonist watched this with horror and was already sure that he would be a corpse, because in these people there is not a drop of humanity. After what they saw, other students began to panic strongly because, obviously, they had no desire to die. The commander promised to shoot everyone if they were crying, and meanwhile, his comrades were already looking for a beautiful girl for themselves. He was tired of the fact that some students began to hysteria, so he turned to kill his next victim. One of the hostages could not stand aside and attacked a soldier, because of which he just shot at the floor. The invader looked at this student with irritation, who turned out to be Zhao Pan. The guy could not watch how strangers killed innocent people, for which he received his knee right in the nose. The soldier praised the student for the fact that he was so brave and left him to lie on the floor. He took out a knife and with an ominous grin asked if these two boys were friends Zhao Pan. The student did not answer this question and simply stated that sooner or later all these invaders would die. The soldier did not stand on ceremony and still used his knife to teach a daring youth for his reckless acts. And meanwhile, Zhao Pan himself desperately tried to shout to his comrade. The last words of the guy was the request for Jiang Chen to take revenge on these people for him. The protagonist watched in horror as his close friend was simply killed and was about to attack this cruel invader. As a result, the guy simply could not keep his rage in himself, so his ability was activated and he moved to his strongest shape. He looked around and noticed that for some reason silence came too sharply. The main character realized that time had stopped, but he could still move. The guy realized that he had activated the Fury, so he decided to break out of this unfamiliar schoolboy shell. Jiang Chen got out of his fake body and was going to put an end to this meaningless game. He realized that all this was because of the guy who raised the noise, and decided to check his current condition using the identifier. The Rage regime gave the guy additional glasses to strength, mobility, and intelligence. And now, he had the instinct of the killer, which allowed to feel the location of the heart of any of the 5 feelings. Jiang Chen was delighted that he had such a useful ability, and informed his opponent that he had long ate his trick. He perfectly understood that all this was fake, and was afraid to think that he could get stuck here for his whole life. Our hero asked his opponent to go out so that they could personally talk. It turned out that all this time he was hiding in the image of Yao Tintin, which was in love with Jiang Chen in this fake world. Jiang Chen emphasized that the enemy was very lucky because he had no heart that the guy could use his skills without any problems. Then the opponent asked what the main character remembered the last. The guy admitted that he had a lot of guesses, but he could not even think that all this was a game. But now he was sure that he was dealing with the guard himself. Our hero analyzed the events that took place a few minutes before he entered this room. He remembered that the guard said that the worm should be here, so the guy was about to take risks to deal with this creature. At one point, Jiang Chen rushed forward, following his plan, but stopped abruptly because what he saw surprised him. Our hero saw a mechanism here, who, the campaign, was a guard. And meanwhile, the robot ordered him not to make any sharp movements. He warned that the reaction time of the laser weapon was minimal, although he did not believe that Jiang Chen poses a threat or could escape from the testing center. The guy immediately analyzed that he had no way out, because the activation of an interspatial bracelet takes from 2 to 3 seconds, like the explosion of the fuel tank. He remembered that the guard said earlier that the worm threatened him, so he asked where this creature was now. The robot has already taken care of the worm, which had previously used caustic discharge to melt the door. In addition, there were good news, because the part left behind was alive, so the guard decided to cultivate her in the hibernation cell. Jiang Chen could not believe that this was the same worm, because he saw an ordinary girl in front of him. Then the robot explained that it was a human girl, turned into such an incubator, so the remaining tissue of the worm was in her. In the end, our hero could not stand it and offered to simply finish all these meaningless conversations. Asking what the guard wanted, the robot only confirmed that the people whose existence is limited is always so impatient, and invited the guy to think about why he had to leave his power armor and, without hesitation, come here. Jiang Chen did not know what to answer because he did not even know that the programs could deceive people. Meanwhile, the guard asked him to approach the incubation chamber. Artificial intelligence wanted the young man to go through a test, but the main character did not understand what was the matter, because he believed that he had already passed all the tests. Yao Tintin emphasized that she had been waiting for too long because people stopped providing experimental animals, and she was not enough to complete evolution. The guy was absolutely spitting on the experiment of this strange girl, because his team still fought upstairs, so he needed to get out of here as soon as possible. He was going to take out the identifier and launch the remote self-destruction of the fuel tank after he enters the chamber guarantee, but felt some pain in the back of his head. Then he simply lost consciousness. The main character realized that all this was a controlled program, and in the meantime, Yao Tintin guessed that the memory had not yet completely returned to her experimental. So she told how things were. She said with a grin on her face that the guy passed only the first testing circle. And, to be precise, there were still a lot of such circles. Jiang Chen did not know how much time he spent here, and was afraid that Sun Jiao was still waiting for him from the outside. And meanwhile, the girl laughed, warning that the time in the program flows more slowly than in the real world. Everything was slow enough that now our hero would pass through several tens of thousands of testing. The young man was not going to be scared so quickly and boldly asked if she was going to continue to play this meaningless game. The girl did not see the problem in this, because she was looking forward to the next circle of her experimental. In the end, Jiang Chen noticed that he began to just disappear, but he was still not going to give up and promised to end Yao Tintin next time. The girl was interested because she knew that the memory of the system was accurate, which means that the hero really felt a desire to possess her appearance. She asked how a guy could calmly relate to this when he survived all these events, but he suggested that she just wait. Now the protagonist returned to the summer of 2171 again and sat in his room, tightly squeezing the page of the diary. At the same time, Jiang Chen understood that it was precisely because of these memories that he fell into a state of rage because of the death of Zhao Pan. Now the guy realized that in the mode of madness, intelligence allowed him to break through the locking of memory and awaken from the game, and the time difference between the worlds made it possible to stay in this state longer. He decided to figure out what he now knows, and came to the conclusion that he needed to get a breakthrough in the virtual world through a security system. After analyzing where he met with Yao Tintin, our hero realized that the clues can be on the second floor of the library or in the reading room, where so far he was able to find only someone's diary. And those two robots not only helped him, but it seems also gave information, so this aspect also needs to be dealt with. Jiang Chen also recalled that Yao Tintinsky, that the available data was not enough to complete the evolution, but still did not help to understand what was discussed. Thus, it seems that the guard cannot change a lot in the test, but, at best, it was a program that controls the duration of the test. However, every time the guy approaches the result, the guard interferes and repeats the experiment, which was not very good. But our hero was sure that brainwashing has long been ineffective. Jiang Chen decided that first he needs to return to the first key, namely to the library. On the way, he met the robot of the cleaner, who gave him the first hint and could not understand who could leave this tip. The guy decided to place a marker from the built in direction of the robot into his terminal. He saw that the point stood somewhere in the southeast of this place, but decided not to hesitate and go to the library as soon as possible. The main character understood that the library was already very close, and no one still stopped him on the road. It seems that in this test, there is a neutral zone where the guard cannot interfere with him in any way. Jiang Chen came to the conclusion that the house is a rather safe territory, but the library was already a dangerous zone where the enemy can take control of everything. He was sure that the experimenter was following his every step and wait until he enters before taking his measures. Suddenly, our hero felt that for some reason the robot began to fight on his leg. Jiang Chen realized that the robber just wanted him to be praised for the help that he provided him. After some time, the young man reached the main entrance of the library and immediately noticed that this place does not look at all like last week. This time, security was exhibited everywhere, so it was obvious that the experimenter tried to prevent our hero to get to the second floor. The 2-meter wall around was a serious problem before, but now it was not the only obstacle. The main character decided not to ceremony and show his opponent a couple of his strong skills. The guy charged his skill of strength and was able to jump over this wall with one exact jerk. He was able to land perfectly after that, as well as get the achievement of a jump of maximum level. Thus, our hero confirmed that the increase in power in the Fury mode also works perfectly here. Because these games are still based on reality, anxiety immediately sounded at the security centers because there was a violator in the B2 sector. So all the guards went to this place. In the end, the guy realized that even the patrols at the school were pawns of the security system. Jiang Chen laughed when the guards tried to catch up with him. Not suspecting that he had a high level of force, he quickly accelerated to get into the library through the doors, which were right behind the mind, but in the end he saw that they were already closing. Everything was due to the fact that security procedures were launched, but Jiang Chen was about to allow to close the building. In the last second, the protagonist was still able to fly into a small gap that remained under the door. The guy did not expect that there would even be pain, but was not going to stop, because he was in a hurry to get to the second floor. He also felt that being in such a tense situation was already too much for his stomach. At that moment, he heard that someone was already chasing him, and could not understand how this happened, because all the doors were already closed. In the last second, the guy could run into the reading room and now thought how to lock the door. Only now Jiang Chen thought about how he would get out, because he did not know how much he could detain all his rivals. In one of the nightstands in this room lay a weapon that someone left here for self-defense. The guy saw that there was a complete clip, and then some sharp impetus occurred suddenly. The main character could not understand what was the matter, because, in theory, the battle was supposed to begin tomorrow. He began to worry, because there was also danger from the other side, because the guards tried to knock out the doors. Jiang Chen recalled that he was warned that this was just a game, but began to suspect that if he did not take any action, he would definitely be in a difficult situation. He lifted that if everything starts with a new week, previewing information could be erased. The guy on him that the weapon in his hands cannot be compared with the guns of the guard. So there is only one decision. Ultimately, the main character decided to see if he was mistaken in his guesses. He put a gun to the temple and decided to take a chance to look at the consequences, after which the air was torn off a loud shot. After that, our hero abruptly opened his eyes and saw that he was at home, only this was a new week. He came to the conclusion that it was impossible to leave the game after death, and then he looked down. You saw that the gun was left with him. Having looked at the weapon, the main character noticed that the clip was again complete, so he began to suspect that his game file was also rebooted. The young man hid his gun and began to think about the fact that he could not go the same road. He found out that the second hint should already be in line, namely the place marked on the map last week. Now our hero was relaxed, because he began to better understand this game, and was about to go a different way. Passing next to the robot, the guy once again decided to thank him for his help. Jiang Chen went to the railway station and thought that if he saw a life that was before the war, then humanity really developed greatly during this time. He could not even complain about the regularity of train movement, and could get by train right to the place on the map. Judging by the map, our hero needs to get to the central hospital, but when he looked at it, the search for some reason began to stagger. All passengers began to scream and panic because, as it turned out, the train came off the rails. The main character felt such a strong blow that he thought that now he would tear his neck. In the end, all the train wagons could not stay on the rails and fell down. The guy with the effort extended the metal and got angry due to the fact that now his rivals played in this way. He saw that the survivor was sitting among the stummings. She decided not to sell the significance to this, because everything around was only an illusion. But he also assumed that this was not completely a game, because even he lived in this world for at least several decades. The main character still decided to approach her and asked if this stranger was in order. It turned out that this girl was already infected, so she bared her teeth when she felt the touch of Jiang Chen. The infected girl clung to Jiang Chen, who did not manage to react to danger. Only now the young man realized that it was a zombie, and the informant was not going to stop at one event. Now he watched what people ran away from the place where the train fell in a panic. In the end, I did not understand that this place simulates what is happening to the real world, or what happened in the past. If you look closely, these zombies are just like those in the future, but it seems that they have just turned, because they still have human features. It was just a guess, but the main character began to suspect that the war and the invasion actually occurred. At that moment, he noticed that this infected girl still did not lag behind him and tried to attack from the back. The guy perfectly understood that he was bitten due to the fact that he had lost his vigilance, so he did not make this mistake again. He hoped that he should not become infected with his modified body. Jiang Chen found nearby a bat and was delighted that he was not far from the hospital, where he needed a point. The protagonist burst into the hospital at all speed, sweeping away every zombie that came across him along the way. The guy noticed that the number of infected even worse than the zombies scattered across the earth. And if not for a genetic medicine with a regime of madness, then he would have died a long time ago. Even with an increase, if he is attacked for a long time, the feeling of a bite will spread throughout its body. Our hero tried to calm down and gather, because now there was definitely no time for despair. He hoped that this was an ordinary hospital and there was no additional event here. Jiang Chen began to look around and ask if there was someone else here. At that moment, the guy did not turn around and saw a large number of zombies there, so now he was sure that he had no way back. It turned out that there was another girl who was surprised that someone was able to get here. The main character began to notice that the zombie was already too many, that even his meat would not be enough for everyone. He desperately tried to escape from the infected, moving along the floors, and after a while he was already very tired. The guy understood that, in spite of everything, he needed to continue to fight. So he ran into one of the corridors and locked the door behind him with the help of a bat. Just in this room in which our hero stopped, that surviving girl was. Jiang Chen was shocked when he heard someone else's voice in this room, which caused him instant alertness. The mysterious stranger admitted the courage of the guy and concluded that he was the last coward. Judging by how he provoked all these events, she, despite the fact that our hero was enough to fight off the zombie army, believed that his desire to break through this virtual reality was useless. The main character immediately noticed that this girl looks familiar, and remembered that she was an incubator for part of the worm. He was very happy because he thought that he had come, where necessary, and immediately asked if it was the girl Lin Lin. She confirmed that her name was Lin Lin, and the guy came closer to her and tried to say something in confusion. The girl with contempt called the lower form of life and emphasized that no one allowed the guy to approach her. Jiang Chen was very angry because the girl was so dismissive of him and was about to teach her to teach her. The guy was about to say that he was going to do Lin Lin, but suddenly someone hit the door. He instantly turned around and saw that at the door of standing Yao Tintin, who, with the help of a chainsaw, was able to clear his way. She was furious and, not thinking for a long time, offered our hero and Lin Lin to die right now. But Yao Tintin did not even have time to say or do anything, because after a second a bullet flew into her head. Jiang Chen did not appreciate at all that there was so much noise from her. Lin Lin was scared due to such a turn of events. The girl was surprised that our hero was able to do this with his mistress. And meanwhile, Jiang Chen suggested that the girl had already guessed, for which he went to this place. The young man was not going to joke, so he instructed her weapons. And Lin Lin again noticed that Jiang Chen was very brave and smart. She wanted to warn that there would be nothing if the main character beats, but he himself was aware of this fact. The guy hinted that she would still feel pain in any case, so he asked him to help him leave here so that he would not press the trigger. In another case, our hero was going to kill her in a severe way, and then restart and find the girl again to do it thousands of times. Because of such threats, Jiang Chen, Lin Lin simply could not stand it and shouted loudly, representing all this horror. She burst into tears because she thought that our hero encroaches on her innocence, although he did not mention this at all in his conversation. The guy thought that there was some real fool in front of him, because he behaved wildly to just scare her a little. In any case, he was not going to become softer. So he grabbed the girl by the hand and ordered him to quickly tell him how to get out of this place. Lin Lin was sure that even if the guy could get out of this place, he could never defeat this demon and simply return to the game. In fact, the girl did not understand why the protagonist was so striving to leave this world, because she knew very well in what condition the real world was now. Finally, the guy released Lin Lin's hand and explained that he had many more reasons to return there. Jiang Chen did not believe that the girl wanted the program to control her, because of which she nevertheless broke, and explained that at the beginning of the game, it was impossible to call events, so you can stay here endlessly. The main character was surprised that the girl was here all this time. For a second, Lin Lin froze in place, but then explained that she would always play the role of a small patient and would not cause any events. She asked the guy to forget about Yao Tintin, who sprayed the door, because if he remains here, she certainly could not get into this room. In any case, the girl did not need a pity of the lower form of life, so she did not suffer the miserable presence of our hero here. Our hero did not react to the words of Lin Lin, and only unemotionally asked how many weeks she spent here. But she could not answer this because she did not consider such things. Her guy turned around silently and moved away from a girl who could not understand what he was thinking about all this time. He said that he did not know why Lin Lin was in Petri's cup as an experimental, but emphasized that the laboratory is clearly pre-war, which means that she stayed there for at least 20 years. Our hero suggested that about 200,000 years have passed in the game time, and the girl explained that all this time she restored the memory, so the lower forms of life annoyed her, as they could not hold out a couple of days. Jiang Chen told her that right now the world is in ruins, but in the suburbs everything was better when the city center looked like a huge nuclear reactor. Lin Lin had no sympathy for people, but the protagonist continued his story and emphasized that everyone was still eagerly shaked to survive in this cruel world, even if the elite refuses flights to the stars on spacecraft. Even if after the war there remained an empty world, no one surrenders. The girl could not understand why Jiang Chen told her all these things. The protagonist with a smile asked if Lin Lin wanted to see what all this time had happened outside this laboratory. Lin Lin was surprised when she heard that the guy decided to tell her about the world outside. The girl believed that this was impossible because the security system simply would not let them get out of here. And meanwhile, even the hero was delighted that he could finally talk to her. The young man emphasized that there was nothing impossible because he was going to deal with this issue, so he asked her to simply trust. In fact, Lin Lin was afraid of pain. And if our hero does not succeed, this artificial intelligence can grow something in it. Then Jiang Chen suddenly grabbed the girl, because of which she was again worried about it. He screamed just to rely on him, and the girl simply needed to say how to finish this game. The main character saw that in the eyes of the girl, fear was still stronger than hope for a way out of here. Ultimately, Linlin nevertheless admitted that the output was in a hospital garage, a place 005 next to a fire alarm. In this place was the entrance to the refugees 005 refugees, which was also the dispatch of all this game. The girl also warned our hero that he had little time, because the security system could not forcibly restart the game on the first day of each round. Jiang Chen understood that her words were true, and Linlin explained that, starting from the second day, more opportunities would be unlocked, and very soon it would be possible to restart the game. The young man immediately ran to this place, and the girl still doubted whether she could trust him. The main character was not going to be afraid because he had only one choice, so he prepared and picked up a chainsaw. He decided to return to the room, because of which Linlin was wary because she could not understand what the guy was about to do. The main character rushed forward sharply, because of which the girl was very scared and closed herself with her hands. Linlin thought that the young man wanted to kill her, but in fact he was going to jump out the window. The girl was shocked by such an act of our hero, because they were already on the third floor. She watched as Jiang Chen jumped directly into the crowd of zombies and began to doubt that he was an ordinary person. Our hero landed on a car that was already bending under such a force. The guy had too little time left until the end of the day, so he could not spend him on some little things. Jiang Chen was about to use the last minutes because he could not allow the game to reboot. He desperately broke through this incredible huge amount of zombies because he wanted to know the whole truth. Although the guy was able to reach 005 in time, but he was very exhausted after such a collision with mutants. The protagonist pressed the button, but for a start she decided to breathe, because he does not know what awaits him next. This must have been the same entrance to the dispatch, about which Linlin spoke, and in the end it turned out to be true, because the scene around began to disappear. Jiang Chen suggested that the informant is now furious, and even from artificial intelligence could awaken self-consciousness. The guy quickly gathered his strength and decided to see what was stored for him further, preparing for new trials. In this room, the protagonist met a blinding light, and his consciousness slowly faded away. There was a man who immediately noticed that guests had come to him and was about to enjoy his food. He suggested that Jiang Chen had to go through a lot to get here, and explained that it was the dispatch of the whole game. The guy noticed that all his wounds healed, and new clothes appeared on him, which caused him surprise. In addition, it seemed to the main character that this man looked too familiar, and then the image of that same officer with a small goose beard returned to his head. Jiang Chen noticed that this man had changed a lot, because of which he could hardly recognize him, and it was obvious that he was very closely connected with this game. If you summarize all the tips, then we can conclude that in front of our hero was Lieutenant John himself, who left his diary in the library. The man immediately concluded that Jiang Chen probably saw that magazine if he knew his name. The main character explained that this is not just from the diary, because with John they managed to meet in the gym when he killed his two classmates. He read that in this diary, I recorded an endless remorse of the officer's conscience, and this played an important role in the game, so that the answer was obvious to him. Now the guy asked John to explain what he had to do with this game. The man directly replied that everything here was created according to his memories. Even the hibernation camera, which is used by Jiang Chen, belongs to him. Only it seems that the real body of the officer has already died. In fact, the protagonist already had such an impression even before he was forced to participate in this game. John said that they copied all the data from his brain to a hard drive, so now it can be considered a certain low-grade artificial intelligence. Jiang Chen believed that if an officer says this with such an expression, then he can hardly be called a low-grade. Meanwhile, the man asked him to understand him correctly, because he and the truth is just a simple artificial intelligence and will answer in accordance with John's logic. He himself simply calculates the most suitable expression, including how he perceives and understands the expression of Jiang Chen's face. The man explained that in the end the nature of the person will always differ slightly from the data, which is why it is impossible to get rid of these differences with the help of all calculations. But our hero did not understand this from this. The young man did not really understand all this because his comrade behaved just like a living person. Then John decided to conduct an example, because he was also introduced by genetic drugs with which he could break through memory blocking. Liberation of brain flushing depends not only on brain activity but also on emotions that the car can never truly possess. The man believed that everything that the guy experienced over the past few weeks can be remembered, but you can forget Jiang Chen now realized that before breaking through a memory blocking, he had already experienced it for many weeks, and there are even happy endings where they successfully run away. At one point, Yao Tintin found out that she was lifted up, after which she dealt with a guy with a chainsaw at her home. John explained that all events were taken from his memories, and the consciousness of the subjects is focused on the girls they like, after which complex emotions accumulate with the help of simulation, pain, and remorse. It is funny that the subject has to see how his loved one is killed again and again, which was a punishment for the officer himself. The protagonist immediately remembered the recognition of a man in his diary, where he apologized to the girl for his actions. Now he noticed that he subconsciously caused his character's hatred to this officer, although personally this was directly related to him. John decided to move on to the conversation about the exit and warned that the choice was only in the hands of our hero. He asked if the guy was going to leave or spend several lives in eternity, leading a rich life. But Jiang Chen did not even doubt his choice. The officer was very sorry that he could not hold the protagonist before leaving this game. Jiang Chen was very angry due to the fact that the informant spent a bunch of his time, so he was going to deal with him. Meanwhile, the robot, without suspecting anything, enjoyed music and noticed that the songs created by people were much more interesting. He noticed that the capsule under number 017 was open, and immediately remembered that terrible guy who got here. The informant was surprised that our hero woke up in just 5 seconds, which made him a problem experimental. But everything was not so simple because, waking up, Jiang Chen brought his cunning plan into action. He quickly turned the handle of the tank, which he kept in his hands all this time, because of which his self-destruction began. The young man, hiding in his shelter, agreed that he could be crazy and said goodbye to the informant. The panicked artificial intelligence did not understand what our hero was talking about and where he disappeared so quickly. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen could easily get to the real world and appeared in his house. The guy lay on the bed and felt him incredibly tired after all these adventures. But, despite the lack of strength, he could not stop rejoicing that he had now possessed his villa. Jiang Chen thought about the fact that he should carefully thank the Xia, because it was she who helped in the choice of villa. The young man thought about the fact that he could not walk around the house, and considered it funny that he could get lost in his own house. At that moment, he noticed that Aisha just took a shower, and then looked at his watch and thought about the fact that the fire, after such an explosion, would burn for some more time. After 30 minutes, our hero still returned to the future, to the underground laboratory of Pan-Asian cooperation. Seeing the torn informant, Jiang Chen was delighted that the explosion was rather unfinished. It turned out that artificial intelligence was still alive, so he asked how the guy managed to disappear. The informant explained that it is useless to destroy this camera, because his data is stored in another machine, and asked him to satisfy his curiosity. The main character superficially explained that he has a Naya ability that allows him to disappear from this space, and was about to say goodbye to this robot. The informant was not going to give up so easily, so he brought out memories about Yao Tintin. He began to put pressure on Pity and emphasized that parents, classmates, and even this girl would disappear if Jiang Chen kills him. It almost worked on our hero, because the memory from virtual reality remained with him, but he overcoming himself and became indifferent to all these people. The robot was sure that people always dreamed of a settlement of virtual reality, so he did not understand the reaction of the guy. Artificial intelligence could not believe that 20 years of research, data in exchange for life more than 3,000 people would disappear just like that. And Jiang Chen suddenly decided to ask if he liked the sharp sauce Lao Gan Ma. The informant explained that he relies on the reactors of the laboratory to maintain energy. And although he tried to imitate human behavior to cause appetite, he did not work out. So he is still not interested in human food. The main character led everything to the fact that he also had no reason to like artificial intelligence. Jiang Chenya always did not care how developed the technologies were, because he believed that too advanced technology was becoming a real tumor. The guy was enough that the informant locked him with the virtual world and tortured for a long time there, because of which he could not save the people dear to him. In the end, the robot did not consider our hero a fool or ignoramus, because he certainly had special thinking, and it is impossible to say for sure whether he did not give a damn about artificial intelligence. His central system also could not recognize the point of view of Jiang Chen, and he explained that even people could not understand him. The informant decided to ask his last question and asked if our hero thinks that artificial intelligence may have emotions. In his thoughts, the guy thought that cars remain cars and think only about his task, so he only asked if the robot felt regret before his disappearance. Then the informant using the projector showed a sad emoticon and said goodbye to Jiang Chene. The main character found a car where there were 2 large canisters with aluminothermal substances and removed the processor from there, about to take it with him so that Yao Yao examined it. After that, the guy did not use heating of substances and simply undermined this device. Having finished his affairs, Jiang Chen smuggled a cigarette and was delighted that he would finally be able to return to reality. But Yao Tintin, Zhao Pan, and the rest still did not leave his head. Although all this was not his memories. Having destroyed the console, our hero felt that the memories seemed to become more blurry, and laughed with the fact that at some point he became so sentimental. Now the young man decided to deal with his other important matters and went to Sunjiao. Before leaving, Jiang Chen stopped near the capsule, in which Linlin was located, which he had already met. Obviously, it was very important, so the camera was protected more than anything in the laboratory, so the question arose, how to open it? The guy noticed that there must have been a control panel for this camera nearby, so he blindly pressed a few buttons. In the end, he nevertheless successfully coped with his task, which is why the liquid from the chamber began to gradually disappear. Linlin was still unconscious, so the main character only watched her condition. He appreciated that the shock of this girl was quite high, but everything spoiled when she opened her mouth. Jiang Chen understood that he could no longer look at her, so he tried to quickly find some clothes for her. Meanwhile, Linlin finally woke up and turned out the entire nutrient solution, which was a rather vile spectacle. After that, the girl came to her senses and only now realized that she could not understand where she was. Our hero tried to explain what kind of place it was, but Linlin immediately began to scream so that the lower form of life did not approach her. The young man incredibly annoyed that she called him in this way, so he could not keep his evil in himself. The girl repeated again, as she called Jiang Chen, and he noticed that, probably, her mother did not teach her that she needed to say thanks to her savior. She did not see the problem in this, because it was she who gave the hint to the main character for which he should release her. Linlin believed that then they concluded such a deal, because it looked like he said that he could deal with X71291. She tried to prove that all this was obvious, and our hero asked if she knew the rules of the wasteland. The girl calmed down sharply because she did not hear any rules. The guy was going to give this girl a push since he has time. So he said that from that moment she was his slave from the fact that he saved her. Linlin was frightened when she heard such a wording from our hero, and he began to gradually approach her. Again, she did not understand everything, so she began to call a young man a psycho and a bandit. Jiang Chen made sure that this girl was clearly paranoia, because he just wanted to give her clothes. She immediately calmed down when she saw in her hands only clothes, and meanwhile the main character, I emphasized that his slave should follow many rules. For example, a girl should know etiquette well, so when she was saved, she must say thanks. Linlin had to obey our hero, and he warned that he might not be the same as the virtual world. She asked the young man to wait a bit, and asked what happened to X71291, and Jiang Chen indifferently replied that he was dead. The girl thought that the main character went crazy because the robot kept crystals for more than 20 years of research. The protagonist was perfectly guessed about this fact, so he managed to pull out the processor out of this machine. Linlin could not keep emotions in herself, so she burst into tears again, and the guy was surprised that she could not restrain her tears again. Jiang Chen hoped that she had not developed a feeling of attachment. After Akama was trying for such a long time and offered to buy a collar if she so wanted slavish life. He explained that the work has already been done, so not to return anything, and suggested that he was wrapped up in order to finally leave the laboratory. The girl with hope asked whether the ship had already left, because on him was her father, who was definitely waiting for her daughter. Then she thought that she needed to quickly reach the Lucian Center and promised to get a ticket for our hero if he helped her in this. Jiang Chen realized that the girl was very dull while sleeping in the cell and asked if she knew what year now. He said that now approximately mid-September 2190, and she spoke about 6 sewing ships that launched the UN at 2176. The girl froze in the place when she heard that so much time has passed since that moment. She, enraged, fell to the floor and fell into hysteria because she could not believe that it was possible. Jiang Chen explained that all this is possible because the elite threw this piece of dirt and went to ruin another planet. Linlin did not listen to the protagonist at all and thought that her father simply abandoned her. The guy had already taken the tears of the girl, so he was going to seriously talk with her and finally reassure her. He asked to listen to him because he was going to say something important. The girl finally was able to break away from her grief for a second and raised her head, and the guy explained that even though the remaining still hold on and continue to live on this earth, the level of their technology worsened significantly. Our hero was offered by Linlin, a girl who was part of the elite and somehow remained on this planet to help ordinary people from the wasteland, who cannot simply leave here. He decided to agree that they were only lower forms of life, but was furious in his thoughts because he humiliated himself below the skirting board. The girl was a little embarrassed due to the fact that the main character even admitted that he was still the lower form of life. In the end, she nevertheless agreed that she had no other choice but to help all of humanity. Finally, Zhang Chen could breathe calmly, and now he was not even sure which of them was a slave. Then the guy decided to ask why Linlin considered herself above other people, and she explained that she was a cyborg, so her brain abilities are 12 times higher than an ordinary person. In any case, our hero still considered her a slave, but suddenly he saw that something was wrong with the girl, and her eyes were sharply filled with blood. After a few seconds, she opened her eyes, which now certainly did not look like human. Only now, the young man remembered that the mother's brain was still in the girl's body. He has already dealt with artificial intelligence, so now he needs to deal with the mother of all these bacteria. The main character could not understand what the infected Linlin was doing. Suspecting that she was using some ability to study it, the guy noticed that she did not even move to attack him, so it was not clear whether she was a friend or an enemy. After a few seconds, the girl leaned over and for some reason began to approach the friend of the gun. Then something strange happened, because Linlin suddenly began to lick the gun. A few moments have passed and the girl had already recovered, not understanding what was happening around. She was scared again because she thought that Zhang Chen again threatened her life. The main character was no longer surprised by Linlin and explained that he just wanted to ask a few questions. He asked if the mother was in the girl's body thereby, and she only nodded silently in agreement. She desperately tried to prove that it was just a brain that could not produce X2 bacterium. Our hero did not see any differences and said that, to be honest, his team came here not for artificial intelligence but in order to destroy this mother. The girl began to cry again because she was afraid more. But Jiang Chen reassured her and asked where this brain was. Linlin pointed out that he was on the surface of her mechanical heart, and it seems that he penetrated the cerebrospinal nerves. The main character immediately thought that the mechanical heart could be replaced, but the girl was too afraid of it. She tried to prove that in fact she did not need to be killed, but the guy still doubted whether she told the truth. Linlin was sure that there was no threat from him, because only the brain remained in her body. She also reported that it seemed the guy liked this creature, because of which he was incredibly surprised and did not even notice when his charm crossed the racial border. The girl confusedly explained that she made such a conclusion from this that when the young man was approaching her, her heart began to fight faster. She also emphasized that there was nothing like that. She explained that it was a reasonable form of life that the informant forced to enter his game. Shervu belonged to the role of Yao Tintin, but it was before she was captured by the X71291, and this information hit the protagonist because he was still attached to her. Linlin invited the guy to think about just letting out the worm, because she was sure that this creature was not going to harm him. Then Jiang Chen asked what kind of bacteria X2 was, because he always felt that those zombies surrounding the 6th Street should have some kind of pattern. The girl was very delighted that our hero still decided to put a worm, and assured that she was not at all aggressive. Moreover, most of the time it was she who controlled her body. But Jiang Chen did not depart from the fact that he wanted to get an answer to his question. Linlin explained that, judging by the properties of bacteria, it is similar to the initial bacteria of radiation cleaning, and was an improved version because it had new functions. The guy immediately asked what the functions were, and she suggested that the bacterium increased the energy of the zombie and directed their movements. Now for the protagonist, the reasons that the zombies were so furious became clear. He immediately remembered that in the fall of 2174, due to uncontrolled variables in the studies of radiation cleansing of the bacteria, the UN announced in the recovery program of the biosphere, and already in 2176, he announced his dissolution. So the guy suspected that all this was somehow connected with this event. Having found out this question, our hero asked if the girl could communicate with the worm. But the creature was not so easy to give in the power of thought. Jiang Chen allowed her not to rush, because he was going to deliver them to the base of the survivors, because he suspected that his allies were already worried. At this moment, Linlin just remembered one important thing and began to rummage in the trash, which was lying around. After a few seconds, she found some kind of spare part. But the main character did not like it because he suspected that this was somehow connected with artificial intelligence. The girl immediately reassured Zhang Zhenya and asked if he had heard about the project of the Eden Garden. Our hero never heard about it and could not understand what was wrong with this girl. Linlin said that this is a sub-rock for the plan to restore the planet, which could replace the first initial plan for transforming the Earth by creating a local biosphere. Then the guy finally hid the gun and asked her to go to the essence of the matter as soon as possible. Trying to speak with ordinary words, the girl explained that it was about creating a stable and balanced biosphere that did not require metabolism with the outside world. The young man only remained to observe from afar how the girl pressed this spare part, because she always wanted to see the data of this project. At the same time, the main character understood that for Fishbone, it was an ambiguous solution, so he asked if the girl planned to simply land the plant. Linlin believed that everything could be put in the ground, and she was sure that the guy was just shocked by their technology. Jiang Chen seriously thought about this plan, and in the meantime, the girl wanted to quickly sit at the computer and see all this data. Our hero perfectly understood that if the wasteland became arable, then he would no longer need it. First, he planned to establish here on a shortage of food and build a base for Fishbone. But if the technology of this girl falls into someone else's hands, then everything will go under the tail. In the best case, the power of Jiang Chenya will shake. In the worst case, strangers will ensure the people close to him. And in addition to this, he could not trust the brain that was in the girl's body. Ultimately, the guy came to the conclusion that, as they did not look, the existence of Linlin was one continuous problem. The girl, not suspecting his doubts, suggested finally that she could demonstrate her technologies. The main character instructed her a gun and, clicking on the trigger, said that he had just changed his mind. As a result, he still did nothing with Linlin. So they got to the surface, where the girl continued to proudly call all the lower forms of life. Sun Jiao, obviously, did not appreciate such behavior from some unfamiliar girl. Linlin felt the girl's heavy gaze, so she hid behind the back of our hero, who tried to explain that she was simply their captive. Jiang Chen personally explained to his partner that this girl, whom artificial intelligence kept locked up in an underground laboratory and was the reason why they were here today. He also added that this girl has a bad character and she can easily raise a hype, so he has to call her a captive, and Sun Jiao decided to play along with the guy and also began to threaten Linlin. The girl overheard this conversation and was earnestly scared when she heard that Sun Jiao was about to do with her. Jiang Chen coughed to hint that she should calm down, and almost forgot the meeting that he made before leaving here. In the end, the main character asked to be a little kinder to her, but also emphasized that she should never leave the mansion, and meanwhile Sun Jiao was jealous of her lover for another girl. The guy asked his partner to come closer to him because he still had some interesting information. He said that the thing that Linlin was in his hands is called the Edom Garden Project and can restore the Earth. Sun Jiao immediately guessed that then the advantage of our hero as a traveler would disappear in time. So she asked if he needed help in a showdown with this girl. Jiang Chen was afraid of what a terrible woman she was, and explained that in any case, Linlin would face the dangers of the outside world. But she could also replenish the lack of talented people on their basis. He explained that they would simply bring up this girl, and when the time comes, she would not even dare to escape, even if she wants. But Sun Jiao still did not perceive Linlin, so she continued to threaten her. Now the guy understood that his partner would be the next enemy for Linlin, whom she would face after the informant. The protagonist asked everyone to choose the corpse of the Claw of Death and crystals to finally return home. They decided to knit and put Linlin in the car, which she really did not like. So she screamed, and then that the lower trucks in my life could not take freedom from her. The girl really did not want to wallow somewhere in the middle of the garbage, and Sun Jiao asked her to be honest with herself and reminded that she wanted to take all this garbage with herself. Our hero remembered that it was absolutely true, because the girl literally cried, asking to leave these things with her. She took with her a hummingbird of unmanned industrial equipment, a biological system of generation, and a complete set of tools for tests from XD1. In the end, Linlin asked for their favorite cookies and toys with them. Jiang Chen thought that the girl would need only a charger, but she asked not to compare her with lower mechanical creatures. She emphasized that she was advanced. But the guy did not think so, because the advanced cyborg could definitely take away all his luggage on himself. To transfer all this rubbish, the main character had to use his suit, on which there is already not much energy left. He asked Linlin to stay stronger because he had already passed time to leave here. The girl wanted to object and say about the real compartment reactor, but our hero was not going to hear all this, and promised that she would drag them upstairs. In the end, Linlin decided that arguing with Jiang Chenem was below her dignity. After some time, the main character said that the surface was right in their course, and the girl did not like that there was more daylight, from which she had already managed to wean. The guy understood that there was not a small distance on the surface, so he prepared a rope to rise. He pulled into the canal to check it, then asked his companion to prepare to finally get out of here. Coming to the surface, our hero greeted Sun Jiao and the guys with Fishbone, who really were waiting for him all this time. Everyone around for a few seconds realized that there was a boss in front of them, and then they began to greatly rejoice at the fact that he still survived. Employees with joyful cries began to congratulate our hero and welcome him. Linlin thought that all these people were the footmen of the guy, and did not even know that he would be a leader. A smile immediately appeared on Sun Jiao's face when she finally saw a whole and unharmed lover. Now, after all these events, the whole team calmly rode the car, heading for its base. The main character said that getting stuck in this virtual reality at such a time was like being cut off from the outside world. So now he enjoyed a fresh night wind. Sun Jiao, who was inside the car, tapped the window and asked the guy to dress the headphones. It turned out that the girl wanted to ask what Jiang Chen was going to do with that group of the survivors that was ahead. The girl thought that our hero was going to take them to her, but could not understand what they were thinking after this victory and distribution of crystals. She warned that these people were accustomed to hiding in the shade and curled up with a kalachik in untouched corridors. So this is the first time they united and, unlike others, decided to attack the zombies. The guy came to the conclusion that they do not need these people because they can bring too many problems. And moreover, they need that the survivors spread their ear about their strength at other bases. Sun Jiao realized that our hero wants to spend them already home, and he explained that it was better to show his strength than to apply it. Suddenly, somewhere ahead of their detachment, a very loud scream was heard, which was filled with horror. Our heroes immediately drew attention to this and looked at each other, not understanding what was happening. Their car immediately stopped, and Jiang Chen deftly jumped to see what happened there. As a result, the main character saw a man who was sitting on the ground and holding someone in his hands. It turned out that this father lost his son during a collision with some enemy, and now could not come to terms with this loss. Sun Jiao said that these small groups are kept away from mutants and do not leave at night, thereby avoiding most dangers. But it doesn't matter when it comes to thugs. The protagonist immediately thought that all this happened because of him, because all this time he relied on the limited power of these groups, which led to such a result. The girl perfectly saw the reaction of Jiang Zhen, for which it was clear that he again blames himself for everything. So she tried to calm him down by the fact that machine guns were applied on the wall. She suggested that in this group of survivors there were only 1 or 2 families, and also found out that whose person was not taken away, the name of Zhao Gan. Then, the protagonist asked if this machine gun was installed by a car of the thugs. In the end, grief killed. The father could not stand it and grabbed the weapon to take revenge on his son. Other survivors immediately tried to calm him down and explained that he would definitely not do anything alone. All the people in the crowd began to panic because of this situation. And then Jiang Chen finally decided to intervene. He asked if the man knew to whom he had to take revenge, and the other survivor explained that these people left the mark on the wall, so everything was obvious. He explained that these were definitely mercenaries Hui Chazan, so he knew who he needed to kill. The main character looked at the label, which was applied to the ruins nearby, and wondered who these people were. When he was on the 6th Street, he asked about the old lair of these mercenaries and did not even realize that the Hui Chazan base was not very far away. The guy understood that if they allow another such situation, if they stand and look, they would simply lose their authority. This was a serious problem for our hero, because now that the walls of the base are repaired, they will not be able to hide in some ruins, like survivors, and simply disappear. A new force appears in their area, and this is difficult not to notice, and this victory will spread within the 6th Street. Comparing all these factors, the main character understood that their paths would definitely cross. Therefore, instead of being easy prey, it is better to take the first step. In the end, Jiang Chen approached the father of the murdered and said that he would help to take revenge on his son. The man did not expect such assistance from boss Jiang, so he immediately began to bow to him, and did not stop than that he was. He clenched his fists, because he perfectly understood that if he had gone alone, he would have hit the clutches of death. The father of the murdered guy said that if our hero really helps to take revenge on him, his life belongs to the boss from this day. The guy did not appreciate this approach, so he emphasized that the life of a man belongs only to himself. He announced that he had survived to choose how to proceed further, but also said that this was also a strip of their interests. If the mercenaries Hui Chizan are a problem, then the inhabitants of this area need to solve it, and not think that today's events are in no way connected with them. The main character asked everyone to understand that such a situation next time could happen to everyone who is now standing here. So then they should not complain that they did nothing for their own protection. He continued to scare the survivors that they could be burned and plundered, captured and killed, and women are captured. The guy turned in different directions, so that everyone would hear him for sure, and announced that they were behind all the choice, and only they can decide whether to end Li Huichizan. The main character ordered everyone to gather and asked them to think carefully if they still wanted to join the team. After which the survivors really began to think about revenge Huichizan. The man who was going to take revenge did not think for long and was also going to save his wife, because he did not see her body. The other survivor asked Gonzi not to rush because this risk was definitely not so justified. He recommended a man to think about whether the attack on the mercenaries of Huichizan his own life. Father was too murdered by his grief, so he already decided that he should prove that he was a real man. The survivor agreed that he said this very well, so he also decided to join the detachment. After that, more and more people began to declare that also in the case and our hero can count on them. All this was due to the fact that when courage spreads among the crowd, the fear of being plundered turns into, after this battle, the prestige of the Fishbone base will be undeniable. Each road on this territory will become a fishbone wall, and Jiang Chen will become a king. A couple of minutes later, the whole team was already near the experimental elementary school of Sunjiang. The main hero asked everyone to focus on their attention, because there were already mercenaries ahead. Sun Jiao accepted this information in the information and noted that she did not even think that so many people would come. The guy was incredibly happy that everything went as according to plan. But then she decided to calm down and return to the matter to explain the battle plan. The first aspect, no doubt, was that Fishbone was using an attack as their main force. The enemy did not have so much heavy weapons, so the power armor gave them a huge advantage. In turn, 8 officers of light infantry will lead to help during the attack, so that they take care of the blind zones in the attack by power armor and at the same time take on weapons against armor. Our hero finished the fact that the remaining 50 people will be divided into 2 groups and bypass the mercenaries from the east and west, and asked everyone to take their positions because they were going to advance after 2 minutes. Meanwhile, Ma Zhongcheng asked if there were still vacuum bombs, because they could work as well as they worked against the zombies. But Jiang Chen was a little infuriated that the allies had so many questions. The guy replied that there was no more bomb, because he had already given all the supplies that they had, and then the man asked, "There is something else." At the same time, the Linlin, which was still in the car, was very angry due to the fact that the lower forms of life treated her. Sun Jiao noticed that this girl was still full of energy, so she decided to pull her out of the trunk. Linlin wanted to resign, but she was enough for the girl's serious gaze to shut up quickly. It turned out that the girl only wanted to show the new one what the real world looks like, and took out a 72mm anti-aircraft gun for this. She emphasized that this world was not as friendly as Linlin seemed, but our hero understood that this is how newcomers would be trained. The guy cut the ropes with which the Linlin was connected and asked her not to provoke a partner, because then they could even tie him. He said that the girl is safer in the trunk, where there are cameras for the review, and Sun Jiao could not believe that it was so cruel that our hero had to stand up for Linlin. Jiang Chen understood that he could not tell the truth to his partner, and decided that they finally needed to advance to the mission in order to take a combat advantage before sunset. First of all, they gave the command to the armored women who should go first. When their team approached the right place, the main character immediately felt that something was wrong. Sun Jiao suggested that this was a problem of protection, and the guy explained that their rivals did not send anyone at all, although they had already come so close to the base. The girl also noticed this, so she asked our hero to be careful and offered to open fire. But suddenly at that moment, an explosion sounded somewhere nearby. They could not understand what happened, and began to be afraid that their detachments had just revealed from the flank. Sun Jiao believed that this was impossible, because those allies should have been thoroughly hiding. But for the young man, all this was unimportant, because now they could not sit back. The next second, the main character ordered all the allies to prepare for a direct attack. Having accepted the team of their leader, all the soldiers quickly prepared and opened fire from anti-aircraft guns. Very soon, with the help of shells, they were able to break through the door and open their way to the mercenaries. Jiang Chen tried to scream loudly so that his allies are as soon as possible forward. He asked everyone to quickly group and take an advantage. And in the meantime, he himself decided to contact other detachments to find out the situation. Everyone reported that everything was clean and there were opponents nearby, so they were waiting for the following orders. Then our hero thought that the mercenaries Huichzan were faced with other enemies, because of which they had to leave the main gate without guard. He asked his allies to look at both and search each floor, checking every corner. Half an hour later, all the soldiers could not find any enemies. So Jiang Chen asked Sun Jiao if she knew anything about the balance of power in this area. The girl avoided crowded places, so she knew about several dangerous bases, such as the 6th Street, but suspected that most groups were bandits' logs. Jiang Chen concluded that they would need to establish a line of defense here and wait for the winner of the battle. And if it is Hui Chezan, then they will take him by surprise. They were reported that the Detachment 03 was discovered in the basement, and the situation was quite strange. So the group went further to explore the building, which looked like a military school. The main character asked the allies to carefully search everything, because Hui Chezan could have hidden weapons or secret moves. After walking in some rooms, the team noticed that this place smashed so well. Sun Jiao heard that the pre-war society gathered their children together for training and called it a school. But she herself did not see the meaning in such institutions. Our hero understood such a reaction of the girl to schools because she received the education of virtual reality in the shelter for the survivors. The girl was pragmatic to this issue because in virtual reality it takes only 50 days to learn the basics in a short period of time, when you need to spend 12 years to study in such a place. Jiang Chen laughed because he began to suspect that his partner was simply envious of ordinary school children. He tried to explain that people never value what they had, but the girl immediately interrupted him and emphasized that she would always value food. The main character decided not to argue with Sun Jiao and did not have time to say that after release he always missed his studies. The guy believed that all this was done for experience, but the girl still did not see the benefit of this and considered the school useless. He added that at school, you can also meet friends and learn to build relationships. So if Sun Jiao had such an experience, then she would behave normally when meeting with our hero. In the end, they came to the right place where the entrance to the shelter for the survivors was located. Sun Jiao asked to miss her so that she could see what was behind these doors. And meanwhile, our hero called her shocked. It turned out that behind this door were tortured women and children whom someone locked here. Now the girl began to suspect that in fact she was aware of what kind of place it was. The main character was surprised, and Sun Jiao explained that the door number belongs to the bandits who have a personal key, and the door is stored outside the door, toys, tools, and so on. Suddenly, the girl noted that the moment when Jiang Chen did not know such obvious things turned out to be charming for her. Their conversation was abruptly interrupted by a male voice, who called to the rescue, and our hero immediately thought that the bandits had some too fierce tastes. It turned out that it was the same soldier who was able to escape after the fall of the ship, and asked Jiang Chen to let him out, seeing that there were not bandits at all near the door. Chunan explained that he was a comma pilot, and complained that he had been locked up for a month. The girl could not understand how a man from this city turned out to be here, and did not even imagine why the bandits to lock the guy here. The soldier said that his ship crashed here, and suspected that the bandits wanted to sell it, and then offered to help in the fight against them. But Sun Jiao explained that everyone would be released after the showdown. Then Chu Nan asked to give him something to eat, because he had not been fed for 2 days, and our hero was not opposed to give some pack of snacks. In fact, the guy himself did not see the problem in opening the door to this hostage. Sun Jiao did not think so at all, because the main character trusted people too easily, and she did not see any other infantrymen. Suddenly, Jiang Chen heard that some other prisoner was knocking on other doors. He was surprised that there was still so much energy in them. And in the meantime, the girl seemed to recognize this person. This hostage was literally crazy, so she screamed that she would kill the bandits, although our heroes stood in front of her. The protagonist was surprised that Sun Jiao knew her, and she explained that it was Zhao Xiaoxia, an old friend from the city of Liuden. Previously, she also traveled, owned a gun and a dagger, fighting her side with Sun Jiao. Only after that, unfortunately, the girl was seized and tortured during the day, so she most likely already completely lost her mind. Sun Jiao could not watch her friends suffering, so she reached for the gun to finish all this. Thus, she was going to free Zhao Xiaoxia from these suffering. And our hero was surprised that there are still people whom his partner could not kill. All this conversation was suddenly interrupted by the fact that some death blows were heard on the same above. At this moment, Detachment 07 reported that they were attacking, and the enemy had heavy firepower, so they requested help. Sun Jiao ordered 01 and 02 to send support for the roof. 04 to 08 were to find shelter and shoot back. And meanwhile, Chunan warned them that it was definitely not mercenaries by Juichzan, After some time, the detachments reported that these were mutant people and could not understand how they could stumble upon such a danger. The protagonist, in a panic, asked his partner what they could do, but she just replied that now they should only confront mutants. Chunan really hoped that our heroes could win, because then he would still have a small chance to escape from Shentian. It turns out that the guy was familiar with his neighbor opposite, who turned out to be Zhao Xiapos. Only when these people in the armor pronounced her name, he was able to recognize her. Although he stayed here for more than a month and saw her every day, the soldier remembered that she was definitely in the city of Liyun around the winter of last year, and looked into the bar every time she was in these places. Chunan recalled that many people gathered in the city, going crazy along the goddess of his hearts, because at that time the girl really saw perfectly. Meanwhile, Sun Jiao talked about the fact that in the wasteland there is such a race that has distorted faces and grayish-green skin, but strong muscles. Mutants, of course, were higher than ordinary people and, moreover, were cannibals. Due to the FEV virus, they had abnormal metastatic abilities. In a sense, they can be considered creatures that do not die and who cannot be destroyed. Consumable to almost all diseases, they call themselves perfect people and declared this part of the wasteland with their paradise. But the girl also emphasized that these mutants had no sexual characteristics. Then the protagonist asked how these creatures multiplied, and already began to feel on himself that they really had an indispensable firepower. The girl explained that for this they capture ordinary people or make the captives breed, and then carry out a special procedure. They used something like growing in a cell with a virus using the assimilation process. In turn, they took so many heavy guns from underground military structures and managed to take control of the entire military base when the military system broke up. As for food, then they are not limited, because they do not need a nutritious mixture. Only the damp, dirty flesh of mutants is enough, since their severe immunity eliminates toxins. Also, mutants have their own grounds for pride, because if it were not for their ability to naturally reproduce, then they would have long captured the entire planet. After listening to a short description of these monsters, the main character asked if they had any weaknesses, and Sun Jiao still confirmed his guesses. The guy was looking forward to this moment because, from the very beginning, he thought that such an invincible enemy could not exist. The girl explained that, being partially people, they have limited telomeres, so the stronger than their abilities, the shorter life. So humanity remained to wait until they die from old age. The main character did not expect such an answer at all. And meanwhile, next to them, another very strong explosion sounded next to them. Ma Junchan lay on the floor and tried to recover after such a strong blow when Sun Jiao approached him. The girl liked what she was now called the leaders, so she promised to deal with these mutants in a seriously... She stood behind one of the anti-aircraft guns and was able to hurt one of the enemies for the first shot. The mutants immediately realized that our team also had heavy firepower, so they were going to attack Sun Jiao. Our heroes understood that the shelling was growing and increasing, so they decided to retreat. The girl could not understand why the enemies sharply began to aim at her, and in the meantime, the main character thought about driving an armored car and using a machine gun on the roof. Sun Jiao thought that the guy was definitely crazy because their enemies had 4 guns without return, which are too difficult to confront against. In the end, the main character decided that they need to retreat and prepare for the Battle of Buildings. The girl also agreed that if they could not defeat shooting, they should bring the battle closer, and the mutants need captives, so they have no reason not to rush for them in pursuit. A couple of minutes later, our team already occupied the building, realizing that they were moving faster than monsters, so they simply cannot catch up with them. When Zhang Chen saw that the monsters were already approaching them and turned on the furry regime, he calculated that 31 monsters entered the buildings in general, and 19 had heavy weapons, after which he immediately turned off the rage regime so as not to load his body. The guy was reported that the opponents were already on the 2nd floor, so he was happy that they still bought for their trick. Then our hero ordered everyone to prepare, and after a second he had already given a team to open fire on mutants. Opponents immediately began to panic and look around because they could not understand where their enemies were. Zhang Chen ordered his allies to continue to hold and did not stop the fire on mutants. Only after a while, the mutants realized that people were somewhere on top, but they had already begun to panic too much and hold the weapon with trembling in their hands. In the end, the monsters began to feel that they did not have the strength to keep their weapons, and Sun Jiao asked if our hero recognized the weaknesses of mutant people. Zhang Chen explained that when they shot up, the monsters held on a hill, because it was very difficult to wear such weights and be able to walk with heavy plates. Even if mutants are so pumped up, they cannot deceive biology, so their spine and hands could not withstand such loads. Now the monsters understood that they were simply driven into a trap, and the smug main character felt how he was cool. After a few seconds, one of the mutants still could not stand this powerful attack and fell to the ground. Meanwhile, another detachment reported that the mutants broke through Street A and captured the left wing of the second floor. Suddenly, the building again shook very much, and the Allies reported that it was due to the return of the weapon, and also said that the team was 0-3. After some time, several more mutant people pulled up who were able to break through to the team's team. They immediately began to shoot back, but also understood that now they could not change anything. Jiang Chen quickly decided that they should retreat right now to the third floor. Sun Jiao continued to stand tightly and shoot back, but she felt that the difference in firepower was too great. Meanwhile, the main character turned to his partner and suggested using E, the last option. The girl was a little nervous, because for this you need to spend 5,400 crystals, but Jiang Chen did not see the problem at all. Sun Jiao was very difficult to come to terms with the fact that mutants were coming more and more likely to have less chance. In the end, the girl announced that their team was leaving and now will use the last option. Trying to come to terms with the fact that they will have to spend so many crystals, she ordered all the teams to climb the roof and prepare for the following steps. But the mutants were not going to let them go so easy. Our heroes decided to ambush for their rivals and began the return report. After that, they rushed to the nearest window, because of which the mutants thought that for some reason people decided to make suicide. Jiang Chen asked the Allies to monitor the height and turn on the jet engine to soften their landing. It turned out that they did this due to the fact that they laid a bomb with a fuel rod in the building, which was already ready for the explosion. When an explosion sounded, Sun Jiao began to grieve even more due to the fact that they spent so many crystals. The protagonist believed that this was a wonderful sight, but if those mutants are not dead, then their team would definitely come to an end. He asked the girl not to be so mean, because it was necessary to rejoice that they were alive, and also asked why the rivals did not know that people were able to fly. Sun Jiao wanted to explain everything in detail, but these boring scientific facts were not at all interested in the guy. She laughed, because if the main character does not listen to this, then you can suspect that he has the same IQ as the mutants. In the end, the girl offered to finish the chatter because the battle was not finished yet, and ordered the team to go to the 5th and 6th floor to look for surviving mutants and leave one alive. After some time, they returned to the car, and Sun Jiao still could not come to terms with their loss. The protagonist opened the doors of the car and suddenly heard some kind of animal nearby. The monster immediately attacked Sun Jiao, who did not expect a meeting here with the surviving enemy. The guy immediately activated the regime of rage because he could not look at how some mutant allows himself to behave with his lover. He began, without stopping, to beat the monster so that he lagged behind the girl. But the mutant turned out to be enough strength to grab the protagonist by the hand and then hit him directly in the stomach. The young man immediately noticed that this copy was definitely stronger than those green-skinned mutants. Our hero began to panic due to the fact that this black one had no equal, and quickly looked at what damage he caused armor. Meanwhile, the mutant was not going to dwell on this and was about to kill Jiang Chen with a fatal blow. The guy was definitely not the weak, so he decided to use a grenade to distract his opponent. After a few seconds, the monster could not understand why his back was so scratching, because he did not suspect that our hero was already behind him and opened fire. Jiang Chen, with impudence in his voice, called his enemy a large, strong, and stupid, indicating that he was right behind him. The mutant instantly turned and rushed forward to grab the guy by the legs and anomaly immobilizing him. Now the main character understood that not only power, but also the speed of this monster increased much. For the mutant, the young man turned out to be only some kind of fur, so he began with all his strength to beat him on the ground. In the end, Jiang Chen was able to push off the ceiling and make a somersault carp to get out of the opponent's dead grip. During the flight, the protagonist managed to get a knife to go into a near battle with his enemy. The guy had a plan that he was going to find a mutant weakness and hit him right on it. During the battle, Jiang Chen came to the conclusion that a weak place was in the eyes of the opponent, so he aimed there and used the complete craving of his power armor. Everything did not end there, because the main character decided to begin the self-destruction of his costume and quickly jumped out of it. The guy was sure that this bomb for 13,000 crystals should be enough to smash this monster into pieces. A few seconds later, behind the back of our hero, a strong explosion sounded, which abstained this battle. In his thoughts, the young man already admitted that his opponent was also very strong, but as a result, he saw that even this explosion did not kill him. He could not understand how this is generally possible, because the other in the place of this mutant man had died several times. The protagonist decided to use the gun, which was the last weapon in his arsenal. But these cartridges did not take the monster at all. After a short period of time, the young man realized that the cartridges in the pistol were over. Jiang Chen now made sure that the trouble was not walking, and did not even know how to escape from his opponent's path. He understood that he couldn't dodge him in any way, so he had already resigned to the fact that he would meet his end here. But suddenly he saw that a bright flash suddenly appeared on the site of the monster. The guy froze in place and watched as the mutant simply torn into small pieces. It turned out that it was Sun Jiao, who was still able to survive after such a strong impact of a mutant man. The main character with tears looked at the girl, because he was very afraid that she died. But in no case could she leave her lover in trouble. In the end, it turned out that still the monster was not defeated, and very angry because the couple did not even pay attention to him. Sun Jiao did not expect at all that their opponent had such a quick regeneration, so she ordered our hero to hide behind her. The girl had no desire to talk so much, so she stated that it would be the one who has a gun in her hands. The mutant was still able to evade the attack, so Jiang Chen intervened in battle, who did not want to hide behind his lover. It turns out that the main character decided to use a teleport to play with his opponent in another world. The girl tried to stop Jiang Chen, because it was definitely the most crazy act that could be done at that moment. She fell to her knees because she did not expect the guy to make such a risk, and desperately hoped that he would still return. After 3 days, the survivors of Ma Juncheng and Ganzi still wandered around the ruins because the man was going to find his wife. The comrade tried to stop him because it was better not to provoke this person and wait a bit, then to go together. They just passed next to the building, in which Sun Jiao broke the tent and waited for our hero. The girl was sitting on the floor for days and cried, because she was very afraid that Jiang Chen would never return again. Meanwhile, the protagonist did not care about anything, and hugged the excited Aisha, who was happy that he had finally returned. Only now the guy came to his senses, and could not understand why the girl was in this room. Jiang Chen asked her to look directly into his eyes and say everything that she managed to see yesterday. As it turned out, last night the girl heard some cries from the room of the protagonist, which frightened her a lot. Having taken the pen, she immediately remembered that the guy asked not to go into this room. But now it did not matter. Entering the room, Aisha saw a terrible sight, because next to Jiang Chen lay from the ordered body of the mutant. After that, she nevertheless gathered her strength and hid from one monster in the basement of their house. Then the main character asked the girl to relax in his room, and look that in half an hour his bracelet was charged only by 2%. The system also suggested that he name a new skill that allowed the guy to own any gun that he uses well. Jiang Chen decided to return to the main question and noticed that when he travels, he was spending about 40% of energy. And if he takes a creature with him, spends about 60, which is why the charge limit was simply exhausted. The young man decided to try to teleport right now. But in the end, I just received a strong electric shock, so at first I decided to sleep a little. Before going to bed, he thought about Sun Jiao and hoped that now she would be safe. In the end, the guy never slept at night, but lethargy almost disappeared, and the bracelets charged around 10%. After a short rest, the protagonist went to the basement to check what happened to his opponent. He decided to use the storage space to transfer the body, but suddenly thought that the bracelet had broken, because for some reason he did not want to work for a few seconds. After a few seconds, the space still appeared so the guy could be calm. He decided to spend another second attempt to draw the body of a mutant human body there. His abilities still did not work, so all these attempts simply exhausted the young man. Since nothing works, our hero just needs to wait, so he decided to spend this time with Aisha. A cute girl who was just bathing in the basin was a real delight for the poor eyes of Jiang Chenya. Now, Jiang Chen thought that winter would soon come, which was supposed to be harsh in the future, and the weakness of their base was disclosed overnight. Not without the help of people of mutants. He thought that they had too much heavy firepower, and it would be fine if he could independently make weapons. Our hero came to the conclusion that if the base wants its own production of weapons, then it needs more resources and labor. But it was an unrealistic occupation to minute minerals in the future. The real world was rich in resources, but the production process is developed worse, and the technology of the future can compensate for this. The guy decided that he did not need a lot of land, and he could get cheap labor in order to, say, make his production on some Pana island. So he came to the decision that Roberts needs to call. The man just rested somewhere on the beach and was delighted when he heard that the main character remembered such an unlucky guy like him. Jiang Chen said he had a businessman, but he immediately warned that he had now switched for producing due to his trial period. Our hero considered that this was just madness, because it was obvious that Hollywood beauties were just bottomless and pits, who soon put Roberts without money. Then he decided to simply say that he had just a great deal for a businessman, but if he was not interested in this, then someone else was lucky. Roberts asked the guy to wait a bit, because he still did not answer this proposal. The protagonist decided to take this for consent, and assured that in any case, the man would not lose anything and he will be paid $20 million in gold. The guy said that he needed 10 experienced people who will become mercenaries and refugees in the amount of 100 people. The businessman could not even imagine what he was planning in Jiangchen, but he was not going to tell, because it was better for his partner not to know about it. The man decided to say directly and suggested that this time the guy definitely went crazy because he had already transformed the industry so well. So he did not need to strive for something grandiose. The main character I emphasized that everyone had their own problems, so he certainly was not going to listen to Roberts. The man decided not to object and replied that he would send Nick to go to Ukraine to agree with General Makarov about mercenaries. And then Jiang Chen was not even against going with his own old friend. After that, they finished the conversation, so the protagonist returned to the pool to relax with Aisha. The next day, our hero decided to please his companion and prepared her breakfast made with love. The girl was ready to give this man everything that she has because of his care. And meanwhile, Jiang Chen said that he needed to take care of something, so he left her alone to enjoy this breakfast. Our hero suspected that Roberts had already begun to work, so he also could not lag behind. And since Luna went to the food plant. Near the entrance, he was met by a man named Zheng Hunse, who was the owner of the Xinlong food processing plant. He talked about the fact that they have 2 production lines, 4 rockers of the open space, and also a large warehouse. The man warned that the factory costs 2.4 million, which is quite expensive, so he would make a discount on equipment. Although Jiang Chen even arranged the current price, because the owner honestly evaluated his business. The protagonist was only interested in why the owner sold his business because, judging by this factory, he sorted out the business. Zheng Hunsky admitted that the stock market was to blame for everything, because when he saw friends who got rich with him, in a fit of passion he followed them, but eventually climbed into loans. The owner had to let his workers release, because he had a considerable comma debt, and in the end he thought about the sale of the factory. In fact, he would never have engaged in this matter if he knew where this would lead. Jiang Chen's knowingly laid his hand on his comrade's shoulder and asked what he was planning to do. The man had no other talents, so he was going to do hard work, but our hero did not appreciate such a choice at all. The main character said that he needs people with talents, so he suggested that Zheng Hunse work in his company. After that, the owner of the factory immediately led the guy for lunch to his home to thank him for such generosity. The man promised that Jiang Chen could entrust him with a plant, and the young man assured him that he would expand investments in the early stages and solve issues with sales and promotion. The guy emphasized that it is necessary to focus on foreign trade, especially with the islands of Pana, to import cheap local products for production on the mainland, and then export finished goods. Zheng Hunsi understood that foreign trade was not easy for a comma, and given that the islands are very poor, they did not even have deep seaports for large ships. Meanwhile, our hero enjoyed the taste of home food, which he had not eaten for so long, and asked the man not to worry about all these aspects. He also warned that he needed to leave a batch of additional reserves every month, which he uses a little different purpose. At that moment, someone called the guy, and, as it turned out, it was Shia, who was going to talk seriously with him. The girl said that less than 10 days have passed since the creation of the Future Human IO social network, and net income has already reached 1 billion, which the main character was delighted and was not against raising the salary to his manager. She did not need this, because 1% of the dividends was already a considerable amount. But the rapid rise of the social network caused the discontent of competitors, so fans and haters are now fighting, which was also advertising. Xiaoxia was worried that people could try to get around the system, but the main character asked not to worry about it, because they had a powerful security system. Jiangchen asked the girl to be calm and was about to hang the phone, because he needed to get something else. At this moment, Zheng Hunsi granted the bandit, so the man asked our hero not to get involved and not to take risks because of his problems. The leader of the group advised the young man not to own not in his business, but Jiang Chen was not going to leave his employee in trouble. Brother Qian became furious due to the fact that the guy was so bold in order to talk to him in such a tone. And meanwhile, the comrades tried their leader. It turned out that among them was Hu Zi, with whom our hero certainly did not expect to meet again. Li Chan called his comrade a weakness because he was afraid of some ordinary jerk. But he simply did not suspect what power the main character was hiding behind him. After a few seconds, the guy dealt with this bandit who did not listen to the advice of Huzi, so he tried to shout to his brothers so that they beat Jiang Chen. The bandits were not frightened because our hero dared to show his brother Qian to disrespect, and were going to teach him to teach. The first to get into the battle was a guy who had nunchaki in his hands, but for Jiang Chen it was not an obstacle, because after a few seconds he knocked out the weapon from the hands of his opponent. Jiang Chen did not appreciate that so many idiots dared to stick his faces against him. So with the help of nunchucks, he figured out absolutely all the bandits. Only Huzi he did not touch and hinted that the guy needed to leave here as soon as possible. The main character advised the bandit to run away from here without looking back and no longer catch his eye. Why Huzi was in no hurry to leave and stopped right near the doors, because of which Jiang Chen could not understand what the problem was. It turns out that the bandit wanted to warn the guy that Hong Iban had already noticed him, so he better be careful. Then, Zheng Hunzi asked what to do with all these bandits, and the guy replied that he had an idea because he was not opposed to lending his employee to his employee to extinguish the Borg. In the evening, our hero decided that he would leave bandits on Van Ziyun, who was just a fan of martial arts. After some time, Brother Van said that he dealt with those guys, so he suggested Jiang Chenya to go a little relaxing muscles. He decided to bring the protagonist to one good place, which was called the Elite Club of Honga. Van Ziyun was seriously configured and said that there was electrical stimulation on the third floor, and the administrator was already familiar with him, so he noticed that the guy did not even warn about his visit. He asked his friend Zhou Zihao, one of the shareholders of the Honga Club, to issue another card for his brother. Zhou Zihao and Jiang Chen shook hands tightly to fix their new acquaintance. The guy was already aware that Mr. Jiang created a futuristic technology, which is highlighted in the world of the company's business, and was a promising young man. Van Ziyun emphasized that they were all brothers here, so there was no need to behave like that, and took our hero to start the procedures as quickly as possible. He also informed Zhou Zihao that this Liu Chenlun was getting their brother Chan, so he asked his friend to take care of this. But our hero asked not to listen to all this. Zhou Zihao believed that Liu Chenlun was just a nameless rat, which took the name of their club to deceive people, so he was not opposed to deal with this properly. In the end, the guy did not even regret that his friend brought him to such a good place to relax a bit. Meanwhile, the owner of the club went to his office and called Liu Chenlun, who had problems with the main character. The man tried to lure and said that all these were rumors because there was only a little misunderstanding between them. But the boss ordered his subordinate not to be fooling to go to his office. In fact, Zhou Zihao thought something, because Jiang Chen himself knocked on their door. Meanwhile, the guy had already finished his procedures and went down to friends to have dinner together. The owner of the club said that he had a surprise for the protagonist, but he was embarrassed because they only met. And the guy was already so teaching. It turned out that he still made Liu Chenlun apologize to Jiang Chen, and hoped that the young man would still forgive all the misconduct and let him go. Zhou Zihao proudly stated that it was not so easy to find a rat, but the best was still ahead, and the main character could not understand why the guy turned all this. The next second, the owner clicked his fingers and immediately a servant appeared, who brought wine into the room. Zhou Zihao said that the man himself knew what to do, and he continued to shake with fear of his master. The main character understood that Liu Chenlun was definitely a strong nut and could have a gulp all 1.5 liters of wine. Zhou Zihao hoped that his comrades were satisfied because he greatly appreciated their friendship. Now, Jiang Chen said that this guy was quite interesting, so he would be happy to be friends with him. But in his head, he thought he was just terrible. Meanwhile, Van Ziyun invited the young man to stay in the club for the night, because the owner prepared something for him. Zhou Zihao asked his friend not to tell all the details because it was a surprise, and the main character did not even suspect anything. The owner of the club assured with an ominous voice that Jiang Chenya would definitely like everything. Our hero went to the room that was prepared for him, and thought that these two behaved too suspicious. The young man was very surprised when he saw that she was waiting inside, not expecting such a turn of events. It turned out that inside him was waiting for Van Yuanzhuan, who was prepared by Zhou Zihao. At that moment, the owner of the club called the main character and asked if he liked the gift. But the guy replied that he should not try so because he wanted to cooperate. It could say it directly. Zhou Zihao pretended that he did not understand what Jiang Chen says, and our hero simply hung up. The guy perfectly understood that all this was done to catch him in a trap. But he was not going to give up so easy. He decided to call his brother Van, who was surprised that Jiang Chen finished everything so quickly, and our hero explained that Zhou Zihao was not completely honest with him. Then Van Ziyun explained that this man simply wanted to meet the main character for a long time and asked him to introduce him, but he certainly did not expect this behavior from Zhou Zihao, so he promised to deal with this tomorrow. In fact, he did not wait long and immediately went to teach Zhou Zihao, who so rudely substituted him in front of a friend. Van Ziyun explained that he would not tolerate deception, and the owner of the club laughed with the fact that he still had not changed a quick-tempered character. Zhou Zihao explained that his friend would never understand his feelings because he was the eldest son of the family and did not fight his brothers. Meanwhile, the main character got angry with the girl who fulfilled the plan of his boss because she was so ambitious and decided to simply angry him, calling her disgusting more street rats. Without using the possibilities, Jiang Chen simply left this disgusting girl alone and went to his home. After that, the guy returned to his villa and was dissatisfied with the fact that he was not bad today. So he hoped that at least Roberts had good news. The businessman has already written a letter to our hero in which he proposed to move on to the next stage, which pleased Jiang Chen. Meanwhile, events are transferred to the international airport of the islands of Panna, where Roberts was already with his acquaintance named Robbie. The businessman's comrade was a little worried, but he ordered him to be silent, because they were filmed by the camera. Meanwhile, the right person approached them. It turns out that they had to meet with some president, and Roberts immediately introduced his friend Johnny as a rich man from Los Angeles. Meanwhile, in the future, Linlin and Sun Jiao still sat in the same place, waiting for the return of the protagonist. It turned out that the girl found a way to talk with her mother, so now the right side of the body completely belonged to this creature, and they discussed what was behind radiation dust.